Hasan Piker, socialist, communist,
radical left influencer.
Hasan Piker.
Dirtbag left.
Hasan Piker.
Pro-terrorism, pro-Hamas.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan
Piker. Going on this vulgar rant, mocking wounded war vet for losing his eye fighting for our freedom in Afghanistan.
Have you ever heard someone mention the Streisand effect and wondered what they were talking about? This phenomena is named after actress Barbara Streisand. Sometimes when you try to cover something up, you end up bringing more attention to it than if you had just let things be.
The assemblyman will not denounce Hasan Piker, who said,
America deserved 9/11, dude.
The assemblyman just said in his response,
Hasan Piker says America deserved 9/11.
There you go. There you have it.
My friends, we have toppled a political dynasty.
Now to the Michigan Senate race, where
El Sayed is campaigning in Michigan.
Appearing on stage at 2 Michigan campaign rallies.
He's proactively campaigning alongside Piker.
The man who says Hezbollah's flag is his favorite because it's dope.
Why would you align yourself for raging anti-Semites?
Who has defended Hamas terrorists.
Calling them the lesser of two Israels compared to the government evils. Lesser of two.
That's what I find a bridge too far.
When I went up to my good friend Chat and said, hey, can you walk me through some more controversial statements of Hasan Piker? Even ChatGPT went out of its way to soften the edges of Hasan and give me context. Thanks, but no thanks, ChatGPT.
Hasan Piker is campaign poison. Placing yourself on the wrong side of a 90-10 issue is only going to make you look bad. It's going to be good for me. It's going to be good for the candidates that I work with. Turns out it was true. Abdul El Sayed at 27%. Oliver Larkin. Melon Kuros, everybody.
Nice to meet you, Hasan.
Welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you for having me.
Oh my gosh. What's going on, man?
What's up, dude?
Good to see you again.
I really enjoyed that, yeah.
How you been?
He's trying to get put out.
Wow.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this Thoughts and I'm broadcast coming to you live from a sunny and beautiful day here in the heart of the American Communist Movement, ladies and gentlemen, coming to you live with the tie that I purchased from the Commie Corridor yesterday. This is now officially the lucky tie. We're live on stolen Lenape land in New York City, New York, folks. It's Wednesday, June 24th, 2026, 11:21 a.m. Pacific time, but we might as well be working off of Eastern Standard at this point, since I find myself around these parts quite a bit. I find myself constantly in New York City, concrete jungle where dreams are made of. There's nothing you can't do. Now you're in New York. It's hot socialist summer, ladies and gentlemen. And let me tell you, it's an honor to be a part of it all. I'm at a loss for words. Anyway, I'm a chud-ass loser. You already know. I didn't do shit last night after I was done with the broadcast. Everybody was like, we got to go. We got to go to after parties. We got to go to another party. You know what I did? Got my ass back to my hotel room, passed the fuck out. Well, I was just mostly tweeting. I'm such a goddamn loser, dude. Okay? I spent last night and a big chunk of the victory parade doing what must be done, letting my haters know that they ain't shit, okay? Letting my fucking haters know that they can suck me from the back, that they ain't shit, they're worthless, their words don't matter. That's how I celebrated. I just tweeted up a storm because I couldn't go to bed. I went to bed, but I couldn't go to sleep because I was so wired off of everything that I just explained. Instead of partying in Bushwick with all the socialists, with all the cadres, with all the people who put blood, sweat, and tears into these amazing races, that's what I did. Anyway, obviously, I'll just go right off rip. I'll talk about everything that happened last night. I'll talk about everything that was going on, everything that has happened, and more. Yeah. I mean, what can I fucking say, man? And then this morning I hung out with Jennifer Welsh. She wanted me to get a new suit from her suit guy. And we went all the way uptown, and I didn't fit in the suit. I did some interviews, and I worked out, and now I'm here. Okay? Yeah, it's Hogwatch time. It's fucking Hogwatch time. New York City, socialism wins. Hogwatch, centrist, plus right-wing edition. Iran negotiations continue. I mean, what a fucking night last night was, huh? I'm glad that you guys were a part of it. And honestly, obviously, there's a lot of you that are in here that are literally in New York DSA. Like many of you are, watching. And you went out and you door knocked. But an even greater number of you don't live in New York City. But your impact was felt in New York City. And I'm really proud of this community. Holy shit. Really proud of you guys. All right, give me a fucking blast off meme. Come on. Let's do it. Give me a blast off meme. Let me blast off real quick. Okay. Huge train talk drama must watch. I like that we're... Do you see your boy JC Polanco? Oh, did he have some words to say? Did that little man have some words to say, JC? Little guy. Oh, we'll look at all of this. We'll look at all of this. We'll get the tweets lined up. We'll get the tweets lined up. We'll get the fucking tweets lined up, dude. Don't worry. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. We'll get there. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Hold the fucking door. Okay? We're going to do a very special episode of Hogwatch today. My voice is a little coarse, and I apologize. I apologize if I sound like RFK Jr. today. Part of that is obviously because I've been, I had a couple drinks last night. I'm an old man. I get a little drink in, get my drunk on. All of a sudden, actually, I didn't even, low key, I don't know what it is. Normally, 2 whiskey doubles, and I'm fucking out, right? Like I'm drunk, and then I'm super hungover for like the next week. Nothing. Not even a little bit. And I haven't drank in a very long time. So it was actually kind of surprising. Because when I don't, double scotch, light on the rocks. But usually, if I drink for the first time in a long time, it fucks me up for like the rest of the week. This time it didn't happen. No such reality took place. You're still drunk, bro? Maybe. I'm still pretty drunk with excitement. Drunk with excitement. Because my God, what happened last night?
I seen him.
My God, what happened last night was incredible. Zoran
walking towards me, and it was kind of like he was walking on air. I had to pitch myself as he was like Black Jesus to me.
For the first time in my life, a human being didn't look real to me. I literally seen his aura.
Knew a nigga whose real name was William. His primary.
Okay, dude. Okay. Hasan drunk off the reflecting pool water. That's right. I made a quick pit stop in Washington, D.C. Sucked on that Brando. Sucked on that delicious Mountain Dew coming right out of that reflecting pool. Green, American flag blue. I don't even give a fuck. THR mentioned you? Okay, that's probably not good. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's positive. I don't know. We'll see. the drops like he was badgering Espaillat while you were talking to voters yesterday is funny. No. That's my goat. Okay. He's not a drop site kid. Let's just not reveal his identity, but that's definitely that's one of the bravest and strongest warriors that we have at our disposal. Okay. That is the bird dog. He was draining aggro. No, that's my goat. Remember when he came up, he's like, I know you like the numbers. I got you some numbers. Radical Espaillat supporter. We'll cover all of that. Hold on. Let me fucking blast off real quick and get my bearings straight. Look, listen. Brace cost me a fan almost. Bro, yesterday was a fucking movie, dude. Yesterday was a movie. It's kind of wild because we have a lot of older viewers nowadays who just straight up go, oh, you're doing IRL? Fuck you, kill yourself. You know, I'm a 9-to-5er. I need to get access to, international news immediately. If you're not Al Jazeera for me, if you're doing anything that's not Al Jazeera, then I will never watch you again. And they just tune out. And they missed so much. They missed so much incredible shit that happened. It was cinema. It was cinema through and through. There were so many moments that were unbelievable the entire way from start to finish. I don't even know how to explain it. Motherfuckers missed out on a socialist journey. Okay? Hold on. Oh, God. I grabbed it. All right. There we go. Mero's son asking Brace if he's gay. Brace Belden almost getting canceled because of a misunderstanding. And then the Uber driver literally turning around and being like, I'm actually a fan of yours. And when I realized it was you, I was like, oh, maybe there's a misunderstanding. What a fucking journey. He almost cost me a fan. I don't got a lot of those. The bird dogging incident, Ryan Grimm, professional journalist, Ryan Grimm. The last hour was unbearable with the sound issue. Was there a lot of sound issues? Yeah, it fucking cooked Brace.
What'd you say?
It traumatized him.
He said something about the shooter of Canada.
I'm the chair of DSA's Rural Organization Subcommittee. I sent you your team a message about a rural canvas. All right, we'll get there. Yes, your TVU's going to shit. Yeah, random Netflix actor on the street. And we kidnapped him. And we forced him to go to the polls to vote for Claire. We converted an Adriana Espaillat voter. A likely Adriana... Not Adriana Espaillat. What am I saying? Reynoso. A Reynoso voter? And then we converted him? I mean, we purchased ties? What a fucking journey. What a goddamn journey it was. It was incredible. I think he said, didn't he get arrested in Montreal real quickly? And it almost sounded like the N-word. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea what he said that could have sounded like that. Yes. We got the hogwash. Don't worry. We got the hogwash. But generational stream, generational movement, moving generations, intergenerational movement. And honestly, it was spectacular. Wall to wall, man. I am the most fortunate guy on the planet. I know I eat a lot of shit on a daily basis, and I know you guys are aware of it. But honestly, nights like last night is what makes it all worth it, okay? That's it. That's what this is about. That's what this shit's about. That's what this has been about. Okay. I mean, what a night. Couldn't have gone better. I mean, I guess Conrad, that's it. You and Emma celebrating through the stream, glitching, had me crying. Soup pull-ups in the park, losing your backpack. Aggressive protesters doing the most. It was cinema. Yeah. We did it all. We did it all. Blonde twink. Hey, put some respect on it. That's the bird dog. Okay.
Why are your pol-sci workers yelling about Muslims in America, yelling about Haitians? It is true. This is the type of thing you create. Do you realize how harmful that is for Octo?
This is what you do.
And it feels very inappropriate to me to create more division, Congressman.
Go to your candidate and campaign. Let the voters speak.
The voters should not have to deal with racism while they're trying to vote. The voters shouldn't be berated for their identity.
Bird dog, bird dog, bird dog, bird dog. Bird dogging.
Storming to the office.
Listen, for all intents and purposes, I have no idea who this wonderful, young, very brilliant Harlem voter is. Don't know who this guy is. Probably from the district. And clearly very perturbed about the events that had unfolded. As you can tell, I'm not on camera. Even though you might think this is the HasanAbi broadcast, I'm not on camera. What was I doing at the time? Giving pamphlets. Giving away pamphlets, having wonderful conversations with the voters in this district, hoping to turn them into voters, non-voters into voters, and voters into Darializa voters. I was not, I wasn't doing anything. I was not, wasn't he in New Jersey with you? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about at all, sir. Political mention you in the last paragraph. Nice. Low-key, he cooked on that one part. Yeah. I hold on. We're gonna get to it. Okay.
I know you're a numbers guy. You like the number.
Yeah, I do like the number.
Turn out.
I don't know. That could be a reference to anything. Okay, that could be a reference to anything.
Turnout is pretty flat across the board here, which is not necessarily a bad thing for her because SBI really needed to juice like older Dominican turnout.
Yeah.
And like Inwood, east of Broadway. I know you're a numbers guy. You like the number.
Yeah, I do like the number.
Workers yelling about Muslims in America.
Yeah, that could be anything, really.
You're on the street. You're being held accountable, Congressman. Do you have anything to say about all of the money that you've taken from AIPAC? Are you okay with the fact that you've taken money from donors who support genocide, Congressman? Well, like $600,000 in spending on your behalf, and your supporters are such cowards. Your supporters were such cowards that they had to use a pass-through because they're unwilling to use money of UDP's name. Everybody knows what it is. You guys are desperate.
I like that Ryan came in professional and was like, hello, Congressman. I am Ryan Grimm of Drop Site News. I believe I've interviewed you in the past for Politico, but he didn't understand that part. So he was like, oh yeah, I think I remember Drop Site News from, my first race that I won. No, he doesn't, because Drop Site News didn't exist back then. Doesn't matter. And at first he was not sympathetic to Ryan at all. But then when he got bird dogged, and then he was like, is this guy with you? And Ryan was like, I don't know this guy. He's like, okay, maybe I will give you an interview. But yeah.
Your mama is taking hundreds of thousands of dollars from the genocide lobby. You have your supporters attacking people on the basis of their race. You're bringing division and racism to this country. It's disgusting. And you have no shame. Hundreds of thousands of AIPAC. You got nerve people for being Haitian Americans. You got nerve to say something like that. You got nerve to say. You got nerve. You have tens of thousands of Haitian constituents.
Like these are party machine guys, okay? Old school, been in the cut, been I assume like been in New York politics for a minute, right? They're there to support turnout for Espaillat, and now they found themselves yelling at this guy who's bird dogging Espaillat. Like, it's such a funny dynamic. DSA has added over 900 members within the past 24 hours. Sheesh. All right, that's good. That's good. We got to get those number. I know you like the number. I'm a numbers guy. I like that number. We're going to talk a lot about other number tonight, okay? Anyway, so then this guy, Iran, if you're listening, this Espaillat guy turns around and goes,
You can stop the genocide, bomb Israel.
You can stop the genocide, just bomb Israel. Listen, Unk. You were dabbing up one of the bodyguards, my dude? I don't think I was, but even if I was, I don't know. Maybe they were chill. I bought a ticket to the Fear End live in Portland. I'm excited. Hell yeah.
You can stop the genocide, bomb Israel.
Yeah. Thank God this was at the last hour, because judging by the interactions I have with the constituents in this district that Darializa will now be representing, I'm going to tell you something, okay? Some of this stuff wasn't on camera, so you didn't see it. I was talking to aunties that were unbelievably radical, that were looking at me like I ain't shit. I was out there trying to prove that I am a legitimate force for a legitimate force against American foreign policy to these aunties that were like 75 years old, telling me about how the United Kingdom is the greatest evil any country has ever seen. Okay? No, I'm not even joking. There were aunties that were just like straight up, Israel's bombing hospitals. No one's saying anything about it. I'm like, no, I am saying something about it. So honestly, if they had seen this man, if this was, if this was Espaillat's closing message, it would have been a tougher fucking race, dude. How much dubs is that for New York again? I've lost count. Just join us already? Maybe. The thing that has happened is a lot of people are always like, oh, when are you running? I'm like, never. And now the other chant is, when are you moving to New York? And my services are needed all around the country, not just New York. Even though I love New York. My God, I love New York. Anyway. Fuck. What street is your penthouse going to be on? Billionaires Row. Duh. You kidding me? Obviously. To be honest, how/why are you not an actual DSA member at this point? It's a secret, but I won't tell you. Because, guys, I am an independent media figure. Okay? So when people ask me questions about whether or not, like an interview that I did earlier today, whether or not I coordinate with the Democratic Socialists of America, I tell them I'm not. I'm a sympathizer. I like what they have to say. As an independent content creator, I very much enjoy what these guys, these young whippersnappers are about. I don't really know them that well. I'm not even a member. I'm not. And then, you know, it's just, I randomly found this thing. Well, you should definitely join the DSA. 100%. In any case, I'm just an enjoyer of socialism. Not even an enjoyer. I'm just an admirer from afar. Call me Henry Kissinger, the way I'm doing strategic ambiguity. But in any case, my price went up, says the socialist. Oh, but I thought everything was free with these guys. Yeah, it's free. You just... Also, it was a fucking joke. I was drunk, okay? I'm obviously not only working with Democratic Socialists, okay? Calm down, everybody. I was a little drunk last night, okay? Maybe I got a little heated. Maybe I was in my feelings a little bit, okay? Plot thickens with the unk? No. The voter here supporting Espaillat turns out to be Larry Seabrook, former state rep and city councilor who went to prison for fraud. He's ironically able to vote because of legislation in Albany that restored felon voter rights, a law championed by Mamdani. He's the one who said, if you want to stop the genocide, bomb Israel, which I think I missed when he said it. Ain't no fucking way. Oh, how the turntables, bro. Ain't no fucking way how the turntables. Oh my God. Yeah, see, Zoran is championing too many good causes that might backfire on the movement. Okay? Goddamn. Holy shit. Ay, ay, ay. I got up to pick up something and I forgot what it was. Anyway, it's fine, probably. But yeah. This is like with the Bolsheviks, let women go to college and then Ayn Rand got an education. Oh my God, true. 55K likes. Yeah, people were real mad at me on this too. That was really funny. Dude, I saw so many fucking ultras chirping at me, which is really ironic because Darializa is, you know, somewhat of an ultra herself. I love her. And obviously, you know, this community worked tirelessly to get her elected. It is really funny that there are still people who are like, not good enough. What you're doing pales in comparison to what I'm doing, which is posting. Okay, well, it turns out you can post and also run for something and win. How about that? You should maybe get excited about that prospect, don't you think? Okay, but it's just like really funny that all of these guys are like, oh, he said he's not a terrorist. Half of the people that saw this clip said, no, he is a terrorist. Like all of the right wingers were like, obviously he's a terrorist. That's why we're calling him a terrorist. Think about how Muslim man he is. And then the other half were like, he's saying he's not a terrorist because he's not a radical. His job is to sheepdog people into the Democratic Party. I was like, all right, dude.
I wish they stopped
calling me a terrorist. That's what I wish. I wish they stopped calling me a radical. None of these people are radical. They just want health care. They want to end American militarism. They want to spend money on roads, on infrastructure, on schooling, on health care rather than bombs.
I was trying to drive home the point that, like, what these ideas are, they're considered radical by a lot of out-of-touch people, but the reality is, it's what the people are demanding. And people misunderstood the point that I was making. Where they were like, oh, he's saying he's not a radical. Well, we're all radicals. Like, fuck you. I'm like, all right, dude. Just, yeah, you're the real radical. You're posting. You're posting a lot, man. I know. You know, keep posting. Keep posting into oblivion. I promise one day. Their cope is so funny because they're like, well, it's better. Not doing anything and just posting on Twitter is actually better than rehabbing the image of the liberal Zionist genocidal Democrat Party. It's like, all right, dude. All right, dude. Sure.
Overseas, because it seems like for far too long, that's what our focus has been. And not the focus of the American people, but the focus of the American government has been in that direction. We have to put an end to our endless militarism.
That was for Politico. That wasn't for Shutterstock.
And we have to focus on ourselves, and we have to heal this nation and prepare it. Nice to meet you. What's up? What else?
You're doing it again. Please make up your mind if these weirdos are motionless or worthy of lecturing for hours a week. No, they are motionless, but it's important for them to understand how fucking motionless they are. This is me stunting on these hoes. You understand? This is me fucking, twisting the knife a little bit. Because last night is living proof that the centrist Democrats that chirp endlessly on Twitter have zero fucking motion in the outcome of these elections. And the ultras that are endlessly chirping on fucking Twitter also have zero outcome on these sorts of elections. At the end of the day, elections are still a process where a lot of people go out and decide to vote for a person, right? Like there's mass mobilization taking place here. And it's really interesting because they're just wrong on every front. They shit on the No Kings protest because they're like, this mobilization is going nowhere. It's like, bro, you're going nowhere. You ain't doing shit. Do something. I'm not saying voting is the end all be all. But like, do something, man. Do anything, please. Do anything but chirp, please, please, please. I beg of you, do something other than just fucking posting on Twitter. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and then this has been delicious to watch. Yeah. When a candidate loses, it's my fault. When candidates win, when candidates win, fucking this guy didn't do shit. And look, I don't need to defend anything, okay? It's all good. You're right, King. I mean, it's true. I played a very, very small role in this, okay? All the credit goes to DSA. All the credit goes to the fucking DSA. All the credit goes to the unions. All the credit goes to the people, okay? This is a movement, and we all play a role in it, but we are, albeit just a tiny part in this much larger process, okay? This is even bigger. This is even bigger than the DSA. This is a movement that we are trying to create with the DSA, right? With the Democratic Socialists of America. It's bigger than Zoran. It's certainly a lot bigger than me, okay? I was the poll site canvasser on the blog in Harlem talking to you with Democracy Now!, pro-Palestine, older woman. It was really fun. Thanks for the experience. Oh, shit. Okay. Okay, now I know your username. Now I know what you look like, motherfucker. If you talk shit in the chat, you better, I'll come find you. I know where you live now. But yeah, all jokes aside, he was there for that. That was awesome. That lady was like yelling at us for not being radical enough. And I was able to like talk her down by being like, no, I was on Democracy Now! Because she was a Democracy Now! Enjoyer. This auntie that was like 75, 80 years old was yelling at us because she was like, you guys are fake. You're not real enough. Why are you so problematic, Papa? Been around so long, this motherfucker forgot me? Yeah, that's true. I've met you before. She said, I love Democracy Now! It's the only channel I watch. And that's where I was like, I was able to like convince her that we weren't the ops, that we weren't fake. Because I was like, well, I was on Democracy Now! I'm telling you, like, I was showing her my Palestine bracelet. I was like, because, you know, there's a little bit, it was tough to get it across. She was very upset. She was really mad about Israel. It was really funny. And I was like, no, you don't understand. I was like, you don't understand. Auntie, much respect. I just got banned from the UK for my pro-Palestine advocacy. And then she was like, wait a minute. I seen you. She's like, I think I saw you on Democracy Now! I was like, yeah, I was just on last week. It was her number one issue. Israel was literally her number one issue. And then when I started talking about how the UK banned me, she then went on a tangent about how UK is an evil empire. It was one of the funniest. It was just such an incredible experience. I'm so glad I was a part of it. You do look like a Fed, though. Listen, we're changing that. We're changing that dynamic. All right, anyway. But yeah, dude, you got to remember, this is how it started, dude. It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, obviously, it's a lot more legwork than just this, but, you know, I met most of these guys for the first time in a shared workspace, right? Back when I still was rocking my big pants shit. I've moved on from that, as you guys have noticed. That was so, you know, 4 months ago. That was February, right? That was February. What is this?
She's not only
this clip. Oh my God. I don't even care about this one, dude. I got better balder ops. Okay. But yeah. What else was I gonna say? Bro dressed like Neo. So I will say, after being a lot more hands-on with this, with the DSA New York slate and seeing the limitations, I've already given Zoran credit for this, but I think him undercutting Chi a little bit. At first, I was obviously critical of it. I said it was the wrong decision, you know, but I do think that would have been a knife fight that probably would have changed the electoral calculus quite a bit, and we wouldn't have seen the sequence of victories we saw last night. Because I think you guys don't understand like how much Hakeem could have activated, how much more he could have activated all around the city. Okay? So I think limiting the targets and having like Darializa be the long shot, you know what I mean? Because like Claire was the likely W there. But Darializa, and these have down ballot consequences as well, right? Because like DSA is not just running members for Congress. DSA was also running members for state assembly, state senators. And this is very important because these are reliable allies that can create a caucus within the local and state structure that will help advance Zoran's agenda, right? And it's not Zoran's agenda, but the democratic socialist agenda, right? Because there are a lot of party politics at play. Zoran also basically showcasing his muscle here as a winner inside of the city with these calculated wins also gives him a lot more leeway with the rest of the city, with the rest of the local government. And I think this was, I mean, look, the Darializa race was close, and I think it would have, it could have turned out differently if we had disrupted more forces in the city. Because like Conrad got cooked split ticket because of the Dem machine politics, exactly, and he'll run again for sure, and he'll win next time. I mean, that's what happened with Ian Huntley too, so that will for sure. That will for sure happen. But there were a lot of moving parts, a lot of inside baseball, cross endorsements, things of that nature that I, obviously gave you analysis on the AOC Zoran cross endorsements and things like that. But ultimately, it worked out. You know what I mean? And when you look at the numbers at the end, it shows, when you look at the numbers in the end, it obviously shows that like, any more spread with the limited canvas operations and limited phone banking operations, and it might not have worked out. I mean, speaking of last second buzzer beater, you in this community, you who don't actually live in New York, played a significant role in this election. Okay? Because the greatest upset of the night was obviously Darializa. They're calling it the Joe Crowley AOC 2.0, right? Darializa comes in as an organizer who does not have a lot of experience in the world of politics as an elected, right? She's green, and unseats the head of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, Adriana Espaillat, who had had his own machine in New York City, right? His own turnout machine in New York City. That was a long shot race. And that race, initially, if it was a sleepy race that a lot of people were not paying attention to, had a higher likelihood for Darializa to win. But once it became a nationalized race, and it became a race where there was a lot of outside expenditure coming in, a lot of AIPAC money coming in the last hour, in like the last month or so, somewhat timed around the stream that we did together, and then obviously the Zoran endorsement that came right after, which is far more consequential, obviously, in nationalizing a campaign. And then the attack ads like started coming in nonstop, and I was worried. I was sweating, and it was an unbelievably close race. But in the last hour, that phone banking operation ended up in the first night, on the eve of the election, got 600 volunteers to call in. And we've obviously, pumped it pretty fucking hard. 600 people were smiling and dialing, many of them from this community. 90,000 people were called. Every single person in the district that had voted Democrat in the last 6 years was called. And there were more than 2,000 likely Darializa voters identified in that process, which is unbelievably close to her margin of victory. Okay? So let's be real. It was yet another clear-cut example that you can play a role even if you're not directly in this district. Okay? And hopefully we're going to do that for Maylot Quiros in Denver, Colorado again. June 30th. Her election is coming up in 6 days against another incumbent, Diana DeGette. Okay? I was running those phone banks. This chat came through in a huge, huge way. New records for calls for positive IDs across the board. Over both days, we called over 200,000 people. Yeah. And Julie Gonzalez as well. That was only 2% of your viewers activated. Imagine what we could do with 10%. I agree. But these things build confidence. These things build confidence in people, the confidence to be able to do it again. Because now that you guys have a little bit more experience, right? Now that you have a little bit more experience doing these kinds of phone banking operations, you could do it with ease next time around. Now you know it works. Now you know you played a role in making history happen. Okay? So that was huge. That was huge. So yeah, you all played a role in that. Every single one of you that called up, you played a role in that. And you might have been the margin of victory. You might have been the vote, the voter that you convinced. Okay? You might have been the guy that went out and cast a ballot, cast a vote for Darializa that ended up winning the damn thing. Okay? This is how we build momentum. Yeah. And of course, for people who are wondering if this is real or not, I mean, here is Gustavo, New York DSA co-chair. Gustavo informing me the night of.
We got 2,000, identified 2,000 supporters. We've been organizing together for 30 years. You hear that? That's about phone calls alone. That's about the size of Darializa's lead right now. So from those phone calls alone, 2,000 identified likely voters for Darializa, and that's currently her lead.
Yeah. I wish it wasn't localized in New York for now, since it's still yet to be proven that it can work nationally. For the average normie, and the media will keep using this crutch for now. Yes, I know. Who cares? Okay? As I always stress, what do I always say? And no one seems to listen. One, I'm not a fucking kingmaker. Okay? I'm very clear on that. This is not about one person. This is not just about Zoran. This is not about me. This is not about this community. It's not even just about the DSA. Okay? This is a movement. Much larger than all of us. Okay? But we all play a role. Every single person plays a role. And the other thing that I always say is that New York City is just the tip of the spear. Okay? Yes, I also say get a nuke. I know. Stop. New York City is the tip of the spear. Right? Obviously, it's a lot easier to organize in New York, and the DSA in New York has had tremendous amounts of experience overall. But now that's replicable. That gives confidence to other local chapters. Okay? So that's really big. That's big. Okay? But also, there are other DSA chapters out there, like in Denver, Colorado, right? Francesca Hong in Wisconsin, which is, again, not in any way, shape, or form a deep blue state. Denver, Colorado is a deep blue district. We can run up those numbers there. Obviously, it's a very young district, so I'm very confident in that one. It's going to be a tough race, but regardless, I think we can pull through. Okay? We got Oliver Larkin running against Moskowitz in Florida. That's going to be a real tough race overall. He hasn't gotten enough media attention. But we got Abdul El-Sayed running for Senate in Michigan, right? We got Abdul El-Sayed running for Senate in Michigan. That's another huge one. That's the thing. That's the thing that you have to remember. This is replicable elsewhere. Because guess what? As I always stress the importance. What, you think people in red states don't need housing? You think people in red states don't want healthcare, don't need healthcare? Of course they do. They want a better future for their children. They've just been deluded into thinking that the problem is undocumented migrants or trans people. Okay, we got to pull them back in. Same with Cory Bush. You think people don't want a solution to the cost of living crisis? My goats are out. Bernie Sanders and Sean Fain. Tonight, hear about the fight to take on the billionaire class in Michigan to make sure Abdul Sayed wins the Michigan Senate primary on August 4th. Some of that good stuff that happened in New York City rubbed off on Sioux Falls. SD mayoral runoffs currently tied with a difference of 2 votes now. Waiting on a recount. The race is between Toby Durden-backed endorsed conservative versus a moderately progressive guy, at least for South Dakota, who's running on it being our city, housing first policies for the homeless, and no data centers. This is pretty nuts for a very deep red stronghold. Yes. Yes. This kind of victory matters because what happens in New York City doesn't stay in New York City, okay? First of all, a lot of the media is centered out here. So anything that happens in New York City sneezes, the rest of the country catches a cold. Okay? You see victories in New York City for democratic socialism, the rest of the country hears about it and goes, why can't we have that? So that's number one. That's really important. And number two, wherever the working class is, they're going to have working class interests. It's that simple. This is not a crazy policy. This is not a crazy idea at all. It's actually the simplest idea of all time. Just run on fucking policies that center the needs of the working class and you will win. And in order to show that you're earnest, that you will fight for their interests rather than the interests of corporations or foreign lobbies, yeah, you have to take the pledge. You have to say, nope, this Israel stuff's out of control. We're done. We're done. Arms embargo. We're done sending dimes, not billions, not even a dime to Israel, right? So, yeah. That's something to remember. Because at the end of the day, what do they got? We got the people, they got the money. And then they have this. The optics of a mostly white crowd chanting, "You're next," to the likely first black speaker of the House aren't spectacular. Brother, woke one is dead, okay? They hammered all the nails in the coffin of woke one is dead. You can't be doing this cynical idpol shit no more, okay? The DSA slate was so unbelievably diverse. The DSA slate was so diverse, there was only one white guy on it. One white guy, David Orkin. What are we talking about? Yeah, Left on Red New York City says, DSA ran one white guy against a woman of color in a 70% non-white district. Turns out people care about your substance politics more than your skin color. Identity politics found dead in a ditch. I mean, it's true. David is the only white guy on that slate. We obviously joked about it when I was doing the slate rally. Okay? Anyway, this is what they've got. Oh, come on. Come on. Hey, Hasan, I'm the News 12 background photog. You borrowed the TV battery from last night. Sorry, my reporter came back and stole it back from you. He has weird beef against all new media people. That's so funny. Hey, dude, you were the GOAT last night. It's fine. For as long as we had the juice, it was great. But what's weird about it is I saw him also running around with a fucking Claire Valdez button on. So he was obviously with the shit. So I don't know why he did that. He literally got, it felt like he got mad. Because I literally was like, listen, News 12, I'll give you any interview you want. You know, name the time and place. I'm ready for you. Because our battery died. Last night we couldn't go to Darializa's party because our batteries died. And we could not charge those batteries no matter what. We were literally so desperate. We were trying to like suck up any juice we could from like wall mounts and whatnot. So then I was like, why don't we just go up to these guys? Why don't we go up to local media, see if they have any TVU backpacks? Because the battery is so unique, right? And this guy, News 12 Photog, was there, and I was like, yo, can I grab, do you have an extra battery? Can I grab it? Because like you guys are probably mounted to the wall anyway. And he was like, yeah. He had no idea who you guys were. We have a few HasanAbi heads over at News 12. Hell yeah. And he saved it. He gave us like another additional hour of power, basically. Because he gave us his extra battery. And you know, and then the guy found us. Yeah, V-mount batteries are a bitch to recharge on the fly. I know. But basically, that gave us like a little bit more, right? And I straight up told the journalist, like the guy in front of the camera, I was like, listen, thank you so much for helping us out. Like, this is a huge, huge help. And, you know, I'll do anything you guys want. If you want an interview, I'll give you an interview, whatever. And he literally chased me down later, like 30 minutes later. He chased me down 30 minutes later and was like, no, give me the battery back. We need it. And I was like, okay, sure. I had given News 12 my battery for insurance. I'm still a little weirdly in shock by how well last night went. Yeah, me too, buddy. Me too. Anyway, so they got this. Let's see centrist molding.
She's not only winning, she's fucking crushing it.
Right on what it's been, 86%.
Mamdani fucked us!
Much smaller area to begin with.
Like, what do you mean us, bro? Why? Like, why have you chosen this hill? Like, why have you decided you're this guy? What allegiance do you have to centrist neoliberal Democrats? At what point did they even give you money? Do they even know you exist? I just don't understand why you would be a fucking loser for no reason. Being a loser for free 99 is the weirdest, strangest fucking thing I've ever encountered.
And SBI's running out of opportunities, 86% of the vote right there.
Like, why would you be mad about this? You have a young, dynamic, progressive challenger who took out an establishment Democrat. You know what I mean? Like, why would you be, as an outsider, if you're not like a Democratic Party consultant, why in the ever-loving fuck would you ever turn around and be like, oh, dude, I can't believe it. Like, Adriana Espaillat, a guy that I didn't know the name of until like last week and a half, is actually my favorite guy. Brother, people in his fucking district didn't even know about him. That's why a 32-year-old who said fuck Kamala Harris was able to defeat a machine politician, and you're over here mourning that loss like you knew who the fuck he was last week. His own fucking constituents don't know him. It doesn't even make sense. Like, what is this weird ass fucking bullshit? What do you want? Team better things are not possible? I just don't understand it. It's so strange to me to be like this. Van Jones was sad, it seems. Oh, no. Oh, no. Van Jones, was he crying?
Do you think Democrats not in New York City should be learning from this?
Well, first of all, New York City matters because the two most exciting left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment, Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries. This is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency, and the roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party, and you can't write off New York City because this is the place where both, it's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency, and they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time. There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
Well, and if you're a moderate Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van, I mean, they're all going to get asked about the positions that we're hearing from these other fellow Democrats.
Well, look, I think, from our frontline Democrats will be able to make their case for themselves. I think they'll be able to do okay. We got a lot of national security Democrats in other parts of the country, but this is a big deal tonight. And I think that, look, I don't know what you want me to say here. This is a straight up battle between the establishment and the insurgency, and the establishment is getting its butt kicked tonight in New York City.
Damn, dude. Maybe you should get another $100 million to paper over your tears with. You know what I mean? Oh, all right. Let's get started on this, okay? Mayor Mamdani takes victory lap. He deserves it. Listen, this was his night, just as it was everybody else's. I mean, he put his whole pussy into this, okay? He really did. He fucking didn't just endorse, but he was out there, okay? He was outside. Columbia, the school that once arrested Darializa for peacefully protesting, is now likely going to be represented by her in Congress. Yep. He really did. He really did. He expended a lot of political capital this past month, He stuck his neck out. I was a little worried at first. I'll admit, I was a little worried because he's been moving. He was moving a little crazy sometimes. You know what I mean? He was moving a little careful. It's not a secret that he's very careful about the way he is perceived, the way he's portrayed. And I do worry about that a little bit, because these guys are not used to eating shit in the way that I have grown accustomed to it. You know what I mean? Eating shit has become a part of my lifestyle, unfortunately. So I always worry when they stick their necks out and they immediately get chopped a little bit. I worry that they're going to be restrained. And he proved me wrong 100%. He stuck his neck out. He was very vulnerable. Okay? Yes, they call me the dung eater of the democratic socialist movement. The sin eater. Right? But in any case, as I was saying, he did it. He stuck his neck out, and he knew that these are people that had to win. Not just for his further political cachet and political clout that will obviously make it a little bit easier in the future to wheel and deal to make sure that assembly members think twice before opposing the agenda of fast and free buses, for example, or a rent freeze or whatever, right? This is important. This is how politics is played. And he has a profound understanding of this, right? So expending political capital this early on, building momentum for a movement and leaning into that popularity and then expending political capital this early on, he did it. He did it right. Okay? And I give him a lot of credit for it. I really do. I was worried. And he won big. Every time he does this push and pull, when he's pulling, I always think, oh no. Like I've been burned before, right? I've been burned before. So anytime he pulls, I'm like, oh shit, is he gonna be a dud? Is he gonna be a phony? Is he actually just trying to, build his own prestige or whatever? But I still trust him. I trust him because he's a cadre. And that plays a big role, right? Because a guy who, started his political activism by starting his Students for Just for Palestine chapter in his college is not going to turn into Van Jones, right? So I keep my skepticism to myself. And I'm saying this as someone who, talks to him, right? Even then, I have these fears. It's tough not to have these fears because this entire process, it builds a lot of cynicism, okay? But that push and pull, when he's pushing, he pushes hard. And it shows why he's pulling at times, okay? It really does. By expending capital, he has more clout because he won. What politician in New York is going to risk a fight with him? He ended his speech with join DSA. No, I know. I'm just saying sometimes when he's being careful, he's building up for a moment where he can actually dump the existing political capital that he's obviously banked, right? There is a push and pull here. And he has moved just right. And last night's victories show that. Okay, so it's the Zoran Glaze hour.
Primary election results, and Mayor Mamdani taking a victory lap today after he helped.
Don't misunderstand me. I still think that there are a lot of avenues where he could go a much longer way, right? And there are obviously, as the mayor, you have a million different forces at play. It's an unbelievably complex issue. There's a reason why no mayor has ever run for president. Obviously, Zoran can't run for president, but there's a reason why no mayor of New York has ever run for president and won, right? It's like the worst job in America. And he has somehow turned it into the best job in America, right? That's no easy feat. That's unbelievably impressive. So, he's taken this role that has a lot of attention, a lot of eyeballs, and is turning it into a real movement, a real national movement, right? That was the best possible scenario. That was exactly what I wanted from Zoran, for him to be a movement guy. And he has played that role so perfectly. And in order for him to be a movement guy, he also has to deliver. He has to deliver for New Yorkers, and he's been doing that. He has to deliver for New Yorkers. He has to also sell what he's delivering, and he has done that a millionfold. Okay? Make no mistake. And then, once he garners this popularity, once he gets the association with democratic socialism and good governance, he can then use that momentum to get more democratic socialists elected. And he's done that. He's done that. He's shown, he's led by being this person that other people look to and go, why can't we have that? Okay? So, much respect. Much respect to Zoran. He did the damn thing. He is outperforming my expectations. He's doing a phenomenal job. If you remember when he got elected first, what did I say? I was like, look, he's made my job a lot easier. I could just point to him and I could say, we need more of that. It's proof that it works. Okay? Now, after last night, my job got a whole lot easier. Okay? got a whole lot easier for me to do this. So yeah. Anyway, let's see.
Toppled 2 sitting congressmen and elect a little-known Brooklyn Assemblywoman to replace retiring Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. Political reporter Marcia Kramer is here now.
Little known any longer.
Marcia.
Well, Just, Mayor Mamdani is determined to use his election victories in congressional and state races to change politics in America. But it set up an equal and opposite reaction among Republicans who see this as an opportunity to gain support from moderate Democrats.
I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics.
Political pundits call Mayor Mamdani the kingmaker, praising his ability to defeat 2 sitting congressmen, Dan Goldman and Adriano Espaillat, and to pole vault a little-known Brooklyn Assemblywoman into the seat held by retiring Congresswoman Nydia Velázquez. All 3 candidates won by stressing their anti-Israel, pro-Palestinian views, which happened to jibe with those held by Mayor Mamdani. In his victory lap, the mayor talked about the pro-Palestinian views of Darializa Avila Chevalier, who beat Espaillat.
She speaks about babies, not bombs. What could be a better example of what the people of the district want to see versus what the people of the district have been forced to experience, which is tens of billions of dollars being spent at a national level to bomb children overseas while children in our own districts are struggling.
Political experts say it's a huge moment for the freshman mayor, eclipsing Governor Hochul, who backed the wrong horses.
The king of New York City politics right now is Mayor Mamdani. He's the kingmaker and he's in charge.
Republicans were quick to pounce, seeking to use the election to help them keep control of Congress in the November midterms.
These radical candidates are self-describing, they're self-identifying as Marxist. They want to fundamentally transform this country. And sadly, many of these Democrat candidates and their voters just don't have the same zeal and affection for America.
Closer to home, Nassau County Executive Bruce Blakeman says he intends to use the result to deny Kathy Hochul another term. He says moderate Democrats will flock to him.
That's going to be a lot of traditional Democrats that are going to be very upset that the party's being taken over by the lunatics. And I believe that they will vote Republican. I think that it will help my campaign.
You're out of your fucking mind, big dog. Okay? You're out of your fucking mind. These guys are so dumb. Like, they're living in a fucking bubble. No, man, this type of politics is popular. They don't see it the same way that you do because they're not a fucking calcified demon, okay? It's so funny to be like, no, these guys are going to look at the agenda of putting the working class first and then go, you know, I actually really like Donald Trump's fascism, his incompetent fascism. Okay? Yeah. New York State is going to look to that and be like, you know, I hate the idea of spending money on healthcare rather than fucking endless bombing campaigns overseas. So I'm just going to vote for the fascist American movement that is seemingly also more incompetent than even the historic fascist movements, thank God.
Candidacy because I have tried to show the sharp distinctions between the policies of Mamdani and Hochul and those of traditional Democrats.
Now, it is.
This is also a pivot to the center for Republicans. You notice that? Is bad behavior the really only way to get your attention? No. Glad to see an unapologetic Democratic socialist wins in upstate New York. For years, pundits told us our vision for New York could never resonate outside of New York City and downstate. Adam Bojack for Assembly proves them all wrong. There's a movement for all working people, no matter what your zip code. Hell yeah.
It's too early to tell whether the mayor succeeded because the candidates he supported ran in districts where he did well in the mayor's race, or is it part of a widespread voter dissatisfaction with politics as usual? But this is also a warning to long-serving Democrats like Senator Chuck Schumer.
Dude, I think a Democrat winning a primary in New York or California against machine politicians, including a literal head of a caucus, the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, is far, far more difficult than a lesser served neighborhood where a DSA candidate can just like take advantage of the fact that there's not a lot of national attention on a particular race and just eke out a victory that way. Okay? Yeah. The governor of the state endorsed against Darializa. The attorney general endorsed against Darializa. The idea that the entire forces of the Democratic Party in New York State and certainly in New York City were not standing in opposition to defend this establishment candidate and fucking lost is horrible analysis. Okay? It's very clear. It's very clear that there's tremendous appetite for change.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries that the socialists may be gunning for them.
And the New York governor's race just got even more interesting.
It did indeed, and it's going to be really interesting in November.
Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Marcia.
Good evening, Brooklyn and Queens. When
My
we
queen.
fight, when we fight.
Yeah, Claire also had to fight the entire progressive nonprofit and most of organized labor, and she won by 20. And it wasn't just Zoran, obviously it was DSA. That was the DSA difference, right? But it wasn't just the DSA difference. It was the UAW that stood by their rank and filer, okay? Shouts out to the UAW. They have done a lot of impressive maneuvering lately. I don't know if you guys saw. They also recently voted to no longer support Israel. That was huge. UAW's been making big money moves, okay? Be on the lookout for a Sean Fain interview soon. Just saying.
Yeah, baby. And tonight, my friends, we have won. My name is Claire Valdez, and I am proud to say that I will be your next Congress member.
Yeah, for all the haters out there, by the way, the Utah 1 primary result has me questioning whether last night's takeaway is the Democratic Tea Party's here or whether it's just truly Zohran Mamdani is popular in New York City. Yeah, there's Plattner, Dunlap, Rab, the 2 New Jersey races with Hamawi, Ana Lilia Mejia, the 2 California races, and of course, Abdul, result pending. It hasn't been consistent everywhere and has relied on some luck, but it's not just in New York City. No, I have the method. I've seen the losses and I've seen the victories, and I'm telling you, okay? Do you want to know the secret sauce? You can literally go through the cross endorsements of Bernie, AOC, DSA, myself, and numerous other forces. When we're in the perfect wheelhouse, okay? The secret sauce is when all of these forces merge. That's where magic happens, okay? That's the secret recipe. If we are all united, like if all of these forces are united on these fucking races, that is the secret sauce. But you gotta have ground game, and that ground game usually comes from DSA. Okay? This one was a split progressive vote. That played a big role, right? Nate had a lot of momentum, and it was cut away because of old tweets and old statements, stuff like that. And he also couldn't overcome that because Liban Muhammad also ran in that race. There wasn't enough money that he could fundraise, I assume. But most importantly, there also wasn't like a. I didn't follow this one as closely, right? But I assume that it wasn't like a big push, a major push by the Democratic Socialists either. I don't know. Maybe they did. And obviously, DSA is not as strong everywhere. He joined DSA today. Well, dear Nate, we're so glad you're a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Look at that. Look at that. Well, we'll see. We'll check back in again in 2 years. Okay? No, he joined 10 days ago, it says in the email. When are you joining the DSA? I don't know what you're talking about. Hasan, tell chat to pay monthly dues because that money is then split with your local DSA. Yes, pay monthly dues, chat. DSA SLC also ran a candidate in state senate in Utah, was locally and nationally endorsed, so we didn't have bandwidth for Nate's race. Yeah, no, I know. Ironically enough, the DSA Salt Lake City candidate was replacing Nate's emptied seat, right? And Nate endorsed them too. Hello, which Muslim terrorist rapist? Diddy Piker. Okay. Okay, chatter. We're definitely going to get you that much needed health care. All right. So yeah, look, people will look to and try to find whatever they can. But oh yeah, we're not done with the delicious tears of right-wing pro-Israel, Israel first centrists. Roach is calling you an Islamic terrorist, so his chatters will start to trickle in. Yeah, okay. Who cares, buddy? This is our day. You're such a dishonest little maggot. Wait, what? Oh, he's doing it right now. He's doing it right at this moment. So his fans are immediately coming in to be like, you're a terrorist. You're a Islamic style terrorist, and I hate you. Let me get that anti-roach spray out. Hold on. Hold on. I got
best roach sprays for apartment kitchens. Most don't work. I'm going to tell you one that does. Stay tuned. And when you spray a repellent, the roaches are trying to get away from it. You don't want that when you're trying to get rid of roaches. You want a non-repellent. And what is a good non-repellent? Well, let me reach in my pocket here. Advian WDG.
Hold on.
A lot of you out there are going Alpine WSP.
Hold on.
Alpine WDG. Alpine WSG.
I'm going to scare them further.
You can shower every day, apply deodorant, the best fragrance, and still smell bad. And the worst part is you...
Hold on. Let's
if you want
scare
to
them
facilitate
further.
your shaving, make it easier, smoother, more accessible, you can get the Gillette Labs Body Razor, now available at Target. The link will be in the description and the pinned comment at the top. Now, if you're using a regular loofah like this, get rid of it because they're building up bacteria.
Remember when attacking other partner streamers was against Twitch rules? Yeah, I do remember that. Remember when Twitch also had a terms of service if like one major content creator on the platform was just straight up calling another major content creator on the platform, a Muslim content creator, a fucking Islamic style terrorist? That would probably be, ban worthy. I remember, but those things don't exist anymore. So this is how we fight back. We fight back by educating the roaches, by getting them to learn good hygiene habits with the hopes that they can better themselves This is a life-changing moment for these guys.
Get
Okay.
yourself a silicone scrubber. They don't collect bacteria and they last forever. They also properly exfoliate your skin to get rid of all the dead skin and bacteria. So
That is what is known as a shower for all the Asmongold fans. That's if you do that, you will be a more likable person. You should try it. Pest control manager for 14 years. He's right. Alpine WSG is the best product. I love that. I love that. Hi, just started it. Have you done the news yet? No. All right, JC Polanco has some fucking choice words. One of my shortest ops. To the new New York City Democrat Party, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer, and Richie Torres are awful and need to go, but Piker is a favorite who delivers margins. Piker's greatest hits. Americans Deserve 9/11. Orthodox Jews are inbred. Believe in Israel's right to exist a mental illness. I don't have any patriotism for America. Old enough to count, old enough to... Yet he's paraded around New York City in campaigns that is seen as an asset. This can't be real life. Oh my God. Why is he around these campaigns? This guy sucks. Stop hanging out with him. Anyway. Mike from PA, numbers guy, confirmed. Here is predictions for Monday. Here are Mike from PA's nearly perfect predictions. Mike prediction, Valdez, 55. Live result, 56 for Valdez. New York, 10. Mike prediction, Lander, 65. Live result, Lander, 65.8. Dude, Brad Lander. Listen, I didn't really talk about Brad Lander's campaign as much. You know, he's improved his messaging on the issue of Israel quite a bit throughout the campaign, ironically enough. And, you know, he is further to the left on Israel than even Bernie is, obviously. And I hope, you know, I wish him well, and I hope he will become a strong ally. Okay, further down the line. But god damn, dude, New York 10, first of all, is you know, a district that has a lot of Jewish voters. Brad Lander put up Bashar al-Assad numbers on a congressperson that was beloved by the liberal voters in this district. Do you understand? Dan Goldman is a beloved congressperson by the MSNBC wine moms. He led the Trump impeachment. Okay? He led the fucking Trump impeachment. He was on MSNBC. People were like, oh my God, he's so amazing. And Brad Lander came in and put belt to ass. It was unfucking believable. Okay? Bro, that level of landslide against an incumbent with no real scandals is a bit crazy. Shows you that supporting Israel is now a scandal for most normies. Yes. And again, remember, a district where everyone's like, oh, Dan Goldman has to be pro-Israel because it's a very Jewish district. Yeah, really? Really? Oh, really? Is that why he had to be pro-Israel? Or was he just pro-Israel for the fuck of it? Because he really loved Israel personally. Because it kind of seems like being anti-Israel, calling out Israel's genocide, and also on top of that, saying Israel's an apartheid state, put Assad numbers on the board for a popular incumbent, a previously popular incumbent. Okay? And what's even, and better yet, and we got to obviously cover this as well, a testament to the bipartisanship that even the fucking, the goddamn worms over at Fox News could find on the issue of defending Israel. As Sean McCarthy points to, he says, this guy who led the impeachment against Trump and Sean Hannity's crying that he lost, America's a Zionist lunatic asylum.
This is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congress.
Also, Sean Hannity, what happened? Is everyone else taking Ozempic and Sean Hannity is just like sucking it up from them? He looks swollen. He looks like he was crying real tears all night. He crowed. He cried, I cried, we crowed. Sean, what the fuck happened? Are you hiding nuts in your cheeks like a goddamn squirrel? What the fuck's going on, bro? Shit, you look puffy as hell, big dog. Have you been crying?
All right, this is a Fox News alert. Incumbent Congressman Dan Goldman, who was just banned from a New York City coffee shop because of his support for Israel. He has now lost his primary to a radical socialist backed by Mamdani. It appears that, you know...
Mamdani? What is going on? Bro. For real though. Mamdani. Dude. What a fucking beautiful L this was for Dan Goldman. I'm sorry, listen. You might not be the biggest fan of Brad Lander or whatever. It doesn't matter. He has said all of the right things. He has arrived at the correct position, even if it's inconsistent with liberal Zionism. He's older. These things take time, okay? When I see Brad Lander, and I know all the anti-Zionists are going to fucking yell at me, but you know what I see when I see Brad Lander? I see one of you chatters' parents, okay? One of the Jewish anti-Zionists in here will probably also say the same thing. I see a person who is an uncle who is going through the motions of being like, I've loved Israel my whole life, and now I recognize that it is responsible for fucking heinous war crimes, a genocide, and an apartheid. I see the truth about Israel, but also it's a little bit difficult to rewire my brain after, 50 fucking plus years of being like, the Holocaust will literally happen if Israel doesn't exist. Like, he knows what's going on. He knows what's up. He knows what time it is. And he's just still, I see Tim Robinson. Okay, calm down. Because, it's one of those things. Megaphonics' parents, yeah, that's not going to happen. Let's be real. Megaphonics' parents every day move further and further into Sid Rosenberg territory. Sorry. There's two different kinds of Jewish unks out there, okay? You got the Brad Lander who's like, this shit sucks. And I'm like, I know what's up. I'm saying it. I'm seeing it. But it's just like, I can't let go of this, it's the Gucci bag moment. You know what I mean? Let it go, bruh. Let it go. And it is inconsistent. It's like an unbelievable inconsistency that is born out of your cognitive dissonance because of all the social conditioning. Now, a lot of people will look at that and go, who gives a fuck? It's a genocide. Like, oh, I'm sorry. It's your emotional support apartheid state. And I totally understand that statement. But I just don't think it's coming from a place of malice or hatred, even if it is ultimately somewhat of a racist perspective. Okay? It is a racist perspective. But it's one of those things where they get it, but they can't give up. And I'm sure many of you have, many Jewish anti-Zionists in this chat have already had this experience with your parents, with your older relatives. So, yes, it's on my mother who infamously said that it would be just to blow up a school if it was being held hostage alongside school choosers who killed the person who held me hostage is definitely going to have a realization. No, I'm not saying all of your parents, okay? Some of your parents, like I said, moved further and further to the Sid Rosenberg column, okay? But then there are also there are also obviously people who have moved into the direction of the Omer Bartovs of the world, who are yeah, maybe the Zionism stuff has evolved into something that we didn't realize it was evolving into, right? That's just a couple years out from finally being an out and about anti-Zionist. And if you say we don't have time for that, that's fine. It's not for you, okay? This statement is not for you. I'm just saying this is not an unsalvageable position. Also, Brad Lander is now, and this is also what will aid in him, I think, going off and arriving at a consistent position, because he is now the recipient of unbelievable anti-Semitic attacks from Israel advocacy organizations. They're calling him a fucking parasite. Stop Anti-Semitism says they're not Democrats, they're socialists. They are parasites. They cannot win on their own by creating their own party. So they're going to latch on to the Democratic Party and feed off of it with the overall goal of taking it over and killing it. Melissa DeRosa, Democratic strategist. Yeah, they're also united in calling Brad Lander a fake Jew now, which is crazy. Okay? Obviously, it's not that crazy if you're like familiar with how, you know, what frequency a lot of extreme pro-Israel people are on. If you're familiar with their frequency, this doesn't come as a surprise to you, right? Because they've lost their dang minds in many ways. Hold on, is this lighting better? I can't tell. Let me fix it real quick. I guess it's good. Okay, this is good. But I don't think they realize that this kind of madness also plays a formative role in pushing people over that edge to be like, this is, you know, what the fuck is happening? Stop anti-Semitism without even a shred of irony, without even recognizing the irony in this statement. Turning around and calling Brad Lander a fucking parasite is wild.
Well, he's back.
Is wild. Anyway, who gives a fuck? My man put Assad numbers up. Okay? All I'm saying is this. Give Brad Lander a year and a half, okay?
Backing some candidates for the primary in New York tomorrow, challenging some congressional candidates in the Democratic Party. And this is coming as some of these candidates are saying this is the beginning of a domino effect for the socialist power to go across the nation and in the Democratic Party in particular. We're back with the panel. Melissa, let me start with you. I mean, do you see this as a major shift for the Democratic Party?
Well, first of all, they're not Democrats, right? They're socialists, and they're essentially parasites. They've decided that they cannot win on their own by creating their own party, so they are going to latch onto the Democratic Party, feed off of it with the overall goal of taking it over and killing it. And so that's what the DSA is doing. They started this back in 2016 with Bernie versus Hillary. AOC then gets elected in 2018. You see the introduction of the squad, and what's been happening.
My favorite is when Zionists use Nazi anti-Semitism and infamous anti-Semitic tropes to describe other people and groups. Yeah, no, literally. No, but guys, you don't understand. This is combating anti-Semitism, okay? What Melissa DeRosa right now is doing by saying, you know, this Jewish anti-Zionist is actually, well, he's not. This Jewish liberal Zionist who is, that's what's even crazier, because Brad Lander's not even an anti-Zionist, okay? He's like, he will say that he's a liberal Zionist. He's like, I am a liberal Zionist who believes that Israel has done a genocide, okay? This Jewish liberal Zionist who's critical of Israel because it's like impossible not to acknowledge the crimes of Israel is actually a parasite, but also saying that at the behest of, you know, this broader pro-Jewish advocacy. It's normal.
Since then.
It's normal, perfectly normal. Definitely not losing their fucking minds at all on Fox News.
This year, they really do feel like it's their big opportunity. They are going for broke. And you don't see them trying to win purple seats or red seats. You see them trying to pick off Democrats in safe blue seats.
It is funny, though. Like I said, hey, congratulations to Brad Lander. It is very funny to see, like, what extent of cognitive dissonance we can see from Brad as far as, like, when social conditioning meets, like, reality. Because I've literally never heard someone be like, I'm a liberal Zionist. I'm very critical of BDS. I actually think it's bad. But also, at the same time, we must end the occupation and apartheid of Israel. That's a new thing, okay? I'm sorry. That's a new thing. In all of my years of anti-Zionist advocacy, I have never encountered this assessment, this statement before. That's a whole new territory that we've arrived at. Okay? I don't know how, but we're there. Because that's so funny to be like, guys, I'm not an anti-Zionist. I'm a liberal Zionist. I love Israel. But also, we must abolish the occupation and end the apartheid of Israel. It's just such a whopping contradiction. Which is why I don't, spend a great deal of time. Norm Finkelstein is not. Norm Finkelstein is an anti-Zionist. Don't be ridiculous. Norm Finkelstein was critical of BDS initially, but I don't even think he is any longer, so it doesn't even matter. Anyway, but regardless, I mean, he put up, again, important to note here in this analysis, okay? The fact that Lander put up Bashar al-Assad numbers in a district where the formerly popular congressperson straight up became unbelievably unpopular because of his fucking ridiculous position on Israel and ICE, his initial position on ICE, and specifically Israel. There is no greater proof. There is no greater proof that this issue is done. Okay? You can have the little fucking, pro-terrorism rallies. You can carry the banner. You can carry the fucking flame. You can go out, Letitia James. You can go out and walk alongside the rest of the elite New York politicos in the pro-apartheid state rally alongside notorious war criminals and racists. But New York voters do not fuck with Israel. It's done. Okay, the district has a lot of rich conservative voters in downtown Manhattan. Yeah, well, it turns out they don't fuck with Israel too. It's over. I'm sorry. Brad Lander's victory condition shows that it is the most over. That's what this shows me. A guy who literally came out and said Israel is an apartheid, Israel is maintaining an occupation that must be abolished, that must be ended, Israel has committed a genocide, took over the seat of a guy who was a massive supporter of Israel. It's done. It's fucking done. And I suspect, perhaps we'll never know, that if Boris in New York 12 had a little bit of that mustard that his father has, Alex Boris in New York 12 lost to Micah Lasher last night. Micah Lasher was Nadler's hand-selected replacement. Ironically enough, Micah is more pro-Israel than even Nadler is. Okay? But I'm telling you right now, if Alex had come out and instead of trying to trail behind Lasher on how pro-Israel he's going to be, okay, he would have won that race last night. He would have won that race last night. He would have had a lot more door knockers. He would have had less reluctant advocacy coming from a lot of the progressive folks in the city. Okay? Straight up. But he was too afraid to say something critical of Israel because he thought, oh, this is a district that's very pro-Israel. This is a very pro-Israel district. And they'll point to Lasher's victory in this district to make it seem like that's the case. But I promise you, he would have had far more turnout, far more support. Because at that point, you have to either shit or get off the pot, okay? And that race is a race in New York 12 where all of the top candidates were just tripping over one another to eat Israel's dick, okay? Every single one of them. If you were the lone voice that was like, this stuff is crazy. Look, I'm Jewish, I'm handsome, Look at how handsome I am. I'm more handsome than the Kennedy in the race. I'm young. I'm very critical of AI, right? But also, this stuff has gotten out of control. It's a genocide. We got to put an end to it. You know what I mean? You don't need to go to the distance of Brad Lander. But I promise you, if he had done that, I think he would have won last night. He would have gotten the margins he needed to win because he got close. And Boris isn't Jewish. He's not. Why did you join DSA Reason? Yeah, I saw this.
Join your local DSA. Join your YDSA if you're young. Join your DSA chapter. Start a DSA chapter. Also show. Be the change you want to see. Join your local.
Yep. Literally nobody can beat Fight Agency. DSA needs to sign Morris Katz for an exclusive contract. Okay, fucking dial it back, buddy. Okay? Calm down. Calm down.
Do you think any Democrat who supports Israel should be primaried and defeated?
Say yes.
Do I believe that any Democrat is? No, I don't believe that.
Boo. 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 Boo.
I believe that any Democrat who is, I think that the Democrats who are most closely aligning with AIPAC pose an electoral risk to the party.
But why?
And
Why
also are not
AIPAC
serving
and not other? Why AIPAC and not other dark money organizations of various
I feel this the same
subjects and
way.
others?
You asked the question about Israel. I think
Okay.
the same thing can be true about many.
Oh, God, Dana. Yeah, you got to wonder what's going on through Alex Boris's head right now. He got the endorsement of Our Revolution, but actively sought to separate the New York City left and DSA because he understandably thought anti-Israel politics would hurt him in the Upper West Side. So the Israel went to the Israel Day Parade, didn't go on Hasan Piker stream, etc. Now he's lost to Michael Asher by 4 points. Could the left have made a difference? 100%. 100%. Okay? I'm telling you right now, he abso-fucking-lutely. Look, one of the things that I found in my experience, okay, with the candidates that I interview, with the candidates I endorse, the candidates I work with, is you got to either shit or get off the pot. You can't try to center yourself on top of the fucking fence. You can't be wishy-washy with progress, okay? You got to dive in. When you dive in, you get rewarded. When you dive in, people see that as a buy-in, okay? People see that as you being earnest. If you are afraid to dive off the deep end, people don't see you as honest. They see you as a politician, okay? It's that simple. It's that fucking simple. And a lot of people refuse to reckon with that reality, okay? What you're suggesting is, what if Alex Boris was an entirely different person? Also, I didn't know he wasn't Jewish. His dad is Jewish. I guess maybe his mom's not. I don't know. Serious question to my Dem friends in New York City. Is there still a Democratic Party in local politics? Doesn't it seem like we're watching the DSA wholesale take over the Dem Party here? If you are a young center-left Dem with ambition to run for local office in New York City, do you really think you can carve out space and a winnable path? No, you can't. Again, I support human rights and progress and oppose racism, but also am pro killing 20,000 children in Gaza is simply not a tenable position anymore. The contradictions are too heightened. Blah, blah, terrorism, blah, blah. Anti-Semitism doesn't have the juice it used to. It's over, says Adam Johnson. The thought-terminating cliches, the hand-waving, the mopey sectarian deflection can no longer paper over these obvious and glaring and increasingly undeniable contradictions. The problem is too many liberal voters, unlike liberal institutions and leaders, take liberalism seriously. Yes, they do. I think it's also a testament to the negative attacks against Darializa also backfired. Okay? That kind of racialized agitation, also fucking doesn't work. Bro, you support Bernie Sanders, who's pro-Israel? I don't know how many times I got to run this clock over and over again, okay? Yes. I have significant disagreements with Bernie Sanders on his Israel position. It does not go far enough, and he's 88 years old. What the fuck do you want me to do, man? Okay? He's 88 years old, okay? Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. I just can't. Like, there's nothing we can do about it. But guess what, dude? Guess what? Okay? You supported Bernie Sanders in 2016, most likely. You supported Bernie Sanders in 2020. You should remember that. And more importantly than that, Bernie Sanders supports not only people like myself, who obviously plenty of other politicians have a deep disdain for, okay? That those disagreements for someone with the platform of Bernie Sanders is not untenable, okay? Those disagreements with Bernie Sanders and numerous other candidates that he's endorsed, virtually every single fucking endorsement that Bernie Sanders has delivered this election cycle have all gone, almost entirely gone, to open anti-Zionists, okay? I'm sorry. Yes. He cannot overcome these contradictions. But as long as he is not an impediment to progress, as long as he is not standing in opposition against anti-Zionists, why the fuck would I be like, yeah, no, I'm throwing the baby out with the bathwater? Okay? He's got one cycle remaining in the bank, and you guys are fucking losing your minds over it. This doesn't mean I'm casting aside the issue of Israel's genocide or its apartheid or its occupation. I'm saying that you can have disagreements with people even on fundamental values like this, okay? Fundamentally important disagreements, and still recognize that they are not leading by those disagreements. They are not using those disagreements to be like, I'm not endorsing these people, okay? Jesus Christ.
What we saw
yes.
last night in New York City, and what we've been seeing for the last few months all across this country, the message is
like, bro, I'm telling you right now, if Bernie didn't do that Stop Oligarchy tour, if Bernie didn't just like say, look, my time as a political actor is coming to a close, so I'm going to use all of the influence, all of the legitimacy that I've gained to push this goddamn country further and further to the left every single fucking day of the week. If he wasn't doing that, there would be no electoral victories for Democratic Socialists anywhere, okay? He played a major fucking role in this. Many of you became socialists because of fucking Bernie. Shut the fuck up. I'm not saying, defend his position on Israel, but I'm also saying, like, be a little bit more understanding of an older person who clearly is not going to move on this issue, but he's not an impediment to anti-Zionism. He's not letting that disagreement be the end-all be-all. Okay? Be a little bit more strategic. Be a little bit more tactical. Okay? Please. I know this is virtually impossible. It's an impossible demand, and I know people are going to clip this and be like, oh, please, my elderly war criminal, please, you're defending the elderly war criminal because it's his emotional support apartheid state or whatever the fuck. I know, you're going to get those clips off. It's going to go super fucking viral. It's going to do amazing numbers. It's going to do amazing numbers on Twitter, okay? You guys are going to be the most pure. You guys are going to be the most effective. But you're not going to be the most fucking pragmatic, okay? If Bernie Sanders spent every fucking waking moment being like, I love my emotional support of apartheid state. I can't get over it. I'm not pushing for progress on this issue. I'm just, straight up refusing to endorse people that have an anti-Zionist position, then this would be a very different calculation, okay? You would actually be right and not just fucking annoying. But right now, you're wrong and fucking annoying, okay? That's it.
Pretty clear. People are sick and tired of status quo politics. They're tired of the establishment. They understand that the very richest people in this country are becoming phenomenally richer, while 60% of our people are struggling to pay the bills, to pay for health care, to pay for housing, to put food on the table, to fill up their gas tanks. That ain't right, and people understand that. They want change. They want to end the corrupt campaign finance system, which enables billionaires to spend huge amounts of money to elect candidates who will represent their interests and go to war against working class people. People want change. That was what took place in New York. That's what we're seeing all over this country. Our job is to grow that movement. Volunteer, run for office, stand up and fight. We can win this thing if we stand together. Let's do it. Thanks. What we saw last night in New York City and what we've been seeing for the last few months all across this country, the message is pretty clear. People are sick and tired of status quo politics. They're tired of the establishment. They understand that the very richest people in this country are becoming phenomenally richer, while 60% of our people are struggling to pay the bills.
When you remind everybody like how much more woke you are on this issue, you're not being pragmatic. You're not being you're not even being morally righteous. You got to grade politicians on a curve, and you also have to make tactical decisions sometimes. This is mine. You might disagree with it. It's fine. If you're calling me a defender of Israel because of this, that's fine too. Okay? Yeah, that's right. I'm the biggest defender of the nation state of Israel. It's my emotional support apartheid state. Okay? You've shown everybody how real you are.
Sectors, whether it be private equity or crypto, I think many of those apply the same. And I think when people, talk about this issue, there are a number of voters for whom this is a defining and important issue. But I think the shift that we're seeing amongst the Democratic primary electorate, amongst
AOC jumping on the train, guys, also fucking please be a little bit smarter. Okay? She's not jumping on the train. I explained this to you guys already. AOC did the cross endorsement with Zoran on purpose, okay? What, you think Zoran wasn't on board with the DSA slate at the local level and AOC wasn't on board with the DSA slate in the congressional level? You think that's what was going on? They just seemingly hated only the people that were primarying people that they have to work with. Like, you think that's what happened? Look at that. Look at how kismet, I guess. Look at how strangely that played itself out. AOC hated the people primarying her colleagues, and Zoran hated the people primarying his colleagues. How did that happen? You think that's what happened? New DSA is more popular than Zoran. The DSA being more popular in New York City than both Mamdani and Hochul probably breaks a few narratives. The fabled 1% Mamdani disapproving, DSA approving voters are probably upset about the lack of policing reform from the mayor. Yes, that also doesn't shock me at all. Okay? That doesn't shock me at all. I mean, it's only 1%, but let's put those fucking numbers on the board. We're going to fucking recreate this in every district, okay? One percent revolutionary no.
General election electorates at large is less driven by a
it's not a bad thing, it's a good thing.
Focus on Israel and more focused on them picking up on the dishonesty of the politics that comes with it. And I think it's a belief that a politics that sells anyone out will eventually sell everyone out. And when you see politicians telling people to not believe what they see with their own eyes, when you see politicians saying, we don't have enough money to not cut Medicaid, but we have enough money to write another blank check to Netanyahu, that undercuts a faith in government. It undercuts a faith in the ability to take on special interests. And I think that's where you're seeing this issue grow out of. And I think a lot of the politicians who then try to conflate the issue of criticisms of AIPAC or criticisms of Israel with anti-Semitism do a disservice to the ability to stand up to anti-Semitism, which is very...
Yeah, listen, no disrespect to Morris, and I'm sure he knows this already, but I don't think you're getting this message across the Dana Bash, my guy. Like, literally one of the Americans that will never hear you on this. Oh, I mean, this conversation is really funny because what he's describing is what Dana has been doing for the last 3 years. Okay.
Real, which is on the rise and undercut.
She got that but October 7th stare. She got that, yeah, when Dana Bash hits you with the but Hamas stare, okay? Oh, that's funny. Darializa's live on NBC.
So I'm excited about being able to do that. I'm excited about the coalition that we're building across the city and across the country of people who are going to fight for working class people who are going to fight to make sure that we win Medicare for all, fight for workers and pass the PRO Act, making sure that we're winning college for all, taxing the rich. Those are the things that the working class people of this country need and deserve. And these are things that need to get passed in order to allow them to lead dignified lives. And so if we had representation that had delivered that, I think we wouldn't be seeing this new wave of folks who are committed to fighting for those things. And I'm so glad that we are participating in that new wave because it's what is really, really needed right now.
I do want to turn to the issue of Israel. As we've been talking about, it played such a big role in a number of races last night. I want you to also take a listen to what Brad Lander said during his victory speech, and we'll talk about it on the other side.
You can criticize Israel and not be anti-Semitic. You can be an anti-Zionist and not be anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitic.
Anti-Semitism, it rises with fascism and with war, and we're amidst both right now. Progressives need to be people who are standing against this, not looking away from it.
Do you believe progressives need to be careful that criticism of Israel doesn't sort of tip into anti-Semitism?
Of course.
I have always been very clear that that criticism of Israel and anti-Zionism is something that needs to also fight back against anti-Semitism. I have organized.
Yeah, no, she's going to be like, no,
Jewish community groups
we should be anti-Semitic. Like, what do you think?
Because those two things are intertwined. Palestinian liberation and the safety of our Jewish neighbors are one and one. We cannot separate those two things. Anywhere that there is hatred in the world is a threat to everyone in our community, and so we need to make sure that we're uprooting it at every turn. And so I'm so deeply
I love that they asked that question like anyone's going to be like, no, actually we should blame the Jews. Like, what do you think she's going to say? Like, what an insane fucking statement.
Engaging in increasing levels of
anti-Semitism
are folks that we need to fight back against.
Yeah, it turns out people who are anti-fascist and anti-genocide also hate bigotry of other forms as well. Shocking revelation, guys. Newsflash.
There's room in the Democratic Party for voters who are pro-Israel but against the Netanyahu government.
Absolutely. Again, I'm someone who is organized with people who have a varying opinions on a number of issues. And I think if you are somebody who believes in the dignity of human life, if you are somebody who believes that working class people should be able to benefit from the wealth that they produce in our society and lead dignified lives, then there is space for you in our movement. I welcome everyone into this movement because I think that we really need to fight for human dignity for everybody. And
they're gonna complain she's lost. They're gonna complain she's been captured
because I believe that they deserve representation
because she's
that
being
will see
normal
their humanity and fight for them to have a dignified life.
Oh no.
Let's talk about the Democratic agenda, especially if Democrats.
Oh no, she's being normal. One must always be abnormal and weird
Absolutely.
and repulsive.
There are a number
That's
of
just
pieces
how
of
you
legislation that we
organize,
need to pass,
actually.
including Block the Bombs, including the Social Security Expansion Act, including the Prescription Drug Care.
Sarah
Relief
Haynes on The
Act,
View said
the
Darializa
ultra-billionaire
would probably
tax
call
act.
herself anti-Semitic.
There are
Yes, those
there
people
is
are
no
fucking
shortage of
freaks.
things that we need to pass in order to actually deliver for working class people in this country. And I'm so excited to be able to sign on numerous bills on day one to be able to deliver.
And if Democrats do take back the House, would you support Leader Jeffries for Speaker?
So, up until last night, I was very focused on winning this primary, and I'm so excited to have done so. And that's a conversation that I'll be having with my coalition, with my community, to make sure that we are coming to a decision about what is best for the people here of New York 13.
Ball PK, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
You will be looking for.
Hey, if we get a hype train going, if we get a level 10 hype train going, you already know I'll be singing it, dude. I'll be fighting for the motherfucking gospel. I'll be carrying the goddamn flame today. Okay, we didn't carry the flame yesterday, but we'll be carrying.
I think we'll be looking at what makes most sense in terms of the strategy for how to deliver, actually organize and talk, right? And so Brad and I just won our primaries last night. I'm excited to continue talking with him and building coalition and building consensus among our movement. And that's something that takes time. It doesn't happen overnight.
My last question to you is, there are some Democrats who are on Capitol Hill and said they're worried about whether some of these progressive candidates are going to be team players. Do you anticipate that you will try to be a team player when you come to Capitol Hill?
I'm an organizer, and that is what organizing is. It's about making sure that we are building the coalition necessary to actually deliver. It's about knowing when you're outnumbered and out-resourced and still having an outsized impact and using strategy and relationship building and trust building to actually deliver for folks. And so that's what I'm excited to do. And I'm really excited to work with folks who are committed to that same vision.
Darializa Avila Chevalier, thank you so much and congratulations on your win.
Thanks for having me.
Coming up, President Trump abruptly.
Nice. Sister was on Democracy Now! As well. Starts 25 minutes. I know. I listened to it earlier this morning. I listen to Democracy Now! Every morning. Okay. I know. Anyway, prepare to carry that motherfucking flame. You already know I'll be carrying the shit out of that flame, big dog. You already know. Level 5 hype train complete already. Oh my Lord. Newsom knows best. I'm getting my voice ready. Did I say Democracy Mao? Yeah. The War on Liberalism Report. Combat Liberalism Report. Democracy Mao. Combat Liberalism Report. Josh Kraushaar. Representative Dan Goldman in a concession speech. Jews have given back so much to this country, as history has taught us. Anti-Semitic tropes, stereotypes, some of which I heard personally on this campaign, will ultimately be the undoing of our democracy if we don't lean in. If we all don't lean in and speak out, even if it's not politically expedient. Mike Drucker says he knows the candidate who won was also Jewish, right? Yeah. Dan Goldman was defeated, but anti-Semitic style, by another Jewish candidate who also was anti-Semitic, and also saying that Brad Lander is a bad Jew is not anti-Semitic somehow. Okay. I'm sorry, I don't make all the rules. I don't write these rules. I don't know how this works. It's just strange behavior in a Jewish district. The Jewish voters in this district, with a lot of Jewish voters, anti-Semitically voted for the Jewish candidate that was in opposition to Israel, as opposed to the Jewish candidate that was in support of Israel, and that is obviously maximum anti-Semitism. This is the funniest Cope tweet I've ever seen. Yeah, being a liberal feels like living in Poland in 1939. MAGA DSA, Democratic Party liberalism. Yeah, man, these guys are, this is Sex Pestany's own cult that he has dumped boatloads of money into and fundraised for. P and Garumi, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Holy shit, level 7 hype train complete. Yeah, these guys are deeply unserious. No one should fucking take them seriously, obviously. All they do is like advance the grievances of their favorite Zionist sex pest, Epstein. It's a very strange behavior, but whatever, you know, motionless for the most part. Who cares? Wow, that tie is loud. Cool, thank you. I got it in the commie corridor. This is my commie corridor tie. Liberals are the Nazis in this diagram? Yes. How it started? 7/9/25. How it's going? 6/24. New for me. Key Mamdani allies eyeing New York City House Democratic primary challenges next. Jeffrey's advisor. If team gentrification wants a primary fight, our response will be forceful and unrelenting. We will teach them and all their incumbents a painful lesson. Mamdani emerges as kingmaker, pushing his slate to a primary sweep. Yeah, that was a huge L. That was a huge L for Hakeem. Anyway, let's hear from my goats over at Morning Joe.
I just, you know, hearing a lot of people say, talking about the anti-Semitism in New York City and last night.
What is this? Timestamp. He unked out. Timestamp 1844. Majority Report unked up. Sam gave you possibly the best all-time shout-out, by the way. I was part of it. Let it be heard. Yeah, I heard Breaking Points was also glazing me a little bit. So, I mean, I'll take those.
This is pretty amazing. Hasan Piker, a couple of days ago,
Level 9 Hype Train, 40%.
A couple of days ago, started encouraging his audience to phone bank. He's a slightly larger audience than we do. And the last figures that were public were that 90,000 calls were made by his audience. And here he is at, I think it was Claire Valdez's party. And the DSA co-chair, Gustavo.
Uh-oh. We have to interrupt. We have to interrupt Uncle Sam because we have to carry the motherfucking flame. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to carry the flame again.
He stood unshaken, a voice in the storm, a man of conviction, a heart reborn. He spoke the truth where the cost was high. He lived for Jesus,
unafraid to die. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
A husband, a father, his family held near. A home built on scripture, on faith without fear. The world tried to silence, but his voice remains. In us it echoes, in Christ it sustains.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name.
We are Charlie Kirk.
His
courage our own.
Together unbroken,
we'll make heaven known. We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the motherfucking flame around these parts, even when Erica can't or won't.
The darkness will fall. We rise with his spirit. We answer the call. The truth is eternal.
Shedding a tear for Charlie.
The cross is our guide, with God as our captain.
Am I doing it right?
We march side by side.
Carrying the fucking flame, man.
We are Charlie Kirk. The flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll
honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk, courage our own, together unbroken, we'll make heaven known.
We are Charlie Kirk.
We Charlie Kirk.
Forever alive. With God. Charlie Kirk. With God we will rise. We Charlie Kirk. With God. Charlie Kirk.
That's right. That's right, baby. We're carrying the motherfucking flame all the way. All the way. All right, Uncle Sam and his assessment. I just know he's looking up at last night's elections. Dude, Islamic style socialism, he fucking hated that shit. Remember? He said Islam was a sword to the neck of America. Yeah. R.I.P. Charlie, he would have hated to see this new slate of socialist candidates rising up. Oh my God. You are 92,000 subs away from 2 million on YouTube. Hell yeah. Go subscribe to my YouTube page, everybody. Anyway, where were we? Let's get to Morning Joe. Let's hear what Morning Joe had to say. I want to hear his analysis because, you know, he's one of the most trusted names in former Republicans who turned into MSNBC commentators and contributors. So obviously his word carries a lot of weight around these parts. Let's take a look.
The anti-Semitism in New York City, and this is Mom Donnie's fault. This is so-and-so's fault. This is this left. No. It's not. It's really not. If you want to blame anybody for what happened last night, my opinion, if you want to blame anybody, Jonathan, I think you have to blame Benjamin Netanyahu. 4 years of maximalist aims, 4 years of historic goals in the Middle East. Did anybody?
It's going to be really funny when Benjamin Netanyahu is inevitably replaced in this upcoming election cycle. And then they're going to have to learn a new name to blame. It'll just never happen to be like Israel the country or Zionism the ideology. It'll be the next guy, you know? Oh, Yair Lapid. Oh, Benny Gantz. Oh, shucks. It just happens to be the new guy who came in, same as the old guy.
From Dr. Brzezinski to even me. Could have told anybody over the past 20 years, it's not going to work. And I've said it all along. There's always
Give me your house, you're fake Democrat. Give me your house, you fake Democrat. No.
Back in the Middle East, the idea that you're going to be able to brutalize children and women in Gaza with bombing that looks indiscriminate on TV day in and day out for years, that you're going to be able to level half of Lebanon, that you're going to be able to continue to allow thugs to run wild in the West Bank and brutalizing Palestinians.
Wow, Joe Scarborough fucking getting quite anti-Semitic. Getting quite anti-Semitic. I don't like it.
Brutalizing Christians in Bethlehem, brutalizing Christians across that area, along with Palestinian Muslims, especially Palestinian Muslims, blowing up Catholic churches in Gaza. Of course, I'm saying things that would relate to some of these people who were so shocked that Israel is in such low standing in America right now. Forgive me for a quick digression, but I was always instinctively pro-Israeli and anti-Palestinian growing up. You know why? Because when I was a young child, one of my first memories was the '72 Munich Olympics. When Palestine...
Oh, look, the capitalists are seeing the entity as a liability to their own power and are panicking. Love to see it. Yeah. Fantastic. Why do they only care when they start losing elections? Because it threatens the good thing that they have going. That's why.
Palestinian terrorists killed Israelis, and it was shocking. And we saw time and time again terror attacks throughout the 70s. That shaped an entire generation's views on that conflict. Well, what's shaping the views now? Images out of Gaza, images out of the West Bank, images out of Lebanon.
I mean, Matt Iglesias gave the game away. He literally was like, guys, just fucking say Israel sucks shit and then advocate for like deregulation. You know what I mean? Like he literally was just like, please, Democrats, just say Israel sucks. What the fuck is wrong with you? We're literally going to lose every election to anti-Zionist socialists. Oh my God. He literally said lie. He was like, please, I'm begging you, lie about how much you hate Israel. If you love Israel, just lie, please. But the funniest thing is because of the unbelievable amounts of money being spent and all of the years and years of this influence peddling network taking root in American politics, these people can't even lie correctly about it. Because the moment that they say, okay, Israel sucks, I'm going to immediately come in and be like, okay, great. What are you going to do about it? When they say, oh, okay, defensive weapons, maybe we keep giving them. Nope, that's not going to happen, right? And even if they say, okay, I'm no longer making a distinction between defensive and offensive weapons, I'm going to be like, okay, Israel did a genocide. Israel's an apartheid state. Israel's maintaining an occupation, a brutal occupation for 80 years, and you don't want to hold them accountable? You don't want to do an arms embargo? The fuck are you talking about? And obviously, when the needle moves, we move along with it because our final position is the correct position. And it's always been the correct position. So there's no winning in this conversation for these guys. There's no like manageable, reasonable conclusion we can arrive at with Israel where we're like, okay, we recognize that it's a genocidal apartheid state, but also we should keep sending them weapons. Like, no. What the fuck do you mean we should keep sending them weapons? What are you, fucking insane? You know, words mean something. That's the reason why you refuse to recognize that Israel was doing an apartheid for 2.5 fucking years. Or sorry, Israel was doing a genocide for 2.5 fucking years while it was doing a genocide. That's why you refuse to still recognize that Israel's an apartheid state. You know? A lot of people, though, on the anti-Zionist front don't understand that. They don't understand it. They hear politicians move the needle in that direction, and instead of feeling more emboldened, feeling more galvanized, they fucking immediately go, these guys are fake. It's like, yeah, no shit they are, dumbass. Take advantage of the fact that the fucking Overton window is shifting. Please, for once in your goddamn lives, look to the situation in front of you and be a little pragmatic. Yeah. Democratic Party primary electorate becoming more left-wing is entirely consistent with the median voter going to the right, though. It's totally fine electorally for extreme left-wing safe seat House Democrats to be replaced by different extremely left-wing House Democrats. Extreme Democrats like Adriana Espaillat or Dan Goldman. Okay, wow. Listen, my point is this, by the way, okay? Because it has turned into the fuck ultras hour, power hour on this broadcast. The ultras play a role too, okay? What they just failed to recognize is I'm considered a fucking ultra to the average American, okay? I'm considered an insane person to the average American. So, you know, we have to be a little bit more reasonable with our advocacy. We cannot come across as repulsive, okay? That's it. We just can't be fucking repulsive. That's all I'm begging. I'm begging. Stop fucking constantly trying to pick apart your closest fucking ideological allies. Sometimes you're yelling at people. Like if you're running around talking about how Miss Rachel is a Zionist, you're a psychopath. Okay? I need you to understand. You are not a normal person at all. You are an insane person. If you're running around saying Miss Rachel is a Zionist, is a pro-Israel Zionist who's like bad for the fucking cause, you are psychotic. And you don't live in Palestine.
Okay? That's the other thing. I talk to people in Gaza all the time. They love Miss Rachel. I've only heard this take from either people in the diaspora or, and it's very rare. It's very rare to hear someone be like, I'm Palestinian and I'm saying fuck Miss Rachel. She's a normalizer. Very, very rare. Okay? It's almost always white motherfuckers living in other countries. Oftentimes in the United States of America. Okay? Sometimes in Argentina. You're an insane person. You're not moving the needle. You're coming across as fucking repulsive and annoying. That's it. That's all you're doing. Huh. And it gets to a point where I keep hearing this shit over and over again where I'm like, are you paid? Like, is this... Because, like, you know who has expended a tremendous amount of goodwill in the process of attacking Miss Rachel by calling her a fucking anti-Semitic terrorist? The Zionist movement has. Okay? She is literally the standard. She is the standard. It's that simple. When people yell at me, I have my moments, you know. I'm openly in defense of the Palestinian resistance, right? That's not a normal position that you hear in polite society and certainly not in mainstream media. That's part of the reason why I get fucking banned from places. It's part of the reason why mainstream media fucking loses their mind all the time about what I'm saying. That's why they fucking smear me on a regular basis. Although it's wrong to claim that I'm anti-Semitic, it's unbelievably wrong, and it's a ridiculous smear. When you do that to someone like myself, at least like there's things you can point to be like, well, you know, he's fucking, it's HasanAbi, right? But when you do that to Miss Rachel, you look like an insane person. She's literally just saying like, please stop murdering children. That's it. That's it. So what the fuck is wrong with you to turn around and call Miss Rachel, who has done tremendous amounts of advocacy on this issue, who has literally fundraised, actively worked with Palestinian children that are victims of Israel's genocidal ambitions. You turn around and you say she's a normalizer, she's a fucking Zionist. Like, you're a psycho. Your advocacy cannot be just being the most repulsive person, okay? It can't. So stupid.
Conversations.
Well, anyway, speaking of pro-Israel or Israel firsters malding, let's hear from the DeSantis Democrat himself.
Have you, Congressman and Congresswoman. I want to get your reaction to the elections that occurred last night. Only a few minutes ago, the New York City Mayor Mamdani spoke out about what happened. I want to play a little clip. Listen to this.
Yeah, I'll be speaking with Congressman Jeffries later today, and I'm looking forward to working with Congressman Jeffries on delivering for the people of our city. And what I see these results as a reflection of are the fact that New Yorkers are hungry for a new kind of politics. They are hungry for a politics that understands working people should be at the heart of it. And they're hungry for a politics that looks at the wealthiest city in the wealthiest country in the history of the world and understands that it's unacceptable that 1 in 4 are living in poverty. It's unacceptable that too many New Yorkers are spending all of their day trying to figure out how they're going to make their rent check or pay for their groceries or pay their Con Ed bill. And what we saw last night was a hunger for leaders who will be there on the front lines looking to make it easier for working people to afford life in the greatest city in the world.
The candidates that the New York City mayor endorsed basically won yesterday. What was your reaction to what happened?
Well, I mean, look, we're going to lose 2 good members in New York that,
to bad members. Yeah. Oh, you must be worried. You must be a little scared, right? Oh, no. DeSantis, Democrat. Yeah, sure. She helped organize Gaza campuses personally targeted by Israel, but hey, have you considered a creepy expat is mad at the DSA? Yeah, exactly. Pro-Palestine student activists should be heartened by the fact that New York City just elected someone with a canary mission profile since 2016. Okay? When Bad Empanada was first learning about the state of Israel for the first time ever in his fucking life, when he was like running around being like, you should vote for Bernie Sanders, you know, when he was a doughy-eyed, nice little, you know, baby leftist. Darializa was out in the fucking streets getting doxxed by Canary Mission. Okay? I don't want to fucking hear from these goddamn naysayers any longer. Okay? Infamous quotes. You know, sad thing is we could probably bail out Puerto Rico if we weren't spending so much on Israel and its millions on war crimes and, you know, apartheid. Darializa Avila Chevalier, Facebook, July 5th, 2015. Yeah, her infamous quotes are fucking awesome, okay? Yeah. You think I was lying when I said these guys are way cooler than Zoran? You think I was joking? You think I was kidding when I said my mission is to make Zoran seem unremarkable? This is what we're talking about. And it's one that he understands too, for the record. Okay? This is something that he understands as well. This is the goal. The goal is that there are so many people like this running and winning and governing adequately that we look back at this and we go, man, Zoran was, I mean, he's just another guy. He's just another politician at this point. Okay? That's when we have actually accomplished a fraction of this mission. Yeah, look at that. From the Gaza Solidarity Encampment to Congress. This shit doesn't happen overnight.
One had served for.
Always ask yourself, am I an impediment to progress? Okay? Is this moving the needle, albeit in a marginal way, in the appropriate direction? And am I standing as an impediment to progress? That's something you got to ask yourself. Okay?
4 years when I've been there for 10 years. But this is what elections are about, right? I mean, New York City is different than Florida. Florida is different than California. Texas is different than New York. People get elected in different areas. We have districts there.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful tweet. That's crazy. Ali Abunima, I'm one of the heads of SJP at Bowdoin College in Brunswick. Also, this literally reads as opposition research, chatters. I'm not going to lie. That's a beautiful tweet. 2013, Ali Abunima, my goat, okay? Director of Electronic Intifada himself. He's just in Zurich. I think he's being unlawfully prosecuted again, which is, you know. People that do this, people that have a perspective like this, unless they're literally fucking Van Jones, okay? Unless they're Van Jones, people that start their experience in advocacy doing this all the way back in 2013, they're not fake. They're not phony. Unless they're Van Jones. Van Jones literally in the 90s was a Maoist third worldist, and look at him now, right? This is a beautiful story. So like I said, when you see guys like this, remember that they've put in the fucking work. Okay? They have. And I'm saying this as someone who at times is also at times I also find myself questioning some of the decisions that Zoran makes, right? But I'm still choosing to trust him. Because he has fucking delivered.
Or that, or I don't know, what
So
are they,
far.
D20s, D30s, D40s. So the primary is what matters. Obviously, they're very progressive seats. The DSA has been increasing their power in New York. They got
Socialists.
the Democratic Socialists of America. You know, they have a mayor, and he's obviously flexing.
Aphex Twizzy, I got suspended for 2 years. Dog, I told you were fucking around too much. What's wrong with you? Yes, literally, Abu Nima was just at Bowden too. SJP just had him back too. Jesus Christ. Damien LX endorser tracker. Okay, let's be real. I didn't have the endorsement tracker site. Endorses scoreboard is 64% win rate. Okay, we'll take those. I'm above DSA, Track APAC, and Sunrise. Working Families Party still cooking my ass a little bit. Bernie Sanders at 75%. Zoran Mamdani at a 1. Okay, that doesn't count. His endorsements are marginal. He's not made a lot of endorsements. Okay. AOC, on the other hand, at 83%. 5 W's, 1 L, 1 contested win. Bernie at 9 W's, 3 L's, 6 pending, 3 contested wins. I'm at 9 W's, 5 L's, 7 pending, 2 contested wins. Yeah, Zoran's got the bubble numbers, okay? Zoran's got Mickey Mouse numbers on there. He only has 3 W's, 0 L's, and 1 contested win. You know what I mean? That's like... Yeah, I back insurgents in a lot of states. I know. I'm not playing it safe. What the fuck is this? What is Randy Fine saying? Oh, God. Why you got to show this to me? Wait, Trump?
Mandami was here, as you know, twice. And he's a very nice guy. He's a charming guy, good-looking guy. We talk, but you can't raise taxes on people where you force them to leave your state or your city, and they're leaving and they're going to Florida.
Wow.
Great.
Trump on Mamdani. And you know what they don't say? I was 16-0 last night, but mine were a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives, but we were 16-0.
Night for Democratic Socialist candidates last night. In the New York primaries, they swept and knocked out 2 incumbents. You're from New York. Why do you think it is that now the endorsement of Zoran Mamdani means more than the endorsement of Hakeem Jeffries?
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists. It's really communist. These people. I watched that woman last night. That's not a socialist. I know socialists.
Who's he talking about? Darializa or Claire? Oh my God.
Is a communist. And what they don't say is that I was 16-0 last night. But mine was a little more boring, a little more mainstream. They were Republican conservatives.
Which woman? Oh my God. I wonder, oh my God. Trump knows of Darializa's existence or possibly Claire Valdez's existence or both. That's incredible. That is, he just knows a woman one. He didn't see shit. Wait, he wrote about DSA? No, he didn't. Mayor Mamdani pulled through 3 solid communists and has received a loud and universal applause for the fake news media. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I went 16-0 last night. Why is he competing with Zoran? What the fuck? This is almost cute. I'm fucking forgetting that he's a fascist monster for a second. He's such a God. He's like a little baby. He's like a little baby. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I went 16-0 last night, helping to elect wonderful American patriots, and the media doesn't say a word. Over the last 2 years, my endorsement has netted 259 primary wins, almost no losses, with zero media attention. First of all, that's not even true. There has been a tremendous amount of media coverage on Donald Trump and how aggressively he has whipped his cult into shape. What is he talking about? What? He took out Cassidy, like he took out Massey. That was covered a lot more than fucking Zoran Mamdani has ever been covered throughout his entire mayoral race so far. No losses with zero media attention, fake news. Wait, he wrote about Goldman? Weak and pathetic Congressman Dan Goldman just lost big. I guess people didn't like him illegally targeting. Stop! Dan Goldman lost because he led the impeachment. Oh, I know he doesn't believe this, but that's so good. He's taking this. Okay, listen. The sequence of W's that the DSA put on the board last night has been received very poorly by all of our enemies. Okay? Centrist Democrats are mauling. They're pissing and shitting in their diapers. They're crying. The right-wing reactionaries are losing their minds because they kind of recognize there's no method that they've developed against, socialist comments, socialist policy making. They just don't have like a real adequate solution. Donald Trump has received this new information the best. Okay? He is just living in his own universe. He's living in his own little bubble where he's like, that's right. Dan Goldman lost because people hate that he impeached me. Zoran Mamdani he had a big night, but you know who had a bigger night? Me. You just had a mental image of Brad Lander going into the Oval Office and being like, Zoran did, and speaking, Mr. President, Israel is doing a genocide, and I took out Dan Goldman as your humble servant. I'm having too much fun with this. Oh, that's awesome. I did that for you, Mr. President. Even this, in any event, this jerk is finally gone. Dan Goldman immediately moves towards the top of the list for potential Mamdani 2029 challenges. Dan Goldman may have been washed in his home district, but outside of that, he'll romp. Yes, very smart. Dude, Dan Goldman can't even order a cappuccino without getting fucking harassed for his pro-Israel position in his own district that he just lost by Assad margins. And this dumb fuck thinks he's going to win the mayoral race? What are you talking about? What planet are these people living on, man? Oh, Michael Rappaport crashing out. Zoran the Monster just announced that at this year's 9/11 memorial, he'll be reading the names of the pilots who flew the planes at the World Trade Center. You want to change? You got change. It's really funny that they're just like, yeah, let's just get extra races. I know our worldview is considered repulsive. We should be extra repulsive. And somehow we'll be able to fucking win people back. It's like, nope.
But we were 16-0. And if you look over the last 2.5 years, we're about 347 and just about 0. That's pretty good. But nobody writes that. but he picked 3. They won. They beat a guy named Dan Goldman, who's, you know, a loser. He was one of my prosecutors, one of my many prosecutors that they used on me. Dan Goldman, not a good prosecutor, fortunately, but he's now looking for a job. I was very surprised to see, you know, because he's a pretty liberal guy. When they go more liberal than Dan Goldman, they're really into Never Never Land.
Yeah, no, definitely. Definitely. All right. Another crash out tweet. Nothing scarier than Jewish Mr. Rogers. Yeah, oh, dude, Michael Cohen. This is the tweet of the night. Okay? The tweet of the night came from Michael A. Cohen. Okay? Who always loves doing this kind of hysterics. He said, this is genuinely a scary night for New York City Jews. And of course, everyone fucking dunked on him. And it was really funny because everyone started dunking on him and being like, yeah, okay. Like, sure, buddy, shut the fuck up. You know, boo, all this stuff. Wait, what did Kyle say? Yeah, and it's really funny because like they were like, see, they don't even care about this New York Jewish man who's terrified, right? And it's like, yeah, because he's being objectively hysterical. I just don't understand who this is for once again. Okay? Like, who is this for? Who are you convincing with this? Just other people who are also trapped in this weird nightmarish rabbit hole of your own invention.
His power. Thankfully, we live in Florida, and we don't have democratic socialists like they have.
Well, we shall see about that, sir.
In New York, and you know, like that's something that people in New York are going to have to decide whether they want to stay there and deal with those policies or leave.
In the November midterm elections, as you know, Representative Luna, a lot of Republicans are basically happy that these very progressive Democratic socialists won because they think, especially in a state like New York, they think they can do better running against them. What do you think?
Look, I think that there's no question that these are very polarizing candidates. And I think for someone like me too, obviously being a Republican, when I'm seeing some of the rhetoric that was put out by some of the newly elected members now to the Democrat Party and seeing how they were attacking people like Representative Goldman, who I don't really agree with on much. But when I see his office being sprayed with, stuff that you would really see, I think, out of, Nazi Germany. I'm seeing him being discriminated when he's going into a coffee shop because of the fact that he supports the state of Israel. I think that these are issues that we have to address head on because they might be talking about affordability. They might be talking about how they're going to benefit the American people. But if you really look at the heart of their message, it's actually a message of hate. And that's what I'm seeing. And so I think that, we're going to have lots of debate in the House. I don't speak for Jared, but what I can say from my perspective is I think that their rhetoric saying that the United States, they're going to, use it as a napkin, or the American flag as a napkin. I don't want to serve with someone like that.
Congressman, you've spoken publicly about some of the threats you've received.
Yeah, I mean, look, anti-Semitism is dramatically on the rise in America. It is a both-party problem. It's at the forefront of everything that's happening. I mean, Dan Goldman, almost was denied service for coffee at a coffee place in New York. I mean, these are things that, I remember my grandparents telling me as a kid what it was like in the run-up. And so we have to address it. We can have foreign policy debates. We can debate whether you like a leader of a country or don't like a leader of a country, right? We can have all those debates, but bringing the tactics that Jews went through, before the advent of the state of Israel. I mean, that's what brings up the emotions, is because we're seeing some of the same things happening again, where you don't want to serve a Jewish member of Congress. And the other thing is we're seeing silence, right? Where were all the people?
Dog, come on, dude. Come on. Like, it's very obvious what happened. Like, it's very obvious what happened in that situation. Get the fuck out of here.
people that wanted to speak out against what happened to Dan at that coffee shop. His opponent spoke out, Brad Lander, who won last night, and so I give Brad credit for stepping up and speaking up against that and saying that that's not acceptable. But a lot of people who are pretty verbose and have lots of things to say were pretty quiet about what happened to Dan.
Gross what happened in that coffee shop. Totally.
Discrimination is discrimination. Doesn't matter if you're black, white, Jewish. It's wrong.
Congresswoman, Congressman, thanks to both of you very much for joining us. And I know you were friendly with Dan Gold.
Didn't she lie about being Jewish or something? Am I misremembering? Am I crazy? Or am I misremembering this, chat? Is Jared Moskowitz sitting next to a woman who... Yeah, she also did the Code Pink thing where she lied and said Medea Benjamin assaulted her or whatever. But okay, no, I'm not thinking of George Santos. No. This one's even funnier. I'm pretty sure she lied about being Jewish, and then it turned out that she had I think, Nazi grandfather. It's even funnier than that. So, Wolf, who I love and admire and think is a sex icon, who, unfortunately has a not so great past as someone who worked for AIPAC, as a spokesperson for AIPAC, interviewing a woman who straight up fucking lied about her Jewish heritage. She took her maternal grandmother's maiden name, Luna, to represent her Hispanic heritage. In mid-August, Luna said on the Joe Rogan speech, non-human beings? Is this not it? Yeah, she identifies as a Messianic Jewish Christian. Yeah, I'm not misremembering, right? GOP Congresswoman's family rebukes Jewish heritage claim, says grandfather was a Nazi soldier. Yep, this is where that politics autism comes into play, okay? Why is that not on her Wikipedia, by the way? That seems relevant. Also, this could go in either direction. The family coming out and being like, of course she's not Jewish. We were Nazis is, what was going on? What type of timing were they on when they came out with that one? was that one of those no, we have to be honest about our heritage and background and it's deeply shameful? Or were they disgusting that you would say that type of situation? You know what I mean? Anyway.
I'm sure you're...
I can't remember his last name. He tells Hasan Piker that it translated into at least 2,000 votes. Check this out.
That's about the size of Darializa's lead right now. So, from those phone calls alone, 2,000 identified likely voters for Darializa, and that's currently her lead.
As of 10:38 p.m. last night, when the race was called, I think this is what the vote tally was. Chevalier had 32,790 votes, and Esbiat had 30,464 votes. I'm not going to do the very specific math, but it looks like a 2,300 vote lead. That's amazing. Really indicative of how these wins were brought about by a movement that mobilizes its people. Not just mobilizes, but organizes and mobilizes its people. A real fundamental change to see, it's one thing like, okay, AOC knocks off Crowley, and she does this through organizing and whatnot in 2018. Nobody expects it. Nobody sees it coming. And it's almost like a quiet insurgency. This was no surprises here other than the specific outcomes. And to mobilize in 3 different districts, and not just 3 different districts, but also Senate races, assembly races, is incredibly impressive. You will hear all sorts of different spins on this. Like what happens in New York can't translate into other places. You will hear that this was all about gentrification. It wasn't. Both Chevalier and Valdez won in cohorts, not just the sort of like new young white people, which I also think is sort of an amazing critique from people who are saying, well, we need candidates who will work in Iowa. Well,
where do you think the white people came
Where do you think the white people came from? But it's also not the case that they just won, white podcast listeners. Here is Neera Tanden on CNN last night. Neera Tanden, who has spent the better part of the past couple of months attacking Hasan Piker on Twitter, which, to be fair, she apologized to me for. And
it's true.
Attacking progressives across the country, saying that the DSA was a problem, et cetera, et cetera. Here she is on after the results have been made public.
This whole issue of 2010 and 2012, you're absolutely right. Republicans took very competitive races and they put very extreme candidates in. And I think that is not what's happening in the Democratic Party today. What you saw today is in the most liberal
Pause it for 1 second. Incidentally, the 3 Congress people that we've talked about, the winners of these primaries, we can call them Congress people now because they're going to win their race. There's no Republican Party in this city. What she is addressing is that in 2010, 2012, the Republicans nominated people for the Senate like a woman named Christine O'Donnell. I believe she was in Delaware or Maryland. She had to publicly come out and do an ad refuting
the perpetually wrong Neera Tanden, ladies and gentlemen, trying to protect her comfortable sinecure. Okay? That's all this is. Yeah. Wait, do you think Trump's approval is dropping mean Dems' approvals are rising? Anyways, regardless of your flawed logic, here are dozens of Dems going on a show. How many of them won their primary? Well, many of them. Actually, almost all of them won their primary last night.
Interestingly enough. Look at that. Magaphonics with a W here. I just want to know why Neera Tanden is replying to me. What do you mean? What do you mean? Because she fucking rips Xanny bars and drinks wine and loves posting.
Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in 2. I'll see you in 2, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie. I'm coming for you too. This is our city. You think shit is sweet? Sit on that fucking seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in 2, Richie. I hope you remember that. Every day, every time there's a decision that you can make where you are pro-Israel, I hope you remember. You got 2 more years, motherfucker. 2 more years. You better act right, Richie. Hey, by the way, I just want to point out that a 32-year-old organizer just took out the fucking Congressional Hispanic Caucus chair with a campaign that the fucking incumbent ran, talking about how she said, fuck Kamala Harris. That's where America's at right now.
I love Hasan when he's had a few drinks. Hasan was turned. What the fuck? Yeah, maybe I drank a little bit. Okay. You know, maybe I was a little off the Henny. Okay, let's calm down. It happens to the best of us. Torres could have been primary last night. Why was there no push for Michael Blake? Again, resources. I'm not capable of singularly making or breaking races, okay? I can only aid and abet. I am not a kingmaker. And no, I'm not hungover at all. I don't know why I'm not hungover, actually. It's kind of weird. But I'm not capable of changing the outcome of races on my own. You know what I mean? That's why I said it's perfectly harmonious if there's a candidate with the fundamentals, hopefully a Democratic Socialist, or at least endorsed by the Democratic Socialists of America, who has a door-knocking operation as a consequence of that, and a fundraising vehicle as well. You need labor unions, you need Bernie Sanders, you need Justice Democrats. You need it all. And when they all get together, magic happens, like it did last night. You understand? Speaking of which, magic is happening in the Abdul race. Zara fucking Larson. I endorse this message. This man's got the mandate of heaven, dude. He's got it. The jet lag is counteracting the hangover? Maybe. All right. I'm skipping the speeches.
I'm so excited to get to work and to bring all of you with me to Washington. To be fighting the fight that we have been fighting at the federal level. Free Palestine! And I know that it won't be easy. Because fascism is on the rise, Trump is in office, and the odds, as always, are stacked against us. The odds were stacked against another young Muslim socialist. 1% to become mayor of New York City.
This win is incredible. Darializa began a campaign where she was up against every possible set of odds, and she pulled off a victory that is helping to rewrite politics in our city and in our country. She is someone who brings a clarity, a conscience, and a conviction to a politics that has often been missing those things. And in a city and in a district that has been so desperate for leadership when it comes to putting working people back at the heart, she will deliver that. And it was an honor to be one part of this incredible campaign and to see her win alongside Brad Lander, Claire Valdez, and every single one of the state legislative candidates that I had the privilege of supporting. It shows that last June was not an anomaly. It was not an aberration. It was the beginning of a new kind of politics. And I cannot wait for what that next.
Why is no one saying he wasn't supporting them technically? You know what I mean? Oh. Okay, one column A, celebratory. One column B, malding.
To right-wing tough guys. Is that how America is supposed to be? Because that's the way it looks. These people don't believe in borders, capitalism, our founding fathers. They're here to steal, punish us, and then throw around welfare. This is a third world takeover. This is what happens when you import the third world. Did you know that New York City is 70% non-white, 40% foreign-born, 50% of the apartments, they don't even speak English, not even their first language. These three women who Mamdani endorsed weren't even born in New York City, weren't even raised in New York City. They're carpetbaggers.
Oh my God. He got so... Damn. He got more racist than I expected. What? Philly D put a nice compilation together of your statements last night?
Most of the attention is from Hasan Piker.
I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker. Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie. You think shit is sweet. Sit on that seat for the next 2 years. I'll see you in 2, Richie. The decade of socialism, it's coming to a neighborhood near you. When I said we were going to let 1,000 Zoros bloom, this is what I meant. Hey, after tonight, my price went up. You have to be a democratic socialist if you want some of this shine.
And regarding democratic socialists, I mean, the DSA's membership has surged ever since the dam broke with Mamdani. And while not universal, they've steadily been picking up win after win across the country. We're getting a democratic socialist into the general for LA's mayor, and then actually getting one elected to be DC's mayor last week. Also last fall, a self-identified socialist who's not officially part of the DSA won the race to be Seattle's mayor. And you've got democratic socialists aiming for congressional seats in Colorado, Florida, and Missouri this year as well. And actually after that, they're reportedly setting their sights on the White House. You have Politico reporting that the group's conducting surveys at its 250 local chapters this summer to get a feel for who members think should run in 2028. And while sadly for his fans, thanks to the U.S. Constitution, Mamdani, he can't run to be president because he wasn't born in the country, there is then someone that's on the top of a lot of people's minds, and that is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. So one of the things there is that she has so far declined to say whether she's considering a bid for the presidency, and rumor has it that she might be eyeing Chuck Schumer's Senate seat. But hey, with all of this, there's kind of a few different places to land. First, I should definitely note, just across the board, it's not really all smooth sailing for the far left from here, because despite all the hype from last night, it is still true that DSA-backed candidates haven't won a race outside of a major city yet. And then with that, you have some having the argument that the more they do win, the more ammunition Republicans have to terrify kind of old white people, as they've already been seeming to do.
Well, it actually happened a little faster than we thought it was going to, but the entire Democrat Party has collapsed because...
Sure. I see people collapsing, but I don't think it's the entire Democratic Party. The people I'm watching collapse in real time are the Republicans and the right-wing Democrats who have grown comfortable in their fucking seats, not doing right by their constituents. That's who I see collapsing. And I like it. I like watching them mauled. It makes me happy.
Carpetbaggers, Jessica. And everyone's talking about like, oh, Mamdani, oh, you got all this juice. Like he's this like harmless novice politician on a hot streak. This guy is trouble. This guy is a Trojan horse. And communism is going to take over the Democratic Party, and then we're going to have to beat it because you can't do anything else besides beat it to a pulp.
You have to win.
I love the guy who's supposedly not worried Does this sound like a guy who's not worried? Because if what he's saying is true and the Democrats are going in this like crazy direction that everyone's going to hate. Oh, shit. He was asked about the rough night for Hakeem.
Results in New York last night. You said Mamdani was not the future of the party. Do you regret those statements?
I think the future of the party is diverse and is anchored in the fact that we've got candidates all across the country who are running to take back control of the House of Representatives so we can end the national nightmare that's taken place. Mayor Mamdani has been off to a great start as mayor. We have a good working relationship, and that will continue moving forward.
The NRCC dropped off flowers at your office this morning and condolences for the candidates that you endorsed that lost. Do you have any reaction to that?
The thing is that the NRCC and Republicans spent millions of dollars trying to pick Mike Lawler's opponent, and they failed miserably. And Kate Conley, who's now the Democratic nominee, is going to take Mike Lawler out in November, and we're going to take back control of the House of Representatives.
He's lying. He's claiming that Effie Phillips Staley, who's been on this broadcast, was hand-selected by the NRC, the National Republicans that were promoting her. They were not. They did attack her. But that's it.
And then finally, do you have any comment? Are you concerned at all about a primary challenge in 2 years from, a Mamdani endorsed candidate?
When you ask me a serious question, I'll give you a serious answer.
Why do you think the Mamdani endorsed candidates won?
That's a good question. And every race is going to be judged on its own merits. And, I'm sure that there'll be an assessment of what happened in the Goldman race and what happened in the Espaillat race. But I'm thankful for the service of those two individuals.
Thank you.
Thank you, leader.
Of course he's mad. He just got slapped up by a fucking 34-year-old Muslim socialist who was an unknown entity a year ago. Okay? You guys understand that, right? Like, that is insanely disrespectful. Of course he's fucking frustrated. He's probably scared. I want to show you two photos. First one is end of February 2025, or beginning of April 2025. Okay? And the second one is the beginning of February 2026. Think about how much has changed in American politics since February 2025. This guy was an unknown in February 2025. This entire slate were unknown. And this isn't to like glaze myself at all, by the way. This is all credit to the wonderful candidates that put their names out there, who worked tirelessly, and all credit to the DSA. Like, think about that. Think about that. Did you think if you were one of the 20,000 people watching this shared workspace DSA NYC Slate speed dating seminar, that these people would be changing New York politics and changing American politics? No, you didn't think that at all. Think about how short of a period of time it was to go from Zoran being an unknown entity. When we were walking the streets of Astoria, people are coming up to me excited to see me in their neighborhood. To now, if I'm next to Zoran, ain't nobody's looking at me. They don't know who the fuck I am. They're like, fuck you. Get out of the way. I'm trying to see the mayor. That is literally just a year. One singular year and change. And not only that, but his popularity then has now fed the next movement of socialists, Democratic Socialists of America cadre candidates.
I don't think we're on opposite pages. You can ask him whether he thinks we're on opposite pages. He doesn't believe we're on opposite pages. There are multiple races that I've gotten involved in supporting House Democratic incumbents, which is what I have done as leader and will continue to do. So with respect to races where he may have endorsed a different candidate, we have agreed to strongly disagree, and we put it into the hands of the people of New York to decide what's the best path forward.
Is he making a mistake by trying to point a caucus so sharply to the left?
Well, that's a question you have to direct to him. There are 215 members of the House Democratic Caucus. A handful of primaries that go in one direction or the other in a given state or two aren't going to reshape who we are as House Democrats. As House Democrats, we've been very clear. What brings us together is a focus on driving down the high cost of living, fixing our broken healthcare system, and cleaning up corruption. Thank you, everyone.
I mean, that's the Cope King. No, I'm good. Thank you. Sure. You can just leave it right there. You can put it on the table right there. Thank you. You too. The View host melting down over Darializa.
Implying that being pro-Palestinian and
no, there were pro-Hamas
it was
on October 8th. October 8th, the only thing that had happened is that Israel had been attacked and people had been brutally murdered and raped. And
wow, I didn't realize that all of the people that Israel killed immediately during October 7 and October 8 were just not real human beings at all. Wow, just like the 75 years of apartheid and all of the murder at the behest of maintaining this occupation and apartheid in the hands of Israel also didn't count. These people did not arrive at the right moral position early with no real reason. They knew what Israel had done immediately during October 7 and immediately after October 7. So by October 8, Israel had killed almost, I believe, the same number of people that the Palestinian resistance had killed. But it sounds so strange when you exist in this universe where nothing happened before October 7. Nothing happened before October 7. Nothing happened after October 7 that Israel did, you know? And interestingly enough, only at a certain point did people start to recognize that Israel may have gone a little too far. I think after 20,000 children. Only then were you allowed to say, Israel, cut it out. Netanyahu, not Israel, sorry. Oh, apologies for the deep anti-Semitism I just demonstrated right there. Taking it back, rewind. If you subscribe, you can rewind and maybe rehear me do that moment over. Apologies to everybody. I meant Netanyahu. The one guy, the only guy. Okay? Famously, only Adolf Hitler is responsible for Nazism. Famously, only Benjamin Netanyahu is responsible for Israel's war crimes. Today is the day my campaign for anti-Semite of the year begins once again.
So on October 8th, I don't think there needed to be rallies cheering on Hamas.
You're calling her an anti-Semite?
I'm going to full-blown call her an anti-Semite. She would proudly call herself that, trust me.
And I recall a lot of people talking about Mamdani and what a terrible mayor he was going to be and what an anti-Semite he was. And he has proven to be quite the opposite. And he's proven to be a kingmaker, a leader. Great for this city. So
that's your opinion.
Yeah. Not implying that
Psychotic. I got stomach poisoning trying to take a shot every time someone says Mamdani's last name wrong. You mean Mamdani? Mam Bobby. Mam Dupada. Mandandi. Zoran. Mandandi. Zoran Madani. Zoran Modafinil. Man, baby. Zoran Babadoobie. Zagreb. Morocco. Anyway. Can we check in on Scott Libido? Oh, shit. True. I wonder where Scott Libido is right now. I've noticed that there's a direct correlation between level of rage and mispronunciation rate of Mamdani, except for Bernie. He also kind of fucks it up every now and then, and it's cute. All right, let's hear from my GOAT, who's been putting in the work. Jamal Bowman. I don't know. I mean, look, I don't want to say nothing, but it is very interesting that Jamal Bowman is a fairly radical guy. And I wonder if it's because he's like a former congressperson, if that's the reason. But like, it is kind of shocking that they consistently let him on CNN, because he will always go on these panels and say the quiet part out loud all the time. Like, he's always on point. And it's really interesting that CNN keeps inviting him back and over and over again to both be on the panels and to be interviewed. And I wonder what like decision making takes place in the producer level, where they're like, look, we got to have somebody, you know?
The fear mongering isn't going to work anymore. The division isn't going to work anymore. And unfortunately, it's coming from Trump, but it also was coming from some of the Democratic incumbents in these races as well. It's not going to work anymore. We want solidarity. We want coalitions fighting for working class people and values. And I think that works anywhere across the country. We see it in New Jersey. I think we're going to see it in Colorado next week with Malat Keros when she wins her election as well. The fear mongering.
My king, my GOAT. Check logs regarding this stage of socialist awakening. Additionally, my previous log message, Bernie is the only historical figure other than Debs in the U.S. that has ignited further socialist awakening. I agree. I mean, there have been plenty of like local electeds, even members of Congress in the past as well. I think American politics was far more radical even in the 60s, especially black radical politics. Black revolutionary politics was always openly communist, openly socialist, openly communist. So I think you're wrong. You're just talking about white people socialism. Okay? White people socialism that has reached, like has been able to penetrate collective consciousness. Socialist, by the way, this historical socialist grassroots building in Congress has happened 2 to 3 times in American history. One time leading to the Civil War, another McCarthyism, another LBJ civil rights concession. This is historical. We need to harden ourselves. Yeah, Summerlee cooked as always. We're going to obviously cover Jamie Harrison's take and then Summerlee's response. Jamie Harrison, former head of the DNC, former perpetual loser to Lindsey Graham, but great fundraiser. Jamie Harrison comes out with a statement after last night's sequence of victories for the socialist movement. Says, I say this with no ill will or animosity. If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination. Don't use our resources. Don't rely on our volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. Don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign. Focus on building the party you actually support. Political parties aren't perfect, but they're built by millions of people who knock doors, make calls, organize meetings, and fight for the values they believe in. If you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to carry you across the finish line. And let me be clear. I don't care if you're progressive, moderate, or conservative. I work with Democrats across the ideological spectrum. We didn't always agree, but we understood that building a stronger Democratic Party was part of the job. Yeah, okay, so then why are you building a weaker Democratic Party by being like, hey, I know all of the intensity, all the dynamism, all the grassroots momentum is on the side of the Democratic Socialists of America, but you guys should leave. You guys should leave. I mean, this is Keir Starmer. This is literally what Keir Starmer did. It's so funny to have this take right after Keir Starmer resigned. Okay? If you hate the party, spend your days attacking it and have contempt for all the people who make it possible, then see above. Straight up Keir Starmer. Summerlee responds, the party does not belong to any individual or generation, shouldn't belong to any corp or special interest, and like all things, must adapt to the times on its own and everybody's survival. For its own and everybody's survival. We have a two-party duopoly, and we still have a duty to fight for our freedom. Millions of people believe our party should be bolder, less beholden, and loyal to the masses, and not the massa. Yeah, when Jamie Harrison says he doesn't care about being conservative, he's right. When he says he doesn't care about being progressive, he's not. He does care about that. He just doesn't want the left flank to seize control over the party. What's really interesting about the Keir Starmer comparison is that they also hired the same American consultants Keir Starmer did. Okay? Something to consider. Yeah, Harrison presided over the DNC while we lost the presidency, House, and the Senate. Screw that guy. Hart. True. It's true. Adam Hamawi coming in hot. Also endorsing Melot Kiros. Let's go. Keir Starmer won, though. Yeah, where's he at now? You think the Labor Party's doing well? You think the Labor Party is a party that we could look to for hope? Michael from Pennsylvania believes we can get 100 DSA in-house seats. I'm sold. Everyone's saying that Dem Socialists can only win in deep blue districts. That means that we have at least 168 targets. We are coming for every one of you. True. Sam Hasselby. I've been a Democrat before I could vote, before Jamie Harrison, a lobbyist for Bank of America, Walmart, Wells Fargo, and the genocidal Podesta Group, rose in the party with the Reaganite faction. Harrison himself has never won an election. Yes. Oh, this is funny. Meghan McCain, to my beautiful Jewish friends in America, we love you. You are not alone. We are just as freaked out as you are and seeing with clear eyes what is happening. What about your ugly Jewish friends? I guess we can all go fuck ourselves. Yeah, that reminds me of the fucking Adam Friedland moment with Chelsea, another failed daughter, with Chelsea Clinton, where he said Chelsea Clinton isn't even Jewish, she's just ugly. Frankly, as a Jew in America, I'm freaked out by this tweet. Freaked out because she's not factoring in the Jewish friends of hers that haven't gone through the clavicular lookism course. Yeah, sorry. To my Jewish friends, if you haven't subscribed to the clavicular lookism course, then you're kind of cooked. You're on your own.
Look
I will
here.
not be coming to save you. I will not be coming to defend you. Hella corny, but I love it anyways. Obviously, this is Zoran's night, but it's worth remembering and appreciating the guy who made this all possible back when none of it was imaginable. I mean, it's true, man. It's true. I've also literally sent this meme to FaZe before and other people as well. Like this identical meme. We moved on from clavicular.
Sure. Awesome.
I love you.
Cheers, man. Fuck. I'm sorry, by the way. I didn't mean to call you a man. I did not mean to do that.
I don't mind.
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about that.
Oh my God. What is happening? Dude, is woke back? I think he used to be a chud and then had a change of heart or realized being right wing was corny or something, if I recall correctly. But it's nice to see people change regardless. Oh my God. Low IQ NPC girls brutally failed to rage bait me by calling me gay. Wait.
Do you suck dick?
I prefer pussy, but
Oh, you look like something.
that's okay. Rage bait failed.
What?
Rage bait failed. Go next. What's the next?
I don't really care.
No, what's the next rage bait?
Do you have makeup on?
Yep. Do you?
Yeah, I do. Because I'm a ghost.
Has he been empathy maxing? Is empathy maxing the new meta? Oh my God. This was like, okay. This is androgenic, right? That's what his name is, I'm pretty sure. You might recognize him from the Looks Maxer tiers, where there was a point where I believe he got up to like number 2, like he got up to the second slot. Okay? If you recall. You also might remember him from his adventures or misadventures with Clavicular, where he was sitting next to Clavicular and Clavicular was overdosing and he was like, do you want an Eddie? Do you want a fucking Adderall, mate? Do you want an Adderall? Yeah. And it turns out Clavicular didn't need an Adderall in that situation. I think he needed to go to the hospital, which he did. But also, you might remember the peak moment where he was at the top of the leaderboard and then he dropped all the way to the bottom, where he was hat fishing. He doesn't have a great hairline, so he wears fake hair and he wears a hat over his fake hair to like hold his fake hair together. And someone brutally snatched his wig, sorry. And that actually caused him to lose a lot of his chat points. This is all the same guy, yeah. Yeah, he got snatch mogged. And I think that was his real turning point. Like some might say, oh, his turning point and he started empathy maxing after the OD hair system. The Lord, genuinely, he was a chud, but then realized trans women were actually looks maxers as well, by the way, and now he's woke. Dead ass, he had a convo with them and actually respects their dedication to it, Lamau. Fuck it. We take those. You know? Yeah, he had his frame destroyed. He watched his best friend and the top of the lookism leaderboard OD in front of him. and he turned his life around. He realized that trans people are also looks maxers, right? Except healthy. That's the biggest irony, in my opinion, with the whole looks maxing situation is that, like, I don't want to say trans people are looks maxing because, like, that's actually good for trans people to do gender affirming care and gender confirmation. Whereas I do think that the looks maxing meta is deeply unhealthy. But you get the point. I mean, I've often joked about how clavicular is the first instance of male-to-male trans. A male-to-male transgender person. He has a video about this. Okay.
If you are walking around and you see a transgender person or a gay person or a woman not wearing many clothes or a guy that's trying to show off and you feel any kind of resentment or negative emotion towards them, you just got fucking mobbed. You understand? You let them perturb your mental state. You let them enter your brain and ruin your day. You got fucking mobbed. You need to learn better emotional regulation. If you are walking...
I mean, what can I say? What can I say? No notes, honestly. No fucking notes. This guy is right. He is totally right. Oh, God, Woke 2.0 is so wonderful. Every now and then we just get random gifts. Okay? Woke 2.0 is going swimmingly well. Okay? Speaking of Woke 2.0, let's get back to the socialism W's.
Well, among Democrats...
My favorite Toledo boy, Harry Emden, was on CNN last night. What is this?
Controversial lefty influencer Hasan Piker even joined in on the Dem bashing, going on a tirade against pro-Israel rep Richie Torres on his live stream during the NYC DSA takeover.
Richie Torres! Richie Torres, I know you won tonight. I didn't even look at your race. You probably won, you piece of shit. Remember, I was coming for you, but you got lucky this time. But I'll see you in two. I'll see you in two, motherfucker. I know you stopped talking shit. I know you stopped talking about Israel, Richie Torres. What happened? I'll see you in 2 years, motherfucker.
Never seen anyone defend the DNC as much as New York Post these past few weeks, Lomao. Yeah, it's kind of crazy, huh? The 9/11 crew is back, promising to destroy from within. We're warned they would come and destroy from within. Every AIPAC endorsed politician is getting voted out. America first. Oh, don't you worry, Mike Johnson. We are awake, and you'll see that in November when you're no longer speaker. Win a couple off-rank choice primaries with low voter turnout. These idiots think they can run the party.
Just wait. Richie, I'm coming for you, Richie.
I'm living for all this toasted HasanAbi content. Yeah. Listen, I was a little buzzed, okay? I was off the Henny.
Themselves, the Democratic Socialists of America, have a higher net favor rating than the Democratic Party does, at least those who are members of Congress. I mean, just take a look here. Dem Socialists of America, plus 17 points. Democrats in Congress, plus 4 points. No wonder that Dem Socialists are getting nominated.
At times like this, I do wonder how Ethan Klein has taken the news. A blast from the past. You think when he launched his journey 2 years ago, when he was like, we are going to make sure that Hasan never gets mainstream recognition. We're going to make sure that, we're going to make sure that we just stamp out this kind of like anti-Israel sentiment. It's anti-Semitism. And everyone's gonna love me when I win my lawsuits. Like when he started that, like, did he post stories? Was he losing his mind? Because it's been a sequence of motherfucking W's, dude. They're cooking your ops with fuck Kamala Harris memes. No, not that guy. Dude, he didn't have a good night either. He did not have a good night. My God. My God. You ever wonder what Jessica... Oh, dude, that was awesome, yeah. All three Mamdani-endorsed candidates have won or are on track to win their Democratic primaries for Congress. You ever wonder what Jessica Ramos is thinking at times like this? She's probably thinking about this. I know everyone's paying attention to congressional primary results, but it looks like Jessica Ramos, who controversially backed Andrew Cuomo over Mamdani last year, just lost her state Senate seat to Jessica Gonzalez Rojas. Dude. Jessica Ramos, man, what a fucking fall from grace. God. How terrible. Oh, well. Wow, NBC's TikTok announcing Darializa's win against Espaillat has over 1.1 million views and 136,000 likes. The comments are heavily praising Mamdani and the DSA. Of course they are. Of course they are.
Across the political map in different primaries because, simply put, they're more popular than the Democrats currently in charge.
Okay, I'm just thinking back to when I was sitting here and Zoran Mamdani was sitting there when he was running, and I asked him about capitalism.
Yes.
And he had no problem saying that he had real issues with it, okay? He wasn't afraid to say it. By the way, he ended up winning. It didn't hurt him. How do Democrats today view socialism compared to capitalism?
There's a reason why it didn't hurt him, and that is simply because this is one of the biggest political changes I've seen during my lifetime. Match up socialism, capitalism among Democrats. You go back 16 years ago, 2010, capitalism and socialism right there, favorable rating, 51%, 50%. Look at it now. Socialism clearly in the lead among Democrats. 66% of them view socialism favorably, just 42% view capitalism favorably. No wonder Mamdani had no problem blasting it.
Which is fascinating because when you look at races coming up in New York, you've got a big one up in the Bronx. And you've got Zoran Mamdani endorsing a Democratic Socialist, Hakeem Jeffries not going with the more traditional incumbent. So there are two big races involving Democratic Socialists coming up in New York that Mamdani's endorsed. Tell us something we don't know.
I'll tell you something you don't know, and that is that the Democratic Socialists are likely to win one of those races, the one down in Brooklyn, going to beat the Brooklyn Borough president. You take a look there, look at that, an 81% chance to win in Brooklyn. And in Northern...
Yeah, well... Turns out both of them won. All right. New House Democrats reeling from New York primary results. One called it an earthquake and a huge defeat for leadership. It was a tough night, Representative Meek said, Queens Dem party chair. Senior House Dem asked if members are worried. Yes, they are. More, Swozy. Time for Dem establishment to wake up to the threat posed to them by the DSA. No, dude. No, you're missing the point. No, dumbass. It's time for you to wake up to the threat posed by Trump. Okay? It's time for you to wake up to the threat posed by capitalism. You fucking idiot. What is wrong with you? Oh my God, these people are so ridiculous. This is literally the point. This is the problem. You think your left flank, which is more representative of your constituents, is closer to your constituents, is the issue. Not your right flank, and certainly not the fascists. The only reason why DSA cadre candidates can win these races is because you, for years and years, thought you could manage capitalism, and for years and years thought you didn't have to do anything, and you allowed fascists to take over this goddamn country, and you forced the contradictions to heighten, and you forced Democrats who were socially conditioned to vote blue no matter who to assume that, like, moderate pivot to the center stuff was actually good for winning elections, to recognize that that was a lie. You caused them to look for this alternative. You caused them to arrive at the alternative that democratic socialism was actually a better mechanism for electability. Going to be a clean sweep for Republicans when it comes down to it? Brother, I don't think you are paying attention to American politics in any way, shape, or form. Okay? I genuinely, you have to be living on a different planet. Unless you're talking about like the Irish Republicans or something. I don't know, because it doesn't make any sense to be living in this current reality and have this assumption, to make this assumption, to have this belief. But sure, I mean, go off, King. You're so right. What I also want to check in on is Asmongold. What has Asmongold said, I wonder? I think he just called me a terrorist and moved on, right? Like, I suspect that his only electoral analysis when we're putting numbers on the board is, they're going to ruin the party, chat. They're going to ruin the Democratic Party. He's a terrorist. He's a bunch of terrorists won. You know, that's that type of shit, right? Unbased. Progressive reacts. Jayapal, clear Mayor Mamdani's endorsement turnout machine really does matter. Kana, the energy of our party is clearly with the left. The bottom line, holy shit, said a second senior House Democrat. Buckle up. Oh, moderate Democrats also had this to say. The centrist House Democrat who spoke anonymously said the results show that appeasement doesn't work. You have to be tough. Nancy Pelosi brought a machine gun to a knife fight. You can't win with these guys by playing patty cake. You want to know the irony in this statement? Nancy Pelosi did the exact opposite of that. She literally famously did not do that. She famously actually played patty cake. She was able to set up coalitions with AOC, with Ilhan Omar, give them incredibly favorable committee positions, in committee positions that they wanted to be a part of. Okay? That is exactly what was so good with Nancy Pelosi's like legitimate run as Speaker Emerita. Okay? Nancy Pelosi very famously was able to bring some of this radical potential into the party and maybe even neuter it effectively. Asmold said the DSA won because immigrants voted for immigrant candidates. More of the replacement bullshit. Oh, nice. He said it's race communism and blamed immigrants. Mr. Vote Blue, no matter who says it doesn't apply to the
who
DSA.
does not apply to DSA. You have my full blessing to not like lend support to Valdez or Chevalier. These are safe blue seats.
Wait. So if I'm in California, I don't have to vote for Kamala Harris? Also, this is really funny. The idea that like the 12 people that watch Hutch are going to be like, well, I guess I can't support. Hutch gave me his blessing. So I guess I'm no longer supporting Claire Valdez. Against what? Is there even a fucking Republican running against her? It's New York. What are you talking about? I guess that's the reason why he's like, oh, it's a safe blue seat.
They are not going to lose in November. They're going to win. You have my blessing to...
Asman basically called you gay?
Every single time. It's so weird. He's downplaying it. He's 100% trying to downplay it. And this is the thing that I feel like a lot of the women, because there's a lot of women that watch Hasan, right? And, you know, he takes, I don't know how a hairy Turkish man has the biggest feminine energy on the entire website. I don't know how this has happened.
Big dog, it doesn't work that way. This is a tried and true failed method that Republicans try to engage me with. This is not the first time I heard this. I mean, sure, yes, I'm very gay. I'm a gay man. You got me. I got a lot of feminine energy.
but somehow it has. And so there's a lot of women that watch him. I think, he's a good looking guy. And on top of that,
Yeah, I think he's when he says feminine energy, I think he means I bathe. I shower every day. Sometimes if I'm feeling frisky, twice a day. Like a woman. I wash my body.
like he thinks like a woman a lot of times. He does. Thinks like a chick. And so I think that they watch him and they're like, yeah, that's so true. You're so right. And that's it. And so that's it. I feel very disappointed. And this is the problem, is that he will make excuses for you getting raped as long as it's being done by somebody who he can use politically to his advantage.
Wait, what? Wait, what does that even mean? What the fuck? Bro. Okay, I'll be honest. Did not think he was going to go in this direction, which is, it went 0 to 100. Like, he thinks like a woman to dupe you, ladies. You should watch me instead, because he would love for you to be sexually assaulted as long as it advances a political agenda. What is the political agenda? You like Donald Trump. It's just pure projection, I guess.
And I think that's really disgusting. It's very disgusting to do that. Who would do that?
You good, bro?
By the way, watch his face. Watch what he does.
Apologist.
You see, he looked over.
You good, bro?
He looked over to make sure that his hand was on the correct amount, on the correct button. And I also want to say that, really, I think...
What? My hand was on the correct button? What is he? I feel like sometimes when we watch the Asmongold show, the Asmongold clip show, I'm confused about how he's analyzing the things that I'm saying, because they're like 18 layers deep, because they have already like well-established memes in their community about like what I do all the time, that I assume, like, to the average person, to the onlooker, when they encounter this, they're like, what the fuck's this guy talking about? Is he all right? Like, is he going through like a manic episode or something? But inside of the community, they're like, yeah, you're right. He is hoping to hit the right button and not like I guess it's like, is it a shot collar joke? I assume. Like, that's what he's got to be implying, right?
He self-reports every single time that he uses his soundboard, because the behavior and the movement that he makes is identical to the movement that he made whenever Kaya appeared to be shocked on his stream.
What?
It is the exact 1-for-1.
Yeah, dude, that's where my fucking soundboard is. That's where my zins are. That's where my soundboard is. Are you okay? Yeah, numerous times throughout the day, I'm ruffling around. What I can't understand, he's obsessed with me. Yes, I know. Of course he is. But what I don't understand is why there's so many people who are also, I guess, like equally obsessive enough to understand what frequency he's on. Because this is schizo shit, right? This is what you would hear from, guys standing at, near a subway station, standing on a soapbox, screaming into the ether, right? And you're like, sorry, bro, I don't have any change on me. You move on with your life, right? Or if you're kind enough, if you're one of the very woke people, you basically assume the role of of a social worker in that moment and you try to help that person, right? Very nice for people to do that. But there's a fucking market for it. The internet is so crazy that there is a market for that guy where they're like, I literally understand the frequency you're on. It's so perfect. It speaks to me in ways that no one has ever spoken to me.
Does the exact same thing. It's just interesting.
Manual labor would help Asmongold a lot. Yeah, guy who called me feminine and gay. Men are naturally more attractive than women on average. That's why women need makeup. This isn't me being gay. It's science. Yeah. Why do all your ops eventually turn into psychosexual stalkers? I'm dying. They have to bring up your body and sexuality every time. I think I know why. I don't think all of my ops are sexually obsessed with me, but they are probably sexually frustrated. And I think they also know like that there's a big audience for it. Like I suspect that some of this does legitimately come from a lot of people who are just like upset, frustrated that they don't get I guess any female attention and they assume I do. I'm not saying I do, but I think they assume I do. Right? And that's maybe a cause for envy. That could be part of it. So then it develops this like weird psychosexual obsession. But I do personally love it whenever a guy that looks like Asmongold is like, yeah, this guy, not very mask. You know what I mean? Anyway, getting back to centrists malding. As a liberal progressive, I would be fine with the party moving left if these wins were about Medicare for all, reproductive rights, universal child care, taxing billionaires, and creating affordable housing, but they weren't. Really interesting. If Shannon Watts had actually paid any attention to this race at all, she would realize that that is precisely what these wins were about. But, of course, she's too busy defending Israel. What is this? I'm trying to find the words for how serious this moment is, and I don't have them. Try grok. Anyway.
Just as in Denver.
Maylock Heroes, her race is coming up. And Andrew Solander from Axios reports, Project 218, Super PAC, tied to American Bridge, is out with an ad going negative against Maylock Heroes, primary challenger to Representative Diana DeGette in Colorado 1. She's endorsed by a group that wants to defund the Denver police, withdraw from NATO, and abolish the United States Senate. So they're attacking DSA, okay? They're attacking some of the DSA left positions. And what's interesting is, so this race is next Tuesday, okay? And in the last moment, what a lot of these supposedly fake progressive candidates, or even candidates that are in districts that are far more progressive than they actually are, you know, comfortable blue districts, a lot of them end up doing this exact same thing. They try to hit like racist notes. They try to say like, oh, these people are radical. They'll be like, oh, she's posted in ways that I don't like. And I think most people don't care about that. What they care about is just the policies. But as I've said with the Darializa race, there is one way to combat this, right? Effectively. And that is by door knocking and out organizing this outside moneyed interest. Because they can flood the markets with negative attack ads, but we can make that work against them. How? Because a negative attack ad might be the first time that a person learns about a candidate. Okay? If it stays with that negative attack ad and they don't search further to understand where this candidate is coming from or what their policy positions are, why they're being attacked, then that's bad. Okay? We can't beat them on the money side. We can be competitive, but we can't beat them on the money side. Israel has too much money. All these other groups have too much money, right? But what we can do is out-organize them, because once they know about Melach Kiros, if they get a phone call from someone who's phone banking for Melach Kiros, or if they get a door knock from someone who's door knocking for Melach Kiros, and they learn about her actual policies, they will recognize that these ads were bullshit, and they are more likely to go out and vote for her. Because here's the thing. TV ads and mailers flood the market. And usually they're obviously very negative, because none of these politicians can actually stand by their track record, stand by their constituent services, right? So they have to immediately go on the attack and say, oh, my opposition is radical, she's bad, because they can't say, this is what I've done for you, right? And the thing is, that doesn't actually improve turnout at all. That actually depresses turnout. So the negative attack ads don't cause people to go out and vote for Diana DeGette. That's the expectation, right? Because when they mass release these negative attack ads, they think, oh, they're going to get so scared about Melach Kiros that they're going to come out and vote for me. This didn't work with the anti-Trump messaging from Hillary Rodham Clinton, if you recall. Negative attack ads do not work in favor of boosting turnout for the candidate. It just depresses turnout across the board. So we can turn that disadvantage to an advantage. And that's why we have to out-organize them. Okay? That's why we have to fight extra hard and out-organize them. Because while a mailer can stop someone from voting for Melach Kiros because they're like, ooh, she's a little crazy, what's far more powerful than that is actually canvassing. What's far more powerful than that is person-to-person contact, either via phone or, even better, in person. And you get the most bang for your buck on phone banking, even more so than canvassing. Okay? Look at the defamatory shit that DeGette is saying about, I saw Diana DeGette, sponsored, paid for by Diana DeGette. This is a must-read article in Colorado polls disqualifying Melach Kiros rationalizes killing Jews. Fucking bullshit. It's also a big mistake, because this is a very woke district. Okay? Diana DeGette is in some ways not dissimilar to Antonio Reynoso, but worse, I would say. She has always presented herself as a faux progressive, right? Kind of on the fence, somewhat of a more progressive member of Congress, but not so progressive that she has lifelong advocacy for certain bills, certain provisions, things of that nature, right? So for that reason, when she turns around and tries to hit in a place like Denver, Colorado, her much younger, much more progressive socialist opponent on known slanders against anti-Zionists, that actually primes voters to vote for Melach Kiros. This is what we saw with Abdul El-Sayed in Michigan. Okay? Going super negative across the board is not good, but going super negative on the issue of Israel makes you look like you're pro-Israel, or even more pro-Israel than you actually might even be. Yes, attack ad stops a person from voting either way. Canvassing promotes voting. Canvassing draws turnout. So this, while it's probably not great to be a recipient of, and I'm obviously very familiar with this kind of slander, with these kinds of attack ads. I withstand it all day, every day. I also understand that this kind of attack ad is actually good for male like heroes, because especially in a young district like Denver, Colorado, a lot of college students, a lot of highly educated voters, a lot of voters who are distraught and disgusted with the things that Israel has done. When they see that, they don't believe it. They don't go, oh my God, I can't believe it. Male like heroes rationalizes killing Jews. No, they think, oh, here we go again. Another pro-Israel candidate that is an establishment Democrat is attacking a young insurgent that embodies the same or similar qualities that we have seen on television with the New York City DSA slate, with Zohran Mamdani, and that causes them to actually go out and vote for Maylak Heroes.
When Maylak Heroes moved to Denver last year, she brought an extreme agenda with her. She's endorsed by a group that wants to defund the Denver police, withdraw from NATO, and
will they say it's the Democratic Socialists of America? I wonder.
Abolish the United.
I'm willing to bet they won't. There's no way they're dumb enough to also associate it with DSA.
United States Senate. Even Kuros' social media is extreme, with the Denver Post piece calling it offensive and radical. That kind of extremism just isn't Denver.
Oh, they didn't mention it. Okay. Yeah, they're smart enough not to. They're smart enough not to say it, but it's also stupid, because if they don't say it, if they don't say that it's DSA, then it just like rings hollow. What do you mean? She's associated with a group that's like wanting to withdraw from NATO and abolish the U.S. Senate. I don't know what group that is. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, Maylak Heroes isn't Denver in the same way that Darializa Avila Chevalier isn't Dominican. The Democratic establishment has nothing to offer voters, so they divide communities with racism to win a fractured electorate. When people tell you who they are, believe them.
The social media is extreme, with the Denver Post piece calling it
same shit again. Oh, social media posts. This is the rehashing of the Darializa race.
Offensive and radical. That kind of extremism just isn't Denver. And Maylak Kuros just isn't Denver either. Project 218 is responsible for the content of this ad.
Yeah, I wonder what those offensive posts are. Yeah, this shit ain't gonna work, okay? Yeah, of course it's not gonna work. Like secondary loose associations, not saying what the organization is on purpose, because you know that especially in this district, if you openly put it in the attack ad that she's associated with the DSA, people are gonna go, oh, that's awesome, actually. Oh, you mean like Zohran Mamdani? You know? A centrist admits a mistake? Wow. Yeah, I'm deleting this since I got it wrong and both being smug and just on the facts. Looking at New York 13 and how Avila Chevalier did significantly better with black voters, keeping the screenshot on here for people to dunk on. Eric Michael Garcia, what looks like a largely white crowd saying you're next in the primary to the potential first black speaker of the House. Wow. That's crazy. A lot of growth is taking place. Growth of socialism.
And for progressive left in Tuesday's New York primaries, all three congressional candidates who were endorsed by New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani won. For what this means for the national political scene, we're joined by Ed O'Keefe. Ed, good morning. Okay, so Mamdani is emerging, obviously, as a kingmaker, at least here in New York so far, with remarkable influence on voters. So what do you think this Democratic Socialist sweep tells us about Democratic Party future in general, and what does it tell us about...
Oh, my God. Medicare for all is about as realistic a policy now as redistributing the means of production. Yeah, he's right on both counts, just not in the direction that he thinks he is. You know what I'm saying?
Voters right now.
We'll make that happen,
two things.
too.
First of all, it tells us that New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani still has an incredible sway over New York City voters and New York City congressional districts, but he has not endorsed outside the city. And a bunch of blue Democratic districts, in essence, just became bluer, more like midnight blue instead of maybe the blue I'm wearing right now.
Or say it, Ed. Say it, you liar. There's another blue on the tip of your tongue. American flag blue. Just like our beautiful reflecting pool. Say it. You can't say it because you're too afraid. You're too afraid to say what color, what hue of blue it is. Okay? I'll say it because I'm a goddamn patriot. American flag blue.
You know, they reflect, however, something that the Democratic Party is going to have a big conversation about in the coming years, especially as they get ready to nominate someone for president. And that is, what exactly did Israel do in the wake of the October 7th attacks? Was it genocide or was it something else? Because for a growing number of far-left Democratic voters, it is genocide, and unless the candidate is saying that, it is a disqualifying characteristic for that candidate. But that won't be a factor in every race across the country, and Democrats certainly aren't nominating socialists everywhere else. Just 40 minutes north of where you guys are sitting, for example, they nominated a woman named Kate Conley, an Army combat veteran, to take on Republican Mike Lawler in one of the most competitive House districts across the country. The issue for her will be, Republicans are going to run ads saying, does she associate herself with the socialists in New York City, or does she represent you? And it'll be up to voters to determine whether they think the Democrat in their district is more in line with those in New York City or elsewhere. And what this says more broadly, guys, among Democrats and Republicans, is voters want change. They are sick of the status quo. 2 House incumbents were defeated last night in these primaries. They were supported by House Democratic leadership. We've seen other incumbents in both parties lose primaries this year, and will continue to do so. And it's why you've seen Democrats across the country have these races with less conventional contenders, because they are, in fact, intrigued and looking for someone who doesn't necessarily reflect the politics of right now, but a different kind of politics they want to see in the future.
Yeah, Ed, you sort of led me.
Any chance Zoran can endorse Mail-Out? Buddy, what what the fuck are you talking about? Sorry. That was such a silly take that I just swallowed my own spit. Dude, Zoran is the mayor of New York. Okay? Calm down. AOC never would. AOC has endorsed Diana in the past.
To my next question, what, if anything, do these results mean in New York
And she doesn't
outside of New
endorse
York?
against
And you said,
incumbents.
listen, it's sending the message voters want change. Do you think this translates outside of New York?
Not necessarily the socialism part of it, because you're not going to see a socialist candidate running, per se, in congressional races in Virginia or Texas or Arizona with any success. But the idea that Washington needs to be shooken up, that the U.S. relationship with Israel needs to be rethought, those kinds of themes will definitely play in all of these races. And what you're going to see almost immediately, probably by lunchtime today, is Republicans start running ads featuring these winners in New York City and trying to associate Democratic candidates across the country.
Dude, this shit doesn't work. Like, let me tell you something, okay? I don't think they're going to do that. You want to know why? Or if they do that, the only way Democrats lose is if they don't lean into it. Okay? If the Democrats don't lean into it, they're fucked. Then they'll be like, they'll look hypocritical, they'll look stupid. That's kind of the point with DSA, with the DSA candidates. When you're like, oh, this is, these are radicals, they want to abolish the police, you could just be like, dude, no, that's not the case. They want Medicare for all, and so do I. Okay? So do I. I want Medicare for all. Now you have to say that. Tallarico will not lean into it. I'm worried about Tallarico because he's also sponsored by majority Dems.
With them. That's not unlike what Democrats did when the Tea Party was getting popular back in 2010 and tried to take out moderate Republicans with those conservatives. What goes around comes around, and both parties are going through change.
All right, Ed, thank you.
What do you think Democrats not in New York City should be learning from this?
Well, first of all, New York City matters because the 2 most exciting left-wing candidates are here, AOC and Mamdani, but also this is the stronghold for the establishment. Schumer.
Zoran needs to go on a long march. He needs to go on the long Democratic Socialism of America march. Yeah, the center-left commentary trying to ride the anti-establishment energy. Just fucking run on the AI regulation. We learned that we need to disrupt the status quo while in power because Ralph Nader made it too hard to build high-rises. Yeah. Yeah, big time W's for the better things are not possible crowd.
And Hakeem Jeffries, this is a battle between the establishment and this insurgency, and the roof is collapsing on the Democratic Party establishment tonight. If Mamdani gets a hat trick, 3 out of 3, this is a new era for the Democratic Party, and you can't write off New York City because this is the place where both, it's the power center for the establishment and the insurgency, and they're going head-to-head tonight. And right now, this is no longer a movement. This is a movement and a machine at the same time. There's just no way to sugarcoat this. If Mamdani pulls off a hat trick, it is a new era in Democratic Party politics.
Well, and if you're a moderate Democrat who's on the election, who's on the ballot this November, Van, I mean, they're all going to get asked about the positions that we're hearing from these other fellow Democrats.
Well, look, I think, from our frontline Democrats will be able to make their case for themselves. I think they'll be able to do okay. We got a lot of national security Democrats in other parts of the country, but this is a big deal tonight. And I think that look, I don't know what you want me to say here. This is a straight up battle between the establishment and the insurgency, and the establishment is getting its butt kicked tonight in New York.
What a sad night for Mr. APAC man. It's got to be a sad night. He could have just stayed a Maoist third worldist, and he would have a much more fun argument on the broadcast tonight. He could be like, listen, Caitlin, America is the devil, is the evil empire, and these demon rats, these fake revisionist socialists, are actually just sheepdogging the revolutionary potential of the masses. I'm here to build a mass line. They're here to make sure that the Zionist genocide Democrat Party wins more of the youth revolutionary energy. I feel like that would be a far more fun, interesting take from Van Jones than this like cookie cutter bullshit where he's just like kind of sad. He's like, oh yeah, my guys got fucking wiped last night.
CNN has a projection. I'm going to go straight to John King over at the Magic Valley.
And that projection, Abby, means that the mayor, Mamdani, does get a sweep of the 3 races in which he endorsed in Democratic primaries tonight. The Democratic Socialist candidate, Darializa Avila Chevalier, beating a powerful Democratic, long-standing Democratic incumbent, Adriano Espaillat. Much more narrow race than the other 2 districts here, but this is, again, a Democrat. This is a mayor making a statement. This is a candidate making a statement. You're having the conversation with your panel about we want new, we want different, and yes, we want more liberal. In this particular case, Espaillat is certainly a Democrat and a progressive, but this is part of the generational divide. We've also seen the Democratic Party. We want new.
Dude, you can't say Espaillat is a progressive. Like, that's crazy. Espaillat is not progressive, okay? It's just like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. The only reason why you're saying that is because he had a lot of firsts, right? First Dominican congressperson, first undocumented immigrant that became a congressperson. Like, those are firsts. But his policy, his policies were not progressive at all. Like, the things that he advocated for were not progressive at all. It's kind of racist, as a matter of fact, to just automatically assume, like, right-wing Republicans do this all the time. No disrespect to John King. I love him. Okay, he's trying his best. But, like, it is unironically the argument that, like, Republicans always advance when talking about, like, Louis Farrakhan. They'll be like, oh, he's a progressive leader. And, Farrakhan is a unique figure, certainly. Some of his opinions are not so progressive. But I don't think anyone would normally call him a progressive leader. The reason why they're saying that is because he's black. And this is a little bit of that, too. Like, where they're like, oh, Espaillat is progressive because he's Hispanic. He's the head of the Hispanic caucus. That's kind of what it is.
We want younger, but there's one for the mayor. There's two for the mayor. And there's three tonight. So the conversation is going to be, Abby, number one.
But I guess a lot of Americans also make that assumption. Like they do also operate on that frequency where they're like, Kamala Harris, big time commie. Why? Because she's a black woman from fucking California. So that's like part of it. That's part of the reason why the electorate saw her as this like major radical when she was unbelievably moderate.
How much power does Zoran Mamdani have in New York City politics? Number two, he's also making some enemies tonight, let's be honest. He's been mayor 6 months, and he's gone against two Democratic incumbents and the wishes of the retiring Democratic incumbent in the 3rd district there. But he's making a statement for the city, for the state, and he's also making a statement of where he thinks the Democratic Party should go nationally, both for the next 5 months and into 2028. So as you're discussing with your panel, can you export this? Can you sell what he wants to do in New York City, where his candidates clearly are winning tonight, where he won clearly, convincingly? Can you sell it? Well, he wants to be part of that debate, and tonight he's proving he gets a big role in it.
This is a really important conversation because Zoran Mamdani, thank you, John King, Zoran Mamdani is, he took a big swing, right, as we were just discussing. And you don't take those kinds of swings unless you think you can win, and he did. And this last race that we just called, just 1 second, because I think this is super important. Darializa Avila Chevalier is one of the more controversial candidates. CNN earlier in the year reported that she had deleted previous Twitter posts expressing views for abolishing police, prisons, borders, seizing private property, nationalizing major industries, calling into question Israel's right to exist. She spoke to a friend of the show, Ested Herndon, in a recent interview, said that all deportations are immoral. So all of that being said, there she is defeating a Democratic incumbent, a powerful member of the Hispanic caucus, who's been there. The chairman. He's been there for a really long time. I mean, you could say that all of this is just controversial. She's a bad candidate, but she's likely to just be the congressperson. And does it not suggest, though, that the voters looked at that and they were like, we don't really care about that. We care about all these other things?
I think that's the problem for the greater Democratic Party in this district, or in these 3 districts. You have the ones who are the furthest to the left, who under no uncertain terms support open borders, do not support any deportation. And even in that podcast interview, I mean, she was given a follow-up of, even if it's a murderer, even if it's a rapist, no, they shouldn't be deported. Republicans are very obviously going to take advantage of this, and it's going to hurt the Democrats nationwide. You could win in New York, you can win in Seattle, you can win in Portland and Los Angeles, but that's where you're going to win. And if we're able to define the Democrats who have tried to run away from this label of being socialist, being open borders, being pro-crime or anti-Israel, if that's the goal of the Democratic Party, to run from that, you're not going to be able to do that
But you forget
anymore.
one important thing. People are broke. That's the other part you forget, is that the affordability crisis in this country, I think, is a major win for a lot of Democrats. It's like, again, all those little scary terms y'all like to use to try to throw people off and say
she's open borders, right?
And I'm not saying that I agree with that.
That is
but
what
there's
she
extreme
believes.
MAGA candidates too that run on way worse things than this.
Yeah. Okay. First of all, there is no moral equivalence between people who want to have a more just and more moral pathway towards documenting people that are coming over the border, and people who want to send them to concentration camps. Okay? There is no equivocation. There is no moral equivalence. It is an unbelievably ridiculous point to make. Okay? That's number one. Number two, when you hit like the radical crazy takes, like you can say that about tweets, right? You could be like, oh, Darializa was cracking jokes on Twitter. Okay. Donald Trump is the president, and he still says seriously insane things without even trying to make a joke. So even then, like, the closest equivocation you can make still falls short, because one's the fucking president and the other was like a 23-year-old on Twitter. making jokes. Donald Trump tweeted today on numerous occasions unhinged things, and he will tweet again tomorrow. He's the president. These comparisons are fucking psychotic. As of tonight, Darializa has become a congressperson. If she still tweets in the same way, I mean, I'll probably still defend it, let's be real, because I don't give a shit. But, but like, neither do you. You're a Republican. So if you're a Republican, you clearly don't care. How many times have Republicans said, oh, those are just tweets. Those are just mean words. Why are you taking them seriously? Don't listen to the president making revelations on his own personal website. It's just so silly. Like, you defend that shit, but then you also simultaneously lose your mind over Darializa's like former tweets. Yeah, I wouldn't have voted for her if my life depended on it. Democrats would be wise to distance themselves from this loony early and often. Oh, wow. Richard Hanania and Ethan Wolf. Two of my weirdest ops. Hate Darializa. Richard Hanania, if I were you, and thank God I'm not, because, oh my God, I don't want to say what I would do if I were you. But for the sake of this hypothetical, if I were in your shoes, I probably would be the last guy that tries to bring up former weird and quirky ideologies of people, considering that you were an out and about race realist, white supremacist, and still harbor some of those racial resentments to this day, as you have simultaneously tried to rewrite yourself into this like liberal spectrum because you can't stand how fucking objectively illiterate and stupid the Republicans are. Richard Hanania is such a funny poster, even though he's a total fucking loon, because he's the guy who openly will be like, black people need to be policed. They're, genetically inferior. He's written extensively about this concept. This is what he sincerely believes. But the funniest posts are when he gets racial, but also reveals his like weird attitude about his own perceived failings. I'm reminded of that tweet or of that article he wrote. Or no, I think it was a tweet where he was talking about like how a little Chinese girl beat him in soccer. He was like, what kind of sport is soccer? This 4-year-old Chinese girl was able to defeat me, even though I have significantly stronger upper body strength. Oh, also, who could forget he's a contributor to Project 2025. That's right. This is now the sweetheart of the abundists. I mean, this tweet responding to you is another example of that. Yeah. I mean, a dystopia by definition is bad. So, of course, what he's saying has to be true. Maybe Hasan isn't very smart. Because I said, if this is a whites-only capitalist dystopia, do you think your life would be fundamentally better? I'm sorry, I didn't say it's a whites-only capitalist utopia, which is something that Richard Hanania sincerely believes. He's like, no, it would be a utopia. Yes, I said it's a dystopia because in my worldview, it would be a dystopia. So I'm not even willing to entertain it as a matter of using the correct language. You better hug me like this when we meet someday. Oh, there she is. Look who it is, the lady of the hour. Hello.
Thanks for coming.
Of course.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good seeing you. I'm good.
It's a big day.
It is a big day.
We're bringing a big crew.
Hello, you guys.
Yeah.
How are you?
It's Brace Belden from Truanon and Ryan Grimm. Back there from Breaking Points. You've been on a show.
Yeah. Hi, it's good seeing you.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. How are you doing?
Good.
Hi, seeing you. Hi, it's good to
Where
see
you
you in
going?
person.
Where you going?
How are you? Doing well.
I nailed that social interaction. I did. Is the Dari interview still happening today? Yes. But given the barrage of media attention that she has to respond to, we pushed it back a little bit because I told her I wanted to do it later in the day because they wanted to do it earlier. And I was like, no, I'd rather push it back. The later the better. So it's gonna be in a little bit. Is that renowned racist Brace Belden? Stop. That was so awkward, man. But we had such a funny resolution to that. We got 5 of my friends to pull up to the polls after we did pull-ups together, come through another time to our unionized climbing gym up the block. It's a socialist hotspot.
To beat them in a pull-up competition.
Right.
No.
Can you still do pull-ups, crazy? I can do pull-ups.
How many pull-ups can you do? I can't do that much. I can't do that much.
2, 3.
You counting?
That's actually very impressive.
Okay, I wasn't going half. I thought I was actually going half, but I wasn't. I was going. Those are legit. I mean, they're chin-ups. You can say they're chin-ups, not pull-ups.
That's all I got. Oh, 10.
Oh fuck! I said 10. I beat his ass. I did 11. What is that form, brother? He didn't even get all the way down and kick his ass, no question. I would destroy Austin, I'm pretty sure, in a pull-up competition. Even though he's OP in a pull-up competition because his legs are literally the size of toothpicks. He has no lower body strength and he has no lower body weight.
I worked out this morning. That's why. That's why.
10.5.
Oh, he's locking in. Oh, it's over. It's over. Oh! Wait, for real?
How much is that? 9?
What's up, dude? How many pull-ups can you do?
How many pull-ups can I do?
Yeah. Oh, he's got the wide grip and everything. Great form. God damn. HasanAbi heads are out here. When you went with Mero and Zoran, I bet they didn't do fucking pull-ups. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Pull up for Valdez to your polling station. DSA.NYC/vote, right? To find your nearest polling station. What's going on? You vote today? Yeah, it's happening today.
It's today?
Yeah, it's till 9
p.m.,
man.
The days. Okay, good to know. You're gonna do it? Yeah.
Let's lock you down for Claire Valdez. Hello. Hi. What's up? Go for Claire.
Oh, that's nice. My favorite outside park time. The only thing I'll give you is that pull-ups, no warm-up at your size would feel like hell. Okay. Can you guys be a little bit more impressed? Can you be a little bit more impressed? Because, like, I'm a big boy. I just kind of ripped up in there. I just got in there and I just fucking banged 11 like that. Bang, 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 bang. Okay? Let's be real. That's impressive and you fucking know it. You weren't expecting it. You're like, wow. This hate meme goes hard. Mamdani calls the Israeli lobby AIPAC in the United States monsters. Unk still got it. This was impressive. Yeah, I saw. Anti-Piker made my ass fatter than it actually is. This is not what it looks like. What's he doing with all that Cory Booker? POV, you're walking behind Hasan. If supporting Israel offends you, this painting probably isn't for you. Yeah, no, it is for me then. Wow. Zoran is a crazy speaker, but I feel like you nailed the quote more. What quote? I am from Israel, and this is my art. Yeah, Cecilia D'Anastasio wrote about me. New Twitch streamer Hasan helped usher in last night's socialist wave in New York City. Here's what he had to say about the landmark wins and the role he played and didn't. I already read the article while the stream was going on. I think there's an inaccuracy in it. But we'll read it in a second. Let's keep going with this.
And guess what? They still get elected. You know why? Because there is core things that still resonate with people, and all the scary terms aren't going to get them off of that. At the end of the day, if people are broke, they do not care.
In far-left districts where Republicans aren't running, like Republicans don't lose anything tonight in these districts, but they are going to be dealing with some of these far-left candidates in, say, Maine. I mean, to come up for Congressman Golden's position, you guys put someone very far to the left, and that's now going to go into the Republican camp. We're going to pick that seat up. When you're going into moderate...
I don't think you will, my friend. I think that's the thing. You guys keep putting out all these scary terms. No, we've heard all this anti-Semitism and we are evil and we're open borders.
If you do not believe in Israel's right to exist, that means you're an anti-Semite.
That's one candidate that you're talking about in the entire country. No, listen.
Why stand 10 toes down? 10 toes down. 10 toes down. You have to don't let this guy get anything. Okay? Don't let this guy get anything. Don't let this guy get anything. No, you got to defend Darializa, okay? She's a part of the coalition. That's it. It's a hype train incoming, by the way. Let's see if we can carry the flame twice today. Yeah. If DSA were right-wing, Fox News and Wall Street Journal editorial page would immediately be signing up everyone associated with them to be commentators and editorialists to keep up with where the party was going, which is precisely the reason why they should be signing me up. That's right. They should be signing me up as the propaganda mouthpiece, as the organ of propaganda for the Democratic Socialists of America, the propaganda press secretary. Hype train unlocked.
You cannot make it about scary terms. There are people struggling in this country, and we need representatives that don't just represent the donors and the lobby groups and the billionaires. Mamdani is showing us that you can deliver. It is possible to run and keep your promises. I would love to talk without you talking over me the entire time.
Yeah. That's how
and he's also out there saying that he's going to align himself with the folks that do not believe in Israel's right to exist.
But if you want to throw that lob, I'll say find me an extreme MAGA politician that's not bigoted. I would say the same thing.
What about what Jamel is saying? I mean, isn't the story of the last 10 years of politics, especially in this Trump era, that there are, even in the Republican tent, plenty of people to the far right that have been welcomed into the tent. And maybe they're toxic, maybe they're controversial, but they still get elected in their ruby red districts. It just seems like a parallel thing is starting to happen on the Democratic side. And part of what's happening is that Democrats are actually learning from what Republicans did.
I don't think
over
they're
the
learning.
last 10 years.
I don't really think they are learning. I mean, I think if you look back, this happened to us. In 2010 and 2012, you can look at candidates like Sharon Angle and Richard Murdoch and Todd Akin. We left a lot of Senate seats and House seats on the table because we did things that made the most radical people in our party happy. And you guys are celebrating, oh, we're taking our party back. We're finally sending a message. It's a message that swing voters are going to be scared of. Congresswoman Chevalier, Congresswoman-elect Chevalier, I'd like to invite her to come campaign in any of the districts where I'm working with candidates this year. She would be welcome. We might pay her travel expenses. I would like her to be an ambassador of the Democratic Party.
But she's not an ambassador of the Democratic
Party.
Sure
she is. Of course she is. Won tonight. You just said that.
No, she's not.
But I'm sorry, but aren't you celebrating the unity that she's bringing to the base of the Democratic Party? You're saying that she's energizing everyone.
No,
and we're going to point that out.
I think we started this by talking
mobilizing
I
the
think
base
we
of the
started
extremists
this
in your
by
party.
saying her race was the closest, that Mamdani was the thing that we were celebrating, and Mamdani is showing that
Who
politicians can.
handpicked extremists.
Again, I'm speaking, and you keep talking over me. I would love to
It's a
finish
debate
point.
show.
Okay, hold on a second. Just finish your point, and then you can respond.
My point is, we were talking about Mamdani. Mamdani, in 6 months, has shown what the Democrats have not been able to show in years. That you can say you're going to get something done, and then you can get it done. That you can look out for the people, and you can actually deliver for them. That if you don't answer to the billionaire class, and you don't answer to a lobby group, and you don't answer to your donors, then you can actually keep looking out for the people. And that's why when we're talking about John saying, you know, is this Mamdani's idea? This is what a lot of us in the country want. We want politicians that answer to us, that look out for us, that represent us.
How big of a shockwave was this to see all of the people that Mamdani endorsed win?
I mean, truly, as Politico put it, there is a new king of New York when it comes to endorsements. I mean, just up and down the ballot, from congressional races on down. If you're Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, you're really taking a tough look at this because. Truly, New Yorkers sent a message last night, and with affordability at top of minds of Democrats, this has got to rattle them going forward.
Yeah, affordability was the word, right, that everyone was kind of looking at and using. Francesca, I do wonder if this is a New York anomaly, or do you see Zohran Mamdani's version of democracy as a harbinger of things to come in potentially other places, other states, other cities?
There's a more nuanced look if you go across the country. I mean, you have a state like Iowa where Josh Turek won, and he had large establishment support. Even in looking in New York itself, you have the race where Michael Lasher won and had been an aide to Gerald Nadler and had his support. And so, yes, certainly a progressive wave going on in New York and in other parts of the country for sure. But as Democrats are trying to figure out what kind of message works for them, they're finding that in different states, particularly in red states, in some of these purple states, that the message that might work for voters is going to be different than the one that works in a place like New York that's very blue. And they're having to figure out how to thread that needle as they start to look for a candidate who can try and bring all these different parts of the party together in 2028. But as far as this idea of Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer, I did want to pick up on what Jackie was saying and say if you're waking up this morning and you're Chuck Schumer and you're looking at that,
it's my commie tie.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who's trying to figure out what she's going to do.
Hype train
in
level
her future,
3, about to be level 4. Hype train level 4. Will we carry the flame twice today? Subscribe. Message I heard was fuck Kamala Harris. I love that there's chatters in here who say, who's Micah Lasher? That's how little I covered New York 12 as a race. There are people who are just like, I've never even heard of this guy. I've been in here every day.
Progressive wave that was seen last night leans, of course, in the direction of an AOC.
Yeah, Jackie, as Francesca has sort of alluded to, as Republicans watch Democrats wrestle with their own ideological divisions,
what level
how
of hype
might
train
this
for gaming?
be used
15
in the midterms in other places?
That's the question. I think some of the members who won in New York will be used as the new boogeyman, as the Republicans tried to do with Mayor Mamdani. Now, whether or not that works, I think it depends on where you are. I mean, good luck trying to do that in a place like Texas, for example. But it might work somewhere like Maine, where they have a very progressive candidate running, or around the margins. Somewhere like Maine, where you do have a candidate that is very progressive in Graham Plattner. So as Francesca pointed out, this isn't a one size fits all, but I think as much as we talk about problems that Republicans have, Democrats clearly have some of their own internally. And the other really interesting thing that we're going to see moving forward, potentially into next year, about Hakeem Jeffries is how he governs this kind of caucus that's moving very.
Well, as we've been telling you, it was
all right, enough of this. All right, let's get to some
A socialist sweep in New York sending shockwaves through the Democrat Party all across the country. All three far-left candidates backed by New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani won their, bringing them one step closer to Congress. Those victories from last night are putting the Democrat establishment on hot notice. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus.
They've been covering the fucking socialist rise and fear-mongering off of it literally non-stop, okay? Endlessly. So it's awesome that it finally happened because they were like, oh, this is dangerous. This is danger, danger, danger. We have no way to like deal with this, all this stuff. And now that it's here, they're like, they still have no clue how to deal with it at all.
Cheers, chants, all in support of the Democrat Socialists of America. Now, you know I don't call them that. They're just socialists. All of that cheering erupted for Claire Valdez, one of the candidates who claimed victory.
How we feeling tonight?
Democrat Socialists of America, DSA, as they were chanting. Former member Brad Lander forced out incumbent establishment-backed Congressman Dan Goldman. And Darializa Avila Chevalier did the same thing, unseating a veteran congressman and the Hispanic caucus chairman. Chevalier won despite a slew of past problematic posts that she's made. She pushed for the abolishment of ICE, Immigration, Customs, and Enforcement. And she questioned Israel's right to exist. That sounds like a terrorist. She attacked President Trump and used a cuss word to address former Vice President Kamala Harris. But Chevalier does not want to answer for...
There's something so funny about them getting upset about her saying fuck Kamala Harris when 99.9% of their viewership have said way worse things about Kamala Harris. Oh, you mean to tell me she said something that's like kind in comparison to what the average Fox News watcher says about Kamala Harris? That's crazy.
For any of that, she stormed out of an interview when pressed about those posts. It is in Spanish, but her actions say it all in every language.
Que siempre va a luchar por ustedes, que nunca va a aguantar ninguna indignidad contra ustedes. Cuídense.
Bueno, gracias.
Here's the cover of today's New York Post. The headline, The Hateful Slate. All three candidates supporting policies like ending the military aid to Israel. Again, abolishing ICE, housing and Medicare for all, for free, all of it. Well, who pays? They're going to hike the taxes on people.
I'm sorry. This literally doesn't read like a hit piece. You have to literally be delusional to keep running this, not realizing that this is, you're going to accidentally convert Fox News watchers to democratic socialism. Your voters want this. Maybe not abolish ICE, but housing for all, Medicare for all, taxes on the wealthy. Why the fuck would they not want that? Like, this is amazing. It's so funny that they like accidentally end up giving free advertising with the working knowledge that it would be really bad if they somehow found out. Wait. Hold on. 1 second. One second. No, not yet. Darializa's not in the house yet. I might have to move some stuff around. Yeah, a little bit.
People who are wealthy. And wealthy isn't just in the millions. It starts really at the upper middle class and some middle class when you look at the numbers that they want to tax. Alexis McAdams has the latest from New York City. Alexa.
Hi, Harris. Yeah, yesterday when we talked, we weren't sure exactly what was going to happen. You wake up this morning in what the DSA calls the commie corridor, and it's a different New York, and it's going to be a little bit different in Washington, D.C., where they say you're going to hear people yelling, "Free Palestine," which is what we heard from these DSA candidates. They're going to take their far-left agenda now to the nation's capital. It's something the mayor says is ready to be done, and it's something they stand behind. Watch.
And we have to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
Solidarity forever. Abolish ICE. Free Palestine. Organize your union. And join DSA.
Mamdani
Terrifying.
went 3 for 3. So Zohran Mamdani, as everyone knows by now, is the mayor here in New York City. He's being called a kingmaker with this race. He endorsed fellow Democratic Socialist Darializa, Avila Chevalier, Claire Valdez, and then progressive Brad Lander, who all won. They want to abolish ICE, defund the police, and cut ties with Israel. One of the night's biggest upsets was Chevalier knocking out 5-term Congressman Adriano Espaillat. She is an anti-Israel activist. That's what this comes down to. And that played a huge role in another upset in New York. Dan Goldman lost.
My favorite is when they say Espaillat, immediately revealing that they don't even know who the fuck this guy is. Like, in defense, they want to defend the establishment Democrat unconditionally against the left flank, right? But they don't care enough to be like Espaillat, Adriana Espaillat, like the incumbent who's been in power for like numerous decades at this point. Like, yeah, Espaillat. I don't fucking know. He lost. We love him, though. He was really good. Far better than this new crazy candidate.
To Brad Lander, and he lost to him quickly, quicker than some people expected. Some voters say support for Israel was the dividing line.
Yeah. Brad Lander anti-Semitically defeated Dan Goldman in this district with a lot of Jewish voters who also happened to anti-Semitically vote for the Jewish Brad Lander, the Jewish people in the district. They did it, but they did it anti-Semitically.
I caught up with Lander and asked him about this split inside the Democratic Party. What happened to the moderate Democrat?
Look, I don't think it's so much progressives versus moderates. I think it's fighters versus folders.
Well, we'll see what that means. Mamdani says the DSA is winning big. They're going to move the Democratic Party, Harris, in a new direction, and he is celebrating these wins.
Bro's talking about losing to Brad Lander as he was defeated by David Duke.
Because you poured your hopes into this.
No, that Dan Goldman quote is hilarious, dude. He's like, yeah, just a Jewish man was defeated today.
That we are showing there is a new path for politics.
And if we allow this anti-Semitic incident to manifest, it's going to turn into, something devastating.
In our city and in our country.
I mean, a lot of racists vote for Tim Scott. Yeah, you know who doesn't vote for Tim Scott? Black people. Okay? You know who voted for Brad Lander? Jewish people in the district. Perhaps there's a big difference here. Okay? Yeah, replace Jewish with Israel. Not so funny, huh? Liberal.
So President Trump posted on Truth Social just moments ago that Mamdani helped elect 3 solid communists, saying, hey, congrats, Mr. Mayor. I went 16-0 last night, helping to elect wonderful American patriots. Back out.
Yeah, Israel is so mad. Brad Lander's win in New York primary is being framed as an Israeli media. Being framed in Israeli media as Mamdani's guy, which is noteworthy because Lander is a nice Jewish guy, but you wouldn't know that from the news in Hebrew because when inconvenient, Jewish identity is not mentioned. They've erased him. In Israel, they've erased his Jewish heritage and background. It's crazy. Brad Lander, a prominent member of Hamas. Daily Wire, I think we should expand welfare programs in the 1990s. 2026, I hate America and 9/11 was good and Allahu Akbar. It's like, Daily Wire, you can't on the one hand constantly complain about people becoming too racist and then do stuff like this. You can't Groyper post if you are literally constantly demanding that there is DEI for Jewish people, okay? You can't do that. This is a Groyper post. It doesn't work that way. And then you sit around and wonder why so much of your audience went into that direction, went into that movement and stopped watching you and now hate you. Hunter Biden, I think you cut off the tweet, man. And yeah, these guys in the 1990s would also call that communist too, ironically enough. Oh, Bethany Mandel had a take? Oh, let's go. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, she just... How do people who say stuff like this process the fact that Mamdani's suite was often spearheaded by young Jewish staffers and supported by many young Jews at the rank and file level? Capos. Oh. So Brad Lander, an elected Nazi in that, is Brad Lander an elected Nazi in that analogy? There has to be an element of reasonableness and factuality even in ferocious political disagreement. Yeah, by the way, Bethany Mandel famously wrote this article for the Jewish Forward. We need to start befriending neo-Nazis. Yeah. Shocked me to my core when I found out she's a convert, by the way. Did not know that. But yeah, no, she's an all-around fascist. Here's the Hunter Biden tweet. He's with us. Okay, we'll look at this fucking ChatGPT shit. I kind of am a little bit of a Hunter Biden hipster. I'm a little bit of a Hunter Biden hipster. As you guys know, I've been his probably biggest advocate when it mattered the most, when no one would have his side. No one would actually support him. And now that like everybody likes him, I kind of don't like him as much. And I don't know if it's because I'm a fucking shitty hipster about this whole ordeal or what it is, or the fact that I feel like his media run is a little bit empty. I did ask him to be on the stream. He did not respond to me. I think that's probably part of the reason. Like, it's part of my motivation, at least, for not really liking him as much anymore, especially because I literally might have been one of the only people in America who saw the crack tape, his penis, and was like, no, this guy is my guy. I'm defending him unconditionally. Like, I've been a fucking defender since, like, the laptop days, okay? Anyway, this is what he said. I'm not running for office. Good. But if I were, these are some of the lessons I take away from what happened in New York yesterday. 1, authenticity is measurable. Voters can smell a focus group from a mile away. 2, endorsements from the current Democratic leadership now read like warnings. The establishment wing of the party is no longer a sword. It's a question mark. 3, oh God, ChatGPT, dude. Everything he writes, I can smell the AI on it. It fucking annoys me. 3, conviction beats caution. The candidates who said hard things about rent, about who pays for what, about Gaza, they won. The triangulators lost. 4. Cost of living is everything. Everything else is wallpaper. Should we even read these tweets? Like, it's clear that he's not writing them. Like, I feel like it's kind of a waste of time. I just hate the quirky juxtaposition ass ChatGPT tweets. You know what I mean? It's not insert A. It's actually insert B, right? Always. Cost of living is everything. Everything else is wallpaper. The middle is not a strategy. It's an empty room. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck yourself. I hate this. Voters reach past the establishment to grab someone who actually believes something. Don't fear the base. Courted. The Democrats who ran from their own voters lost. The ones who ran towards them won. If you want to lead a party, you have to be willing to fight inside it. Mamdani didn't ask permission. He took the field. The lesson under the lesson. The country's tired of being managed. The people want to be led. God, it sucks. It sucks. Stop using AI for fucking writing your shit, okay? Anyway, here's the article from earlier today with Cecilia D'Anastasio. Twitch star Hasan Piker notches a win with New York City Socialists. If Tuesday's sweep by Democratic Socialists across New York validated Mayor Zohran Mamdani as the city's kingmaker, it also established controversial streamer Hasan Piker as an emerging power behind the throne. The Twitch star and political commentator spent Election Day crisscrossing the city, lending his influence or his audience of millions of candidates backed by the Democratic Socialists of America. Tuesday afternoon, he slid out of a black SUV and into a Brooklyn dive bar to rally volunteers who had assembled to support Claire Valdez, a union organizer and artist running to represent a swath of Brooklyn and Queens, dubbed the Commie Corridor for its left-wing political bent. His enthusiastic reception underscored the standing that Piker holds on the left, particularly with younger activists. Positioned as the left answer to influential podcasts like Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro, the streaming star commands a sizable audience and the conservative broadcaster's penchant for no-holds-barred commentary. It's also created a quandary for Democrats eager to rebuild their relationship with Gen Z, but nervous about association with someone whose fiery indictments of Israel and U.S. foreign policy routinely earn bipartisan criticism. Piker has called Zionism an exterminationist ideology. I cooked there. And regularly describes the Israeli state as genocidal. Also cooked. All facts. His statement that America deserved 9/11, arguing later that the U.S. had brought it on itself, became a flashpoint in Mamdani's own mayoral campaign. Piker subsequently said the comment was inappropriate, and his live streams often condemns anti-Semitism, saying his criticism of Israel is specific to its government. He's broadly dismissed the ongoing debate over the risks associating with him as overblown, based on mischaracterization of his views or the obsession of a legacy media and Democratic establishment at a step with the way the left's next generation sees the world. For candidates vying in Mamdani's New York, those controversies were far from the focus. Hopefully, they're going to be seeing how red the Commie Corridor is all the way from space, Piker quipped at the bar. He trotted to a nearby park to hand out pamphlets and approached a man out walking his dog who did not know it was Election Day. Let's lock you down for Claire Valdez, Piker said. Thousands of viewers on his live stream from across the world cheered him on. You guys gotta mention in the article. Later that night, Valdez emerged from a crowded Democratic field to clinch the primary by more than 20 points, part of the way for DSA-backed candidates across the city. The night served as a capstone for Piker, who decided to spend the year traveling to interview and promote young socialist candidates across the country. He live-streamed the results of his Twitch on his Twitch channel, where he counts 3 million followers. At breakfast the next morning at his New York City hotel, Piker argued he was bringing focus to primary races that are not getting the media attention they deserve, and that he can reach voters who have a diverse media diet and aren't as predisposed to like mainstream outlets. Teens and young adults are increasingly turning to influencers like Piker for the news. 81% of teens receive at least some news from content creators, according to a poll from the Media Insight Project. More than half of all American teenagers and adults, 57%, say the same. On Tuesday, Piker argued he represented more than the views of young voters. There are a lot of older people who are also sick and tired of the do-nothing Democrats, and they want real change. They want real fighters, and we're seeing that impact right now, he said. Still, Piker's efforts to exert influence have been dogged by controversy surrounding his more incendiary comments. Earlier in June, his plans to speak at South by Southwest London and the Oxford Union were dashed when the British Home Office prevented him from entering the country. Shortly after, 3 venues in Denver canceled his appearance with 2 Colorado Democratic congressional primary candidates for the House and Senate. The venues cited security concerns, according to the Denver Post. Nor has his appeal always translated outside of deep blue districts. Several candidates endorsed by Piker have gone on to lose their races, including 3 in California, This is where they, this is a misreporting. They got it wrong. Because I told them that I had not endorsed Nithya Raman, who ended up winning anyway, and I did not endorse Tom Steyer, who ended up losing. Only Shaikot is who lost out of the candidates I've endorsed. And one in New Jersey, where he was born. I don't know who they're referencing that lost in New Jersey, because Hamawi actually won. So I don't know what they were referencing there. Richie Torres, a Democratic congressman from the Bronx who avoided upset from a progressive challenger on Tuesday night, called him the anti-Semitic poster child for a systematically anti-Semitic social media platform in an email to Amazon.com, Inc. which owns Twitch, protesting his comments. Cat lost in Illinois? Yeah, but that's not New Jersey or California. That's why I'm saying, like, it doesn't make sense. Unless they mean Nate Bluen in Utah and Effie. They're talking about Dr. Oz? Yeah. My man, Dr. Oz, my candidate. Is that about Musab? You didn't endorse or stream with him, but I can't think of another New Jersey race. Yeah, I don't know what they were. Did you actually endorse Kat? Yes, I did. I never rallied with her, but I did endorse her. Prominent Democratic U.S. senators, including New Jersey's Cory Booker, Arizona's Ruben Gallego, and Michigan's Elisa Slotkin told Politico earlier this year they would not be willing to appear on Piker's show. Well, I never invited them. But while the provocative comments have grabbed headlines, candidates and operatives seeking Piker's assistance says he puts in the work to help their campaigns. When Valdez was a little-known candidate vying against longtime community organizer and politician Antonio Reynoso, Piker flew to New York to go bowling with the candidate on his live stream. He's helped phone bank for candidates and is in regular touch with the DSA while noting he does not take direction from the party. Piker also says he texted Mamdani, whose mayoral bid he aggressively supported. I think Hassan Piker is actually an extremely significant political figure on the left in this country, and I don't say that lightly, said Andrew Epstein, Valdez's communications director. Amid the celebration, Piker on Wednesday downplayed his role, helping shape the results, insisting he's simply a vessel for changing political winds. A lot of the media focus will be on characters, on individuals, Piker said, but the reality of the matter is this is a movement comprised of people who want to center the working class in their politics that are sick and tired of the way things are going. Boom. Did you endorse Libam Mohammed? No, I did not. I endorsed Nate Bluen alongside Bernard Sanders, and he lost. Yes, I will be talking to Francesca Hong, yes. Why won't they talk about your endorsement of Toby Durden? Because it would shock the world. Okay? That's why. I think if Bloomberg and mainstream media knew that I was reaching across the aisle and endorsing Toby Durden for South Dakota governor, Turby Derby, my Turby, it would shock the world. Okay? They would say, wow, this guy understands bipartisanship. Wow, this guy knows. This guy knows a real working class hero when he sees one. Are you conscious about this sort of scorekeeping for wins and losses? Are you less likely to endorse a long shot because of this? No. What the fuck? Why would you? No, man. I don't give a shit. Dog, I'm not running for office. I'm not vying for political power. I just want fucking socialists to win elections. The only reason why I won't like spend a good deal of time on certain candidates is not because of their lack of viability or whatever, but it's also because there's a finite amount of resources and a finite amount of influencing that I could do because I'm only one person. This is just one community. So I try to coordinate to the best of my ability with specifically the Democratic Socialists of America without getting notes from them. We are not in constant coordination and contact with one another, okay? Contrary to what the speculation might be, I'm an independent media content creator, totally independent, okay? Totally independent. Just remember that. Okay? Yeah. What? Great day with Bar Harbor Oyster, learning about aquaculture in Maine. What? The Maine Wire is so funny. It's an outlet entirely dedicated to shitting on Graham Plattner. Like, this is literally an entire outlet that came out of nowhere that is exclusively dedicated to Graham Plattner, anti-Graham Plattner coverage. Isn't that wild, by the way? She's literally in a Graham for Maine ad. Why are you so bad at this?
Oyster farmer and a small business owner. Graham knows what it means to wake up at 4 a.m. with the rest of us.
That's so awesome.
And then the meat fills in. So when we put them through the grater, it chips off this edge a little bit, and that tells the oyster to put less energy into going out and more energy into going down.
More proof that Graham from Maine is a complete fraud. We meet dozens of people today who really earn a living in the industry. Well, it turns out they were in a Graham Plattner ad. It's Graham Plattner's More Pegasus. More Pegaslop? My goat? How's More Pegaslop doing? Yeah, no, we watched the Dana Bash.
Support.
Dana Bash asks a question about AIPAC. Morris Katz answers. Dana Bash, why are you singling out AIPAC? I will say, let's just say there are some more, media trained and more media sensitive individuals that are also receiving the HasanAbi edit as of late. And I will say it's kind of funny to watch them go through the ringer in a similar capacity. Whether it be getting called out for calling AIPAC monsters, or whether it be getting yelled at by Dana Bash for singling out AIPAC after she asked personally about AIPAC. In a long enough timeline, no matter how careful and no matter how sensitive the controversy you might be, controversy will end up finding its way to your doorstep because the controversy and outrage is perfectly manufactured.
Live. This is the question I think people are thinking, including establishment Democrats and leaders of the Democratic Party, Harris, like Hakeem Jeffries, who's waking up this morning thinking, what happened in New York? Can the Mamdani playbook work in November? We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, imagine what's happening inside the, deeper echelons of the Democrat Party. All those people who've held office forever, seat after seat after seat after seat, and they're waking up to a new normal this morning.
I think one of the best things that has happened. What is this? He's still slopping on me. He's still slobbering. Hasan just destroyed my career. What is it? My apology video. Stream crashed. Why did you say he's still slopping on me? What? This is from 6 months ago. This has 13,000 likes. Bro, there are so many people on the internet that are just not going to make it. Before the Maine Wire had Graham, they posted 6 times a day about triad Chinese grows in Maine. Have you covered the wild article about Tulsi Gabbard being a cult member? No, but I know that already. I've known. It's not new information. That was a known thing for quite a while.
And some of them thought that they could just write it out into the sunset. We'll see about that. Alexis, thank you. Right. Countless headlines now echoing the massive effect on the political landscape. Here's a tiny sample.
Do you feel very politically powerful at this moment? I would. Not trying to lionize you, but as an individual, you have a remarkable amount of power through your voice. I don't feel anything. Let's be real. There's so much more work to be done. Even last night, I was immediately like, all right, what's next? Maylot Quiros, Oliver Larkin, Abdul El-Sayed.
Mamdani emerges as kingmaker. Primary forecasts future for Democrats. And socialist earthquake leaves Democrats reeling. House Speaker Mike Johnson from moments ago describing socialists. Look at this.
Brilliant. Morris Katz.
Democrats have candidates winning primaries and rising through the ranks. Here's a few of them. Vang in California, one of the Democrats, she won't say the Pledge of Allegiance. Hamaway in New Jersey, Democrat candidate, socialist candidate, has ties to Al-Qaeda and other terrorists. Chevalier won last night in New York over Hakeem's counter endorsement. She says she wants to abolish the border. She doesn't want a border for the country. Mendoza in Arizona wants to decriminalize trans prostitution. Apparently that's a thing. James in Iowa wants to apologize for being white. Gary Ott in Iowa performed a Satanist wedding. And Bennett in New Jersey.
I have what the fuck are these guys even? I don't even know who half these people are. And I also don't know what the fuck they're talking about. But it's really funny because this has the energy of a guy, like a child, who's reading something out loud that he made up, and it's scaring him. Like he's like, I wrote this short story. It's a very scary story, and guess what? It's currently scaring me. Okay. Oh, is Claire on Aaron Burnett? Let's go. That's good. Good stuff. Let's hear what Claire has to say to the CNN audience. It's very exciting. God damn it. Fucking stupid ass ads. God damn it. Remember when we warned everyone about the naked cyclists in Portland? I don't remember that.
Knocked off incumbent House Democrats, and two ran as Democratic socialists. One of them, Claire Valdez, is my next guest. She's a state assemblywoman who supports policies which include universal rent control, Medicare for all, shrinking the private sector, growing the public sector, abolishing ICE, and ending all arms sales to Israel and supporting Palestinian statehood. Out front now, state assemblywoman Claire Valdez, and this is her first national interview since her win. And obviously, it's a win that has sent shockwaves through the Democratic Party, through the Republican Party, you name it. Assemblywoman, what do you think, now you've had not even 24 hours here, what do you think your victory means?
I think it means that the movement that elected Zohran Mamdani last year continues, and that the movement that has been fighting for working class New Yorkers for years before his election continues. We have a lot to win, and when we go to working people, when we say, this is our platform, we want to fight for you, we want to fight to abolish ICE and win Medicare for all, to make your lives more dignified and affordable, to empower workers, that resonates with people, and we win. And so I'm very proud of the campaign.
It's interesting in the context when you talk about housing and affordability, how central that is. And obviously in Washington, that bipartisan bill was torpedoed today by the president because he wants his voting bill. He is seizing, though, as are other Republicans, on your victory and other victories by Democratic socialists here in New York as a negative. Let me just play some of what they've said.
Well, they're going radical left. They're going really, you talk about the Democrat socialists, it's really communist.
These are the times that Reagan was warning about. He was warning about communism overseas. Now it is on our own shores.
Call it the Bolshevik Revolution of 2026, but the Mamdani takeover of the Democrat Party is official now.
Yes, we are the Bolsheviks. I hope.
Okay, now
Inshallah.
I'm just going through here, and Trump using the word communist, Mike Johnson using the word communism. Is that a badge of honor to hear them talk like that?
I'm a proud Democratic socialist, and for what that means for me is that my union taught me that when we organize together, we can take on bad bosses, we can win good wages, we can win dignified working conditions. And it's funny that they would invoke Reagan, who famously decimated the labor movement, attacked after Patco, really set the tone for what the federal government has done to the labor movement over the last decades. My goal in running for office was always, how do we get as many people as possible into unions unions? How do we pass the PRO Act? How do we stand on the side of working people so that they have the power to fight for themselves and their coworkers and their neighbors? And that's the movement that I come out of, and I'm very proud to be a part of it.
Okay, so that is what they're saying, all right? And you're talking about unions. But here's the thing. It's in the Democratic Party, too, right? There are a lot of people who are freaking out and are not happy about your victory and other victories. So, and there's a couple reasons for that. Israel's one of them, Palestinian statehood. So Josh Gottheimer, Democratic congressman, he told CNN, obviously the socialists had a big win last night. The question is, are we going to let them take over the party, or are we going to stand up and fight back? Many of us believe, as I do, that if you're a socialist, you're not a Democrat. And two other prominent Democrats, one a senator, one a prominent strategist that you've probably known of your whole life, have also come out for other reasons criticizing. Here they are.
The dirtbag left is having their moment. And understand, these people do not like Democrats. Not only are they not Democrats, they wish Democrats poorly.
Okay, there's a lot in there. Let's just start with James Carville. Do you wish, not only are you not a Democrat, you wish Democrats poorly, is what he's saying. Is that true?
What I wish is for working class people to have the dignity, the wages, the protections that they deserve. And if the Democratic Party is willing to stand for Medicare for all, is willing to fight for abolishing ICE and bringing them, the billions, trillions of dollars we spend on forever wars back into our communities, then that's the Democratic Party I want to be part of. That's what we're fighting for in these races. And I think we saw over the last, several weeks, months, as progressives around the country are winning, and last night, that this is what the working class and the
James
Democratic
Carville's so
electorate
funny because he
also
goes
hungry
back and
for.
forth with these campaigns.
And you have a point there. Then when you listen to Senator Fetterman, the dirtbag left is having their moment. Obviously, when it comes to an issue like Israel, right, he is diametrically opposed to where you stand. But, I mean, can you recognize that the two of you are even in the same party?
It's a big party. It's a big tent party. And, I think what's important for me right now is saying that we won with a mandate in this race. We won across the entire district. And that, the message that we had at the doors resonated. People want affordability. They want politicians who will stand up against ICE, who will stand up against forever wars, and who want to see the resources that we pour into agencies that do not make us safer back into our neighborhoods and in hospitals and in healthcare and education, the things that actually make lives dignified and beautiful here in New York 7.
So, and there's affordability. There's also the issue of Israel. And I want to follow on that just because obviously Congressman Gottheimer's talked about that a lot as well. Is the party big tent enough that you can be in the same party where you support Palestinian statehood and are talking about genocide with people who support arms sales to Israel and Israel's actions in this war and in Lebanon? Is the tent big enough to include a John Fetterman and a you on that issue?
What I'd say is that the people who do not agree with me that we should not be aiding and abetting a genocide and occupation, that the Democratic electorate does not reflect that position by far and large. The Democratic electorate wants to see us pull resources away from that and, again, put them back into our communities. They don't want to see our tax dollars going to fund a genocide, apartheid, occupation. They're tired of that. And we heard this over and over again at the doors. But this is an opinion that is reflected across the entire country. It's not just in New York City. And I think that Democrats would be well advised to listen to the people who put them in their offices when they say that.
All right, Assemblywoman Valdez, I appreciate your time, and thank you for taking the time to talk to us.
Thank you so much for having me.
And next, live pictures from Trump's Great American State Fair. He says it's to celebrate America's 250th anniversary, but has it simply become a full-on MAGA rally? Plus one of HGTV.
She's doing a good job of not shitting on other electeds directly. I'm all for a firebrand, but she knows right now she needs to just focus on the issues. Well, I think reframing everything back to first principles and like what it means to be a democratic socialist is the appropriate way to message in this situation. Because they're like, oh, don't you think this is a scary commie bullshit? And yeah, a lot of Twitter posters would look at that opportunity on the main stage and be like, yeah, I'm fucking based, right? Yeah, I'm fucking based, big dog. What's up? Woo, yeah, USSR, right? But like, lucky for us, a lot of these champions that have been elected into these positions of power understand what the average person's perspective is, even if they live in the commie corridor like Claire does, right? And recognize that this is a great opportunity to put your best foot forward. You don't have to shy away from your values in any way, shape, or form. You don't have to compromise on them at all. You can simply be honest. And being honest in that situation is like, I'm a democratic socialist because what that means to me is giving workers back the power in their labor, because labor is what generates the value. And without labor, without workers, there is no value whatsoever, right? That's it. It's super simple. You don't always have to be as fucking abnormal as possible. Generally, since when has what anyone progressive physically said mattered to media portrayal? What do you mean? It matters quite a bit. It matters so much. Are you kidding me? You're on CNN. There's a reason why a lot of the liberals who hate me and track everything that I do will obsess over shit that I say on my stream as jokes, you know, in comfortable company, versus like how I would present what I believe to a much broader audience. You know what I mean? You're not supposed to compromise on your values, regardless, as I keep stressing over and over again. But there's a better way to explain it to people, especially when so many people have personal hangups over what socialism means. So many people have been completely radicalized against what they perceive as socialism. Yes, Letitia James had a bad take as well. But that's a little bit expected. Yeah, good example. I wouldn't go on CNN and suddenly bring up Turby Derby, except you're wrong. That would imply cowardice. I would go on CNN and I'd say, Turby Derby. What do you expect me to say? I would like Dusty Johnson? Hell no. And no Larry Roden either. I'd tell him was what? Turby Derby is going to save South Dakota. That's what I would tell him. Yeah, New York Attorney Letitia James criticized New York City Mayor Mamdani and some of his endorsed candidates in New York City's Democratic primaries, telling CNN that some of those candidates don't understand the communities they want to represent and are disconnected from the history and struggles of many New York City districts. She also said that she and other Democratic leaders are disappointed in Mamdani, adding, all of us are a little frustrated with the Democratic Party, but you don't blow it up. That's what MAGA has done. Curious how Adam Johnson says, curious how James thinks her attending a pro-genocide rally 2 weeks ago plays with the communities of color who overwhelmingly agree with Mamdani on Israel versus the machine she's defending that made a tacit alliance with the Israel lobby to either support genocide or look the other way. Yeah, it only goes in one direction. A direction that, unfortunately for Letitia James, happens to be very popular, especially considering that it is a direction that is more responsive to the needs. What are 5 books you'd recommend every young socialist to read to get a better worldview? Oh my God. We got a reading list on the Discord. She is gone as our second term. No, I mean, I think I think Letitia James is fine. She's also a political operative. And therefore she is the type of person, like as Attorney General, she's done a lot of good. Okay. We can't access your Discord. Good. So Letitia James is a political operative, and she's actually pretty decent as an attorney general. And she knows which way the winds are blowing. And I think she'll eventually come around on a lot of this stuff. Sometimes she has good instincts, other times she's bad, a bit of a mixed bag. Yeah. Overall, though, she's a pretty fucking solid attorney general. Like, there are far worse. Like, there are far worse attorney generals around the country.
All right, let me ask this. Why the deep hatred for Israel? Why?
Yeah, because I mean, if you have such contempt for Israel, I mean, of course, you're also anti-American and you're anti-Western civilization, and you're anti-capitalism and the American way of life. I mean, now they're all socialists, of course, and now there's communists and now Marxists, and now they're proud of this. I know, of course, we have P. Hustle in Maine. That's another one. He's a self-avowed, communist too.
Wow, fucking got him, dude. P. Hustle in Maine. God, he's so nasty. He's such a nasty little pervert.
Now that's not even looked down on in a significant part of the Democratic Party right now.
All right, let me ask this. Why the deep hatred for Israel? Why?
Yeah, because I mean, if you have such contempt for Israel, I mean, of course, you're also anti-American and you're anti-Western civilian.
Bro, you think he thinks he's cooking? Bro, I don't think he thinks. Actually, I know he doesn't think. He is literally incapable. Out of interest, why'd you put anti-Israel above anti-American in your list of alleged sins from this candidate? Anti-Israel, anti-American, anti-Western civilization. Yeah, in order of priority. Duh. I think it's really funny that there is an objectively brain-dead senator in what is supposed to be the greatest deliberative body on the planet. And we just all sit around and act like this is a normal thing. And I guess because of the gerontocracy, it's not that far off from like half of the other senators who are shitting in their diapers anyway. Like the Senate and the House of Representatives is majority people who can't control their bowel movements. And therefore, we just look at a guy who is like medically brain dead, medically stupid, and we're just like, yep, that's another one. What are you going to do? This is just the Congress in the most powerful country on the planet.
Stop going to church because Trump voters were there. This is just a sampling. And these kind of people have been popping up. You've been hearing me say for weeks, there are many Mamdanis popping up all around the country. It is a dangerous thing. This is not a joke. We are in a fight right now to save the republic. And every American needs to take this seriously.
Power panel now. Cassie Smedley, GOP strategist. Megan Hayes, former Biden White House director of message planning. Look, Cassie, this is not a shock if you've been watching some of these races. But some of the things that are being said now, they're not Democrats. And will the Democrat Party, do you think, wake up and say, no, they're socialists, let's do two separate parties?
Good morning to you both. It's a good question because former DNC chair Jamie Harrison last night put out a tweet saying, if you're going to wave the DSA flag and then expect to use the Democrat Party's resources, essentially, we don't want you. So where will they go? But the problem they have with this civil war is that the establishment is losing, and the establishment doesn't have a clear leader. They clearly don't think Hakeem Jeffries is the guy. And so in the absence of that, Mamdani and his DSA efforts are.
Oh my God. Mamdani? I feel like they say it wrong so much that they're going to say it right, and I'm going to accidentally think they're saying it wrong and be like, no, it's Mamdabi. They're going to be like, Zoran Mamdani. And I'm going to be like, no, stupid. It's Mabdabadu. Mamdami. Yeah, Schumer is so not a part. Schumer is so not a part of the conversation, they don't even bring his ass up.
are happy to step in, and they are organized and they are energized. And as you heard Speaker Johnson just lay out, it's not just in these deep navy blue urban cities. They've got candidates across the country that are winning primaries. And for Republicans, that's the message into November. You think there's disarray in Washington now. Wait until this new Democrat Party gets to Washington. Don't vote for them if you want anything to get done.
I want everyone to watch what House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries, the most powerful Democrat in the House, this is what he said right before New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani was elected last November. Watch.
Do you see Mamdani as the future of the Democratic Party?
No, I think the future of the Democratic Party is going to fall, as far as we're concerned, relative to the House Democratic Caucus and members who are doing a great work all across the country as it relates to our need to both take back control of the House.
Okay, that was a lot of words, but his first word was no, Mamdani is not the future of the party. Megan, how did he get it so wrong?
So I don't actually think he's wrong. I think a couple things are at play here. This is an anti-incumbency election, I think, for both Democrats and Republicans. But these three people who won last night in New York are not helping win back the majority for the House Democrats. That's taking place in New York 17, in Utah 1, where the people actually elected more moderate Democrats and people who are actual Democrats who speak for the majority of the Democratic Party. So, I don't think he's necessarily wrong. I think that this was a surprise to some people that they were able to take hold and win. But all politics are local, and this is what people in New York City wanted, but this is not what the majority of the people across the country want.
Chevalier, I mean, come on. Some of these people are going to Capitol Hill, and this is potential.
Guys, you're Fox News. I feel like they keep forgetting that they're Fox News. I feel like they keep thinking that they're like, I don't know, CNN or something. Like this last decade of American politics has been irreparably changed by Donald Trump. You guys have played a major role in being that change, in making sure that that change was permanent. Okay? It's so shocking that they're like, wow, some of these people are going to Congress. Like and even before Donald Trump, like the Tea Party predates Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, one could even say Donald Trump kind of leaned in to the Tea Party, which was astroturfed by the Koch brothers. Right? And you guys were defending that. Those people are batshit fucking crazy, like in comparison to anything that you could even match up with Darializa's like former tweets or whatever. Like there's nothing there. She would be the most normal. She would be the most normal person involved in this caucus. Oh, nice. Thank you. Yeah, it's the same size. Oh, nice. Okay, I think it's the same size. Some of this stuff around.
At least they think they can. This is sidelining anything that you think you stand for on the left, because they are, and I've had so many establishment Democrats say it, they're just louder than you guys are. The Faulkner Focus went out on the streets of New York, spoke directly with Americans, because we have people from all over the country here right now with a whole lot of sporting events and everything. So it's a great opportunity to talk with Americans about the surge of socialism right here. Watch.
Countries and leaders that have embraced socialism has had such a tragic end to it, and the people are the ones that end up suffering the most.
Social Security is a socialist program. Medicare is a socialist program. SNAP benefits.
Cook, my goat. Today, I returned to my work office at Cooper's Q, Cooper Square Committee. It's been an honor to organize hundreds of tenants on the Lower East Side these past several years, and many of these folks remember me when they went to their polling site to go vote yesterday. Yeah, Iapa cooked. I mean, it's extra funny because it's Dime Square. And it's like Peter Thiel has spent a good deal of money trying to make that a hub of like this new crypto fascist, like edgy, but also somewhat art focused community. And now it's being run by a democratic socialist. The legacy of Cooper Square runs deep. Original organizers like legendary Francis Golden defeated Robert Moses from building an expressway through Lower Manhattan. I'm proud to be a housing organizer rooted in this community. I will always fight for Lower Manhattan. It's also kind of interesting because, like, low key, this district is Chinatown, right? So there's a lot of older, there's a lot of older Chinese Americans in this district that actually are somewhat more right wing overall when it comes to crime and stuff like that. And if you remember, Yapa was talking about how like his opponent, his major opponent, was like representing a totally different set of values in the Chinese campaign materials as opposed to the English campaign materials. So, you know, these guys, they pulled a lot of shit. They pulled a lot of weird shit. Wasn't he running? Yeah, he won. Chatter. Yes, you do remember him from the couch. Because he was running, and he's no longer running because he won. You know? Gotta bring this banger back so people learn how to fucking say it. What?
The name is Mamdani.
Okay, dude. Jesus. I saw signs on stores that were Iapa and the Shen Yun Lamau. Yeah, of course. Have you followed the Danish election at all? No, brother. Y'all are on your own. I'm sorry. I say this with no ill will and some animosity. I'm a Democrat. I earned the nomination to be the person facing the Republican incumbent in Texas House District 132. Over the last 18 months, I've built my own team using my own resources. Collectively, I've knocked on 40,000 doors in that time. Unless something crazy happens in the next 2 days, I will file a TEC report that shows my campaign has $2,500 cash on hand. So when you say don't use our resources, literally what resources? Don't rely on our volunteers. I'm sorry, whose volunteers? Because you do not own volunteers. Don't use our infrastructure. What infrastructure? Because I'm out here on an island in West Harris County, and I might not even be able to afford yard signs, for fuck's sake. And last but not least, don't ask Democrats to invest their time, money, and energy in your campaign. Heard, loud and clear. I won't ask for anything. I started this campaign knowing, I mean, look, I don't know who Sarah McGee is, but I will tell you this much. This sentiment has been echoed by numerous campaigns that I have worked with as well. Democrats don't do shit. And as a matter of fact, something very interesting has happened. Okay? Something very interesting has happened. They have money to spend when it comes to establishment, incumbent, machine politicians that are under threat by socialist insurgents. That's when they do actually spend money and a good deal of effort to try to thwart those sorts of candidacies. However, a lot of people don't even give money to the DNC anymore. They just give the campaigns directly. Okay, perfect. So that's the other side of the story. That's part of the reason why they're having a hard time fundraising, and the DNC is like insolvent right now. Because most people just give straight to campaigns. But luckily, our GOAT has Guam locked the fuck down. Do you understand? He's locked it down. Is this the last day in New York City, big bro? Yes. Tomorrow I'll be back in Los Angeles. And at night I will be going to the Turkey USA football game. Guam gang.
So it really depends on how you define socialism. I think people try to exploit it as to what it's being described as today.
I don't know. Desperation, lack of knowledge. I don't think they know the impact it could have. I don't know, ignorance.
Anything goes as long as it's not a Republican, is the way people feel, I think. How are they going to
Yes.
do all the stuff that was promised for you people when they voted for him. How is he going to do all that?
Isn't that what we fought in Vietnam? Communism, which is kind of like the brother of the cousin or other of communism and socialism.
She reminds us, on Wednesdays we wear pink. She's right about that, Cassie.
Gross.
Yeah, it's interesting when you hear the perspective from the broader country. Again, the Democrats have, their voters really haven't participated in a proper primary election at the.
We have fought communism just like the Democratic Party did last night. And we, in the American tradition, lost against communism in Vietnam. And the Democrats lost against communism last night. So we're carrying the fucking flame.
Presidential level in really more than a decade. And so they are feeling left out. They are feeling that they haven't been paid attention to. And in the absence of that, they are saying we're looking for something different. And Mamdani and the DSA and Bernie Sanders are all too happy to step in and try and capture some enthusiasm. And again, this isn't just relegated to New York and the deep blue cities. Speaker Johnson outlined any number of candidates who are running on these platforms, waving their flags. And because there's not a good option, card-carrying Democrats, I'm afraid, are going to say, well, I'll hold my nose and vote for this person versus anyone who stands with President Trump. That's the only play they have, is anyone but Trump. But I will just say, Dan Goldman, who was the face of the Democrats' impeachment efforts against Donald Trump, just got ousted last night. So even that is too moderate.
I think it's really funny because Sean Hannity was like mourning the loss of Dan Goldman, and Donald Trump straight up decided to make it about his impeachment. This is why Donald Trump is awesome, okay? For all of his failures, for all of his like out and about fascism, it is fucking hilarious for him to look at Dan Goldman's electoral defeat by a candidate objectively to his left who definitely hates Donald Trump a lot more than Dan Goldman does. And he looked at that and he was like, yeah, the people in this district voted Dan Goldman out because he was trying to impeach their president. It's bullshit.
For today's
awesome.
Democrat Party.
Yeah, that's an interesting point. And look what happened to him at that.
Yeah, Trump is nearly DSA agnostic because a good way to stick it to the Dems is true. And obviously, I brought this up when talking about like the kindred spirits that he thinks he is with Zoran Mamdani, because he sees himself as the guy who like broke the Republican machine and took it over, and he kind of sees Zoran and the momentum that Zoran has because he has an eye for talent. And he sees the momentum Zoran has, and he's like, oh, we're the same. Like, you're doing to the Democrats what I did to the Republicans. Clearly, Zoran called Trump. Took him out for you, boss. New York City has your back. Bernie now says he's really happy that Dari won. Senator Sanders tells me he just spoke with Darializa Avila Chevalier to wish her the very best. Said, I'm really happy that she won, and there was no particular reason she didn't get his endorsement. I thought he already had. Also said, we endorsed 2 candidates in New York City races. That's a lot. That's the only reason. What? That's so dumb. They mentioned you on The View podcast. Wait, The View has a podcast? Has Trump ever alluded to you, or is he Turk blind? I mean, he's definitely not Turk blind because he loves Recep Tayyip Erdogan. And I guess maybe he thinks Recep Tayyip Erdogan is Georgian. And maybe he is Turk blind. He's never alluded to me. We got close, I thought, with the Mike Lawler race, but he never did. And it kind of, at this point, it kind of hurts my feelings. I'm not going to lie. I mean, hopefully, inshallah, one day we'll have the Trump noti. Abi Gürcü zaten resimiz. Gürcü zaten reisimiz. Ha işte tamam Gürcü evet. Your mention?
That's not what these people were running on. The biggest rallying cries, the things that they were celebrating and that they were chanting the night of, they brought out Hasan Piker, whose entire personality as being anti-Israel was about this very niche issue of Israel rather than...
What? Who the fuck? What the fuck is this? Is this like the B League? Wait, chat, I'm sorry. How the fuck did you guys even find out that there is a podcast for The View called Behind the Table and that they mentioned me on this podcast? Some of y'all watch too much, okay? Look, I'm a media demon. I'm unashamed. Maybe I should be. Maybe I should be ashamed of being a media demon. But this is unbelievable, dude. Who the fuck's watching The View's podcast called Behind the Table? This shit has 7,000 views. I only found this because the chatter mentioned it. I know, but like, how did that chatter... There's a chatter out there who is such a fan of The View that he doesn't just watch The View. It's not enough. He's like, oh, I haven't gotten my daily dose of The View. I have to watch the Behind the Table, The View podcast. I mean, it's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, this is for the diehard View heads who can't get enough. I simply can't get enough of The View. I need more. You best not attack the View ladies. No, these are not the regular View ladies. The View ladies, I think, would like me. This is the guest. Alyssa Farrah Griffin and Sarah Haynes. I don't even think Sarah Haynes is like a regular on The View, right? She was the one who's fucking chirping earlier too on the regular show.
affordability within, the 5 boroughs.
So arguably, they're putting Israel in front of America.
Yeah, oddly, yeah.
So what do you attribute the success in this election for these candidates to? Do you contribute?
Yeah, good question. I guess everybody fucking hates Israel then, huh? I will not be clipping Trump's 250th rally tonight because I'm celebrating America's 250th in my own way by watching. Okay, he's doing it on purpose. He is doing it on purpose. When Aaron Rupar comes out and now tells us he's not going to clip a Trump rally, it's because Trump is going to get clipped somehow. And that's the reason why I there's no way. Joy Behar defending democratic socialist policies. Let's go. I mean, get these ladies talking about Israel and they fucking lose their minds, but...
of the term democratic socialism. If I fall down, I want an ambulance. If my house is on fire, bring your hose. You know what I mean? Yeah. We are looking, I'm not scared of the term. I think they're scared of the term in this country. But Social Security is a democratic socialism. Partly unemployment insurance is. The people who pick up your garbage, the people who take the fire out at your house. All of these things are democratic socialism. And there's a major reaction formation going on right now. If you see, we'll see soon, we're talking about it later, about Republican senators are turning, congressmen are turning on Trump. And people have had it with this right-wing, nasty politics that we've had to subject ourselves since this guy got into office. And they're not afraid of the term democratic socialism. If I fall down, I want an ambulance. If my house is on fire, bring your hose. You know what I mean? Yeah. We are looking,
They're the regulars and then the guy's the producer. Jen Welch is going viral. My partner sent me this clip and isn't familiar with her.
New York last night. Are the citizens standing up against corporations, against fascism, against MAGA, against corporate Democrats, against establishment Democrats? And this is hopefully going to sweep the entire country. And people go, oh my God, they're so radical. They're really not. Not wanting to kill kids, not wanting to fund a country that intentionally targets children is not radical in the least. It is radical, homicidal, and genocidal to kill kids. And then to call the people who oppose that anti-Semitic assholes. This is the biggest bunch of gaslighting, quackery, fuckery on the planet. And good on Zoran for standing up and believing in something and calling these corporate PACs out for being the monsters that they are. And shame on every Democratic politician that takes money from the same fascists that are funding the dismantling of the United States of America and who willfully smile and fund the intentional targeting of kids.
True. You were mentioning I-24 at the 8-hour mark.
University encampments that terrorized Jewish individuals and anyone with moral clarity. Even worse, Hasan Piker. Pictures with Hasan Piker, who basically has talked about 9/11 as if it's no big deal.
I always proudly walked around with my yarmulke on as a proud Jew, till recently that I started feeling...
Wait, the glasses are throwing me off. He's wearing democratic socialism glasses. Like, if I just saw the glasses, I'd be like, oh, that's a democratic socialist. That's probably someone running for Congress on a DSA ticket. But then I look down at the blazer. I'm like, oh, God. Oh, no, never mind. Oh, my God. You look at the blazer, and that's what ultras think is the DSA. Ultras with the hammer and sickle emoji on their accounts on Twitter who do nothing but post think this is the average Democratic Socialist of America guy. This is who they think is the average DSA candidate. Yeah, I wonder what this guy's opinion on Israel is. Yeah, I can't really tell. It seems his position on Israel is ambiguous. Yeah. This guy will look at you sincerely and without even a little bit of irony say, in the Upper West Side, he is under attack. Okay? He will literally look at you and go, you know what? You know how dangerous it is to be Jewish in the Upper East Side, in the Upper West Side especially? Do you know how dangerous it is? Hopefully not biased. Yeah, I don't think this guy's biased. Yeah. You know where I'd be a lot safer? In Tel Aviv, where bombs are flying overhead. Of course, I would never live there. What are you, crazy? I just like to think about it existing sometimes. That's why I think like saying my emotional support apartheid state is the perfect way to describe like so many people's attitude towards Israel, because it's like they're not living there. They will never live there. They think it's kind of gross. I've heard from people say it's like Israel defenders say it's like kind of like it's kind of Arab coded, you know what I mean? Because they're like, you know, still anti-Arab in an American way, you know, where they'll be like, no, it's not for me. The culture is not for me. The vibes are not for me. I just like to think about it. I just like to think about it existing in the violent ways that it does. And it's awesome to think about it like that. It should stay violent. It should stay exactly the way it is, if not worse. Yeah. Ethan Klein said it smells like shit and shit was everywhere. Yeah. You're laughing, but you don't see the other Israeli clothing he took to leave the house. What could he have worn? He's like, yeah. Before, yeah, shit you not. Before this, I used to wear the tie and the shirt with the Israeli flag draped all over it. And now I just wear the blazer, you know?
Unsafe in the Yamaha.
By the way, he literally is saying he feels unsafe.
Recently that I started feeling unsafe in New York. I'm done, Neiman.
yeah, bro. It was the yarmulke in New York. That's what made people go, wait a minute, this guy might be Jewish, and then wanted to be anti-Semitic to you. Certainly, yeah, yeah, definitely. Guy who's never seen someone wearing a kippah in New York. Totally unique sight. Oh, I bet that guy's gonna also go to the cafe that Dan Goldman went to and be like, this is unacceptable. Wait, this is the second chatter who just said Jen Welsh officially going viral. My normie partner sent me her clip. Wait, what? Fake populist broadcaster? Wait, fake populist? Another pal of the mayor also backs bizarre conspiracy about 9/11, insinuating that a couple of seven... Wait, what? I've never said that. What the fuck? I mean, what am I going to do? Issue a retraction for the New York Post on the opinion page? The Post editorial board. Wait, why are they saying I don't believe that... What? That's a new one. When have I said that? Fuck it. I guess we're going with that. Yeah, dude, imagine suing the New York Post for libel. Lizzie Soetsky going full freak at Jewish New Yorkers voting for DSA.
You know, I'm honestly, in a weird way.
Dude, I love this shit. I love when they start Sephiroth posting. Like, this woman literally has an elevator that goes directly to her apartment. Okay? Do you understand? Like, a lady that lives in New York with her family that has an elevator that goes directly to her floor is over here fucking being like, you know, life is really tough. And better yet, it's good that it's tough. Because when the going gets tough, the tough get going. And let me tell you, we will take back this city. It's like, no, you won't do anything. You're fucking hysterical. You're a hysterical loser. They're calling this the most normal looking selfie video of all time. They're giving her awards for best makeup of all time. Yeah, she's always
relieved.
She's always, you know, she's always doing the damn thing.
By these election results from last night. Let me tell you what I mean. You know, for so long, I think people have thought we could just continue to pander, to placate our way to victory, that everything would just be fine, be nice. Now we...
Dude. Okay, couple questions. Why does every like super dick rider of Israel turn into Laura Loomer? That's number one. Ozempic Laura Loomer this time. And the second question is, why is there always this like unbelievably neurotic, nervous energy when she's supposed to make it seem like she's intimidating? Not intimidated, but actually doing the intimidation. It's always so funny when they're like, yeah, things are going not so great, but it's actually good. What? on border patrol with the IDF along Israel's border in Lebanon today. Wait, what the fuck? She's in Israel? She's back in Israel?
See that this whole time, the wheels have been spinning their way right into a pro-jihad, socialist, Jew-hating society. And that's what I'm going home to. Going home to a city where the victory party for a primary in New York City chants Free Palestine, joined by our New York City mayor, who then gives a celebratory speech, and everyone just acts like it's normal to.
Yeah, no, I guess she actually didn't feel safe in New York City as a Jewish woman. So she went to the border of Lebanon. You know, one of the safest places she could go to.
Be chanting genocidal things about Jewish people in New York City, the largest population of Jews outside of Israel. Yeah, it is time for gloves off. Look at how many billions of dollars our Jewish legacy organizations have wasted fighting anti-Semitism. Look where it's gotten us. Look at New York City. Look at what we have just elected in the Democratic primary. Look at these politicians who are just too scared to take a stand. Did it serve them? No. Unless you count Brad Lander, who is an anti-Zionist Jew. I have a message for you, Brad. The self-hating Jews were also gassed at Auschwitz. Anyway, anyone who has been asleep until now, I hope you're awake, because it's war and we need to start fighting dirty.
Famously, the Zionist lobby never fought dirty before. Savetsky is an open admirer of the terrorist thug Rabbi Meir Kahane, whose Jewish Defense League terrorized New Yorkers with street attacks and bombings in the 1970s. This can only be reasonably seen as a call to violence. Yeah. I just don't know. I mean, I feel like she's got too much to lose. You know what I mean? So I don't think she'll be doing shit. I hope. Is she even a Democrat? I don't think so, but. Can you turn this off? I'm scared. My 83-year-old mom just started following you on Instagram. Pog. Don't worry, I'll bring up I'll post more of the meat pics. Same pig, by the way. Ugopnik has a request for you. I want to see more of Drunk Hasan embracing his Slavic Janissary roots and culture. He's so cool when he gets drunk. Usually he's like a nerdy uncle, and then the old Ottoman roots break through as the whiskey enters his system. Okay, everybody calm down. This you? What the fuck is this? Yes, dude, it's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. How late are we going? Darializa is going to be here in a little bit. Like in literally 5 minutes. We were supposed to go to her, but she's coming to us instead. Your carefully constructed political machine has been dismantled by a bunch of theater kids and canvassers battling social anxiety. Israel's greatest warrior, Nux, has been put under attack by the evil jihadist Google Corporation? No.
Give you an update on what is going on. I've been doing YouTube for over a decade now, and all of my channels have been demonetized. That's right, terminated from the monetization program, and the reason they gave me was harassment. They gave no examples. They just said harassment. So just letting you know, this is a mistake. Obviously, I do not harass people on the channel. Yeah, I make fun of ideas a lot, but I do not tend to go after immutable characteristics and stuff like that.
What? You definitely do that. You definitely do that. What the fuck are you talking about? You do that all the time.
But obviously, I'm a right-wing channel. I don't lie, and therefore I am subject to this stuff. It happens to a lot of people, actually. I'll be real. I wish I was surprised.
Why does he have the traitorous American flag in his background when we know he's tuning in from Tel Aviv? Is he trying to farm? Is he trying to farm like the American MAGA crowd again? Hello? All right, perfect. You can bring him up. All right, thank you. Dude, doesn't that feel official when I have a phone right next to me and I just like pick it up? I don't know why. It feels cool. Okay. Bro, please cover the train talk situation. It's crazy. No, we're actually going to be joining the DSA call with Darializa in a brief moment. I have to figure some stuff out real quick to make sure that this runs smoothly. Okay. Hold on. Why are they calling me? Hello? Sebastian? Okay, yeah, you can bring him up. All right. Is there a separate one than the one he sent me? For speakers, maybe? Yeah, yeah. All right. Well, yeah. You wanna come in? Yeah. And then I am. Let me. Okay, we got the mics on. All right.
Oh, thank you. Can I give you this?
Get this out of the way. Oh, don't have that on the screen.
Oh,
this
sorry.
BDS.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Sorry.
That's crazy.
want
That's
label off? Take the label off.
that's crazy. Congress changed you. Congress
No.
changed you. Congress changed you. Congress changed you. I'm calling you out.
Sorry, they didn't have Palestine soda at Walgreens.
The ultras are gonna go mad with that. Okay, yeah, I swapped audio already. But caught. No, it's fine. Okay, hold on.
Are we live already?
Yeah, of course.
Oh, okay.
We're always live. You know this. Okay. Darializa's in the building, everybody. We were supposed to go up to your district, but you know. Wait. Oh yeah, you crank it up. All right. Copy the link. Oh, you sent it to me on Discord. Okay, good. We're gonna be, what are we doing? We're joining. It sounds good, right? We're joining the DSA Zoom call right now. Hopefully, there's definitely going to be some issues because there's always some issues when I do this. I have to sign in. I don't have a Zoom account. Do you have one?
Are you serious?
You want to use yours?
Yeah. Jesus
Here.
Christ.
Or do I have one? I might have one. Hold on. Let me see. Let's see if I have one. Oh, wait. It's not. Use your Apple account. If it doesn't work, we'll do.
I'm screaming.
Okay, you know what? Let's use yours. Sorry.
Maybe that's why it wasn't letting me in earlier, too.
Perhaps. Let me see if I can get my freaking. Why is it
This yeah, it's two screens.
Hi, everyone. Your special guest is back. Isn't this fucking working? Excuse my language. Seb, do you have a Zoom account on you? All right, we're just gonna say passwords. We're gonna figure this out. We're fine.
Wait, you're gonna have to literally go to your email, log into your email.
Yeah, no, my email's already.
Oh, your email's on your phone. That's true.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, never heard of it? Are you familiar with?
That's crazy.
Devices?
I hope you brought me a gift.
I brought you a gift.
You brought me a gift.
And that's why I'm late, actually.
Okay.
I don't know if you've gotten one yet.
Oh, I have not. I was looking for one today. Look at that. No, there's Bianca actually promised me another gift. And
I have it.
Okay, good. All right, we'll do that later then.
Do you guys know that Hasan is extremely demanding?
Yes, all the time.
Very annoying.
Yeah.
You didn't even say thank you for
Thank you so much for the great
You
photos.
never actually greeted me and say hello. How are you?
Yeah, because we went into panic mode. You're trying to log on, and then I have to do the camera stuff too.
Isn't that all you guys hear, guys? Yeah.
Yeah, they pay good money for the yapping for 8 hours a day, actually.
Oh my God.
Also those yappers were yapping on the phones on the phone bank.
They were.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful.
They were yapping the entire district's face off.
Y'all really came through.
This is a disaster.
You think that old lady that we talked to saw you on Democracy Now! This morning and was like, "Oh my God."
Which old lady?
The old lady that was yelling at us. In the yellow dress.
I've had a number of old ladies.
Okay, there was an old lady that was yelling at us that was like, Israel's bombing hospitals.
Oh, true.
And then we had like a long conversation with her, and then I was able to like
I was able to
calm her down a little bit by being like, "Oh, I was on Democracy Now!" Because she
I remember it. Yeah, she was like, oh my gosh, I watched Democracy Now! And all these
she
things.
she probably watched you this morning.
I hope
that's
she
not
did.
how you.
Oh, is it open? No, it's not.
No, that's not the link. Here, we'll go back to the link.
We'll do this again.
Okay.
That was so funny that was how she knew you.
Yeah, and now
Of
we have
all
to
of the things she
sign
was
in
saying,
again.
Democracy Now! Was not what I would have pinned her.
We're gonna figure it out, guys. We're gonna figure it
Inshallah.
out, and it's gonna be great.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Is it here?
What?
Oh my God! Look who was on the call.
Okay, wait. Can I?
Yeah. Go back. Here, sorry.
All I saw was a red screen.
You know what's so interesting, Chad?
Olivia Reingold's
They
on
haven't moved over so that I could more comfortably put in my password.
Sorry. Would you like to sit here?
No, I don't need to sit. I just need. Do you want to move? Jesus Christ!
We framed it. I don't want to ruin the frame. This is Mazan scene.
I'll reframe it.
Thank you.
Olivia Reingold's in the call on the DSA call.
Who that?
She follows me. You don't know who Olivia Reingold is?
No, I live under a rock.
Oh, she's gonna. Yeah, no thanks. Don't save the password unless you want me to log into your Zoom account from time to time and make calls and call your dad. Be like, "What's up? What's good?"
Oh, the pictures just came from last night.
Nice.
All right.
Okay, you have worse ADHD than I do. That's crazy.
Well,
we're just waiting for.
She's waiting for the one-time passcode.
Do you guys like my outfit?
It's great.
You know, I actually have that same dress.
Abercrombie.
Yeah.
It's great. I don't know if we're able to say that they're back, but they kind of are back.
So,
all right.
I don't know if that's a well-kept secret, but I feel like people are shocked when I say that.
You're still not getting it?
No, hold on. The Wi-Fi is terrible in here. Here we go. Here we go. We're up. We're up. Not quite yet. All right.
Did you No! You tried to touch it! You tried to touch it! Okay, hold on. Wait, we got to figure out the camera. Hold on.
And I'm truly honored to be part of this movement.
Okay.
So let's talk about
No, it
what
works.
we are going
Virtual
to
camera
do.
works. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Last year, we won a momentous people's victory. We
I'll fix
shook
it.
the political establishment. And there were so many people who, when
Unify.
our now Mayor Gandhi won, thought that this was a fluke, but also the really important lesson that
I guess
we
we're
need to take
muted
from this election
by.
is that we had to succeed.
Yeah,
we
I
have to
don't think so,
succeed
dude. That's our-
in order
yeah,
for
that's
us
our
to really
state senator.
prove that this
I
election
know.
we can win
That's
races,
awesome.
but we can also
Yeah, go
do
sit on
in
that.
such an extremely competent way. And by this year, with us winning these state races, what we are showing is that we are going to sustain that victory. And we're sustaining that victory by winning more and more races and appealing to more and more voters. And we're also going to sustain that victory in the left, in state governance, because the way that we are going to pass the policies that Hasan Abidjune promised to millions of new workers is by getting the funding through the state legislature. And if we want fast and free buses, if we want an expanded universal child care, if we want to really make sure that our public schools are funded, that our public housing is funded, we have to make sure that we're getting that funding through this.
Abir, you muted yourself, so we can't hear you anymore.
Okay, can you all hear me now?
Yes, and actually you sound better, so great.
Okay, great. Okay, apologies. I am in the beautiful Astoria Park celebrating this win with my family.
But like I said, to sustain the people's victory, we have to get the revenue through the state legislature. So here are the very important things that we are going to do to win. We are going to pass the tax to rich policies. This is a set of policy priorities that will create income tax, corporate tax revenue that will fund things like universal child care, that will fund things like fast and free transit, that will give us more funding to deal with, because we know in the state that so many legislators are compromising because they are dealt with a budget like one we got this year, where our governor presented the budget late, added discriminatory policies like buffers on bills in the budget, and was forcing legislators to negotiate the whole policies through the budget. So we're going to fight against that. We're also going to make sure that we're going to be great legislators in office. That is going to help us sustain the people's victory. And there's more for us to win. We need to win universal income. We need to win health care for all. The New York Health Act has been sitting in the state legislature for years, and it has not been passed. So I will say that when we have pitched ourselves to so many progressive endorsers, to union endorsers, they have asked, what differentiates you between a and other progressives? Because in our race, and specifically in my race, we proved that in the progressive realm, that we are the right choice, and we are the choice that voters want. But many people did not give us endorsements, many people did not support us because they were skeptical of our ability to actually doing things in office. Now, actually, in reality, if you look at the Socialist in Office project, so many of the bills that you will find on endorsement forms for some of the most progressive organizations, unions, they were almost 80% of them were actually sponsored or written or introduced by our Socialists in Office. So we are leaders. We are able to govern. And again, we are not going to allow ourselves to be left in this position where our governor and leadership are going to be pushing us to shape their own policy priorities. Because what we prove when we win our races is that people will not continue to allow their elected officials to not stand up for justice, to not stand down to the right bills. And they will vote them out if they are not going to do so. And that is going to shake up the way that politics works in the state legislature. So we're going to sustain the people's victory by winning the policy. We are going to make sure that we're using this internal, external strategy that we have in our campaigns, and not just our electoral campaigns, but even our campaigns to tax the rich, our campaigns for the New York Health Act. We are using organizers on the ground and working with them to create the conditions for more policymakers to stand on and get those things passed. There is not a lack of good policy in the state. There is a lack of political will to pass that policies, and we as Socialists in Office are the best equipped to make sure that political will is changing for the working class. Lastly, I will say in our campaign, if you compare us to our opponent, we had similar policy priorities. But the thing that people really respected about our campaign is that they felt confident in the political consistency and morality of our race. We ran an anti-war campaign. We ran a campaign that was in one of the most diverse communities, where we talked about diversity, not just in terms of representation, but we said if we're going to win amazing, affordable, the affordability agenda, affordability policies, for our district and for New Yorkers, we're not going to do that at the expense of others. We say we're fighting for the world and the world's good. And we celebrated our diversity through international solidarity. We celebrate our diversity by not spearheading American exceptionalism, but making sure that the policies that we win, whether they're a climate policy, whether they're better salaries for people in our district, whether they're better working conditions, are not coming at the expense of others. And that was a message that resonated with so many voters. Lastly, I will say we made history with our race because inshallah, I will be the first Palestinian American elected official in New York State at large. And so many that the CONT campaign was just about Palestine. But we know that Palestine has always been a proxy. Palestine has been an issue that so many people have erased and not spoken about, and it has shown the moral clarity and consistency, or the lack of moral clarity and consistency of elected officials. And we showed that people want moral clarity and consistency. If they will trust legislators who are actually going to fight for them, they trust them to fight for them and to pass good policy for them because of their advocating for Palestinian human rights, they're advocating against war, they're advocating for international solidarity. These were all things that voters were looking for and resonated with voters. And this is a new chapter for us because we are building a politic, a true socialist politic in the electoral work that we do.
Thank you, Abir. We are so excited to get you into the state Senate, to be fighting for Palestinian liberation with you, and to be organizing a Socialists in Office project at the state level with you. But speaking of Socialists in Office, I believe we now have Darializa on the line. She, as well as Claire, are going to be joining AOC and Chris Rabb, and hopefully some other people. And oh my God, I didn't know we had another guest. Great to see you. But Darializa, over to you. Please tell us about your race, about building uptown and building across the country.
Yeah, well, I am just so deeply grateful to every member of our coalition, but especially DSA and Justice Democrats, because I think y'all really, we built a dream team together. And I'm just so grateful for all the work that everyone put in, the amount of energy and love that was poured into building this movement and this campaign cannot be overstated. I'm really so deeply grateful. I came into this campaign with folks telling me that it was over before it even started, and that there was no way that we could take on a machine like Espaillat's, that there was no way that an organizer could build out a political electoral campaign. And together we built something out that people, even till the week before the election, were really underestimating. And we won, right? And I think that just speaks volumes to the power of organizing people. There were $7 million that were spent against me to attack me and my personhood, and not any of the policies that we were actually fighting for, because we know that those were actually really popular policies. There was a spill over here. But, these were critiques not of the policies, because we know that these policies are ones that are popular, that people want, that New Yorkers want, and that the people of New York 13 were hungry for. This is a politic that was actually part of the politic that is rooted in the history of that district, where you have so many socialist movements from people of color, so many of our giants in the Black radical tradition, in the Latino organizing tradition, were coming out of New York 13. And so it was just such a deep privilege to be able to organize around these principles in a community that has not been able to reap the benefits of that type of organizing in decades. And I'm just so excited to be able to build that out on a national level, to scale it, to address the issues that we're facing right now. And so deeply, deeply grateful to every single person who was part of this campaign. I think really the fact that we were able to bring together a coalition of organizations that were able to help build out an infrastructure, build out an organizing system, and make sure that we got all of the resources and people power needed to win here was so crucial. And so I came into this knowing that I wanted it to be part of building movement work, knowing that I wanted people to join their political homes. So if you are here and you're not a DSA member, join DSA, because I really want us to be able to build this people power that will help us deliver in the long run. Because this isn't just about the seat. It's not even about this one moment in history. It is about making sure that people are brought into our politics and find homes and political homes that they'll stay in. I'm so grateful. I want us to just take the time to join DSA, be a card-carrying member. And we need more socialists, actually. We need more of them. We have actually another race coming up in Denver with Melat Kiros, who is facing an incumbent who is just as bad as Espaillat. So let's get that one out as well and get Melat in, because she's just an incredible human being and an incredible candidate. And I would be so honored to get to call her my colleague in Congress. So please make sure that you support her as well. Sign up to phone bank with her. Please support her. Also, donate to all of these races. We have a number of other races still coming up down the pipeline that we really, really need to support. And I think we need to do all the things that we did in my race, whether that is going out to canvass in person, phone banking, donating, because it's so deeply important. Again, I was up against $7 million and we still beat that. And we can do the same in all these other races. But next in the pipeline is Melat, so please support her. And thanks, y'all.
Yeah, it's coming up on next Tuesday in Denver, Colorado. It's one of the youngest districts. I think it might literally be the youngest district in the country. Diane DeGette is a faux progressive that hasn't really moved the needle as much and hasn't really done right by her constituents. And they also have the same exact appetite that your district had as well. So many people outside kept saying over and over again, they're only in here every 4 years. They only see Adriana, and there's a real opportunity to make change here. So many people were activated by your campaign. They were so excited to be a part of it, and there were a lot of people who were asking, like, how can we support it, even if we're not in the district? And I think we did see a huge impact on the phone banking, especially at the final hour. And I think we can make that happen for Melat as well. I'm just here as her lawyer. That's why I'm sitting here. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry.
you look
Thank you for the
very
compliment.
official. No, it's good. It's good. We didn't know you'd be on.
I didn't either.
But as y'all can see, so we dropped the chats from the links from a lot in the chat. Thanks in part to Hasan, actually, on Monday and Tuesday. We had 600 people on a phone bank, and we got over 1,300 positive IDs for Darializa. Between the IDs we got on that phone bank and on the Tuesday phone bank, I'm just saying it was the margin of victory. So were the phone banks why we won? Maybe. You could do that for Melat. But you could also be powering what's happening in New York City. We got our tracker up. We know people love a tracker. I love a tracker. I'm tracker pilled. We want to get to 5,000 in recurring donations. That will allow us to get more than 2 staffers. We're doing all this with 2 staffers. We would love to do more with slightly more staffers. So please click in there. But Hasan, Dari, anything else y'all want to add before we move on?
I'm grateful to every single one of you who knocked on doors, who did a phone bank. So grateful to you, Hasan. To
I didn't do
DSA.
anything.
You brought so many people out to that phone bank, so let's not undersell it. And I'm so grateful to every single person, because we really showed that you can have a vision and you can have fight in you and actually deliver for people. And so to everyone who wants to continue to do that work, please join DSA. Please just keep organizing, because we can build a better world together.
I will tell you this much. There are a lot of races out there, and there are a lot of fantastic DSA candidates all around the country that are running. You're obviously one of them. And for me, whenever I felt anxiety, I would hit up Michael Lang and I'd be like, give me something good. Tell me something good. And he was not telling me good things, I'll be honest with you. And he was wrong, luckily. Fraud. Anyway, but whenever I felt in any way, shape, or form anxious, I think like the phone bank stuff that we did the last night, it really helped me, and I think it can help you guys as well. Whenever you feel like a race is close, or if you feel nervous about the outcome, you can be that change that you want to see, and it will soothe your anxiety. You will actually feel a lot better, and then when we get over the hump, then you can take credit for it a little bit too.
Amazing. Well, you heard it here, guys. Soothe your anxiety by joining DSA. So I'm gonna bring on Alicia Singham Goodwin, who is one of our leaders, a steering committee member, and also a stalwart organizer uptown, a future constituent of Darializa, to talk a little bit about what the chapter itself is doing, what we've been doing with electeds, what we're gonna be doing for the next year, 2 years, 50 years of socialism. Alicia, come on over.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Grace. Like Grace said, my name is Alicia. I'm a DSA member living in Harlem. I was so thrilled to be able to cast my ballot for Darializa. 10 years ago, when I started organizing in my neighborhood, I could never have imagined that one day my congressperson and my mayor would be fellow DSA members, people that I've met, that I've canvassed with, who I trust and look up to, who are committed to the same project as I am. But we've got more work to do. So how are we actually going to win on all the things that Abir talked to us about? And I'll say honestly, it's up to all of you. Nothing is a given right now. These electoral victories are truly exhilarating, but they're just one piece of building the power that we need to transform people's lives. So concretely, we're fighting to win the affordability agenda that we campaigned so hard for during Zoran's mayoral race. We are going to freeze the rent tomorrow. We've got a campaign for fast and free buses. We have to make the leap from the exciting Mayor's 2K pilot program to really universal childcare. And like Abir said, if we're gonna do that, we need to have enough money by taxing the rich. And so next year in Albany, 2027 is gonna be all about that. We'll have the same uphill battle that we've had every year we fought to tax the rich, but we're going in with double the number of our socialists in office and hopefully double the number of DSA members on the ground to really keep the pressure
What
up.
are we doing here?
And who knows, if we grow and we build enough between now and then, the next year in 2028, we might be working on a campaign for a Democratic Socialist for president.
I want to see those numbers go up.
We need
If we
you
hit
to join
5K
DSA.
on the
We
goal,
need you to pay local dues,
if we
but
hit
I'm
5K
going to
on
ask
the
you to do
goal,
something a little harder, which is to become an organizer.
I will carry the
It's all
flame,
about having
okay?
conversations.
But only after Darializa leaves.
If you, like me, were in the playground, in your elevator, chatting up everyone you know, saying, have you voted for Darializa yet? I hope you'll go back to those same people and really talk about what we're building. Ask them
That
to
I play
and I will pass it back to
And
Gustavo
I played
to
it a
close us out.
lot during the phone bank as well. I was like, if we get to 400.
Right. I'm loving seeing the ticker go up. We've got 273
Look at
new
that, see?
DSA
I
members
told you.
since our victory last night. You know,
No, I'm
since,
saying, look,
when we won the mayoral race,
when I yell at them,
like
they're
1,000 new
papers.
members. So let's
They're
keep those numbers
papers. I yell at
climbing.
them and then they donate.
I really want to highlight the donation goal. Monthly recurring donations in New York City DSA are how we fund our work. It's what makes everything possible. This cycle, around 2 weeks ago, probably some of you remember, we started to have a series of emergency all-member SNAP calls because we were getting alarming
Why are you guys
information
breaking my
from
hotel
early
room?
voting records
What is
that young people were not turning out.
We
We
are
were
delirious.
also
This is crazy.
the internal state of some of our campaigns were really not where we wanted them to be, and at the same time we were facing a media environment that was kind of creating a sense of complacency. And we were able to quickly shift gears. We organized a series of large rallies. We had these huge phone banks with Hasan. We had the emergency meetings every week. We did community walks with Zoran, bar crawls, we went clubbing. We importantly got 90 Link NYC terminals to put up GOTV ads for DSA throughout the city. All of that costs money to keep running, especially the Link NYC ads. And if we want to keep running candidates, if we want to be able to move quickly, if we want to get new office space so we can embed in multiracial working class communities in New York City, we're going to need to keep fundraising for the chapter.
What are you guys laughing about?
I really encourage you all to take out your phones, scan these QR codes, and join our movement. Without all of you, without growing, none of this would have been possible. We knocked over 700,000 doors this year. We can't. We can't 10 campaigns, the biggest slate we've ever run.
She has to be on the call.
Let's keep it up. Let's hire more staff.
I
Let's
think I can
open new
actually go.
offices.
We can leave?
And I'm
allowed
really
to.
excited to see all of you.
Well, we're actually almost
there.
at 5,000.
Yeah, we'll wait
so
till we get to
let's get to
5,000.
5,000 and then we can talk.
And we're like $300 away or $200 away from our goal of 5,000. Can we?
They won't
We're
let me
1
do it.
minute.
I was gonna say we're carrying
1
the flame
minute
of
from the
5,000.
call being over, so I think we can get there. I feel like we can get to $5,000.
Okay, I'll be carrying the
and
flame
300
after.
DSA members.
Okay, I might.
In a
I don't
minute.
want her to. I don't want her to
believe
get
in us.
another attack.
Also, this
like
is
like a hit piece.
these are
So-
monthly
not
donations,
happen.
right? So
To my counsel.
Yeah.
so
I would
that's
like to-
Yes.
actually
As
like
your lawyer, I'm
$60,000
advising
in
you
1 year, which is almost the salary for a staffer, or about half.
Oh God.
Okay.
There was 900 new
I don't want to
signups.
end the
I heard.
call. Okay, 300 members.
just-
DSA?
how's
Yeah,
our donation ticker doing?
Probably even higher now.
Members
That's
are
like
more
after
important.
yesterday?
We love
Mhm.
members.
That's incredible.
That's the first step.
Oh, actually, the donation ticker is we exceeded.
Oh, it already
5,000.
went.
Oh, wow.
It's
Yeah,
already
we're
at
at
6,600.
Listen, I
cool.
like the
We
establishment.
did it.
Pause.
Moving
Okay.
Wow.
goalposts.
Okay, Gustavo. I see.
Amazing.
I see what you're doing.
Awesome. Well,
Guess
thank
really
you,
not
everyone. We are so excited.
We are carrying
More
the
to
flame
come.
later.
More socialism to build in New York City and across the country.
My counsel is throwing at me.
We'll talk to you soon. Thank you, everyone.
You know that meme that's like.
Wait, it's over?
Solidarity,
fun.
comrades.
Bye, everyone.
Okay. Okay. That's oh shit. Almost leaked your email in front of 24,000 people. Thank God I did not do that.
More ways you're trying to ruin my life.
I know. I mean, you it's only payback for what you've done. For what you've done to my hotel room. Anyway, no, this is you don't know who this is. You don't know who Olivia Reingold is. She's my personal bird dogger, my personal free press stalker. But I guess she's like assigned to the DSA beat in general. Is anyone else on this DSA call right now? Anyone thinking, oh, that's just New York City, we'll be proven wrong. It might take an election cycle or two, but this movement is coming to your town.
Sounds great.
Wait, she says that like
it's a threat.
yeah, she says that like it's a bad thing. Like that's a good thing. Tracker's at 8K now. Good job, guys. I'm proud of you. Might I recommend? No, we're not doing that right now, man. We're not doing that. We have the newly minted Congresswoman in the building. Okay. Darializa Avila Chevalier. How are you feeling?
Honestly, it's just been such a surreal 48 hours.
Does it feel real yet? Like, do you feel like, what have you changed about your life so far? Do you have a different swagger about it when you're walking around? Like,
I'm a little sleep deprived right now. So that has changed. And I mean, although I wasn't really sleeping much for the last few weeks of this campaign, but I don't know, it just feels really great to know that folks really were invested in this campaign and this movement and actually believe in the things that we've been fighting for. And I think back to even a few years ago where it felt like this type of politic just wasn't mainstream. And to know that not only have we won an election, but multiple elections on these issues is just really, really surreal. And, you know, even just like getting up here and down here was just getting stopped a lot. With
Wait, really?
Yeah, folks congratulating me, saying
That's
I voted
sick.
for you. It was really exciting.
hell yeah.
Yeah.
It's going to happen more frequently now, too. What do you think is like special privileges of being a congressperson? Like, do you think will people be like, oh, here's a free donut when you're walking down the street? I mean, I know now you actually have restrictions on what you can be gifted.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, don't give me gifts, please. That's not why I do this. I think for me, it's really.
I learned from Espaillat. That's what you're supposed to do.
You know, I think like one of the things that has been really exciting is that people now, like, it feels like people feel more excited to be in community with one another, and so it's like, even when it's like, oh, one person comes up and is like, oh my God, that's her, and then another person's like, oh, that is her, and then they start talking, right? And I think that sense of community that's being brought through all of this is just really exciting, and really like the kind of. That's the thing at the heart of organizing, is building community, and it's getting folks to actually talk to one another, engage, and feel like the city is collectively ours, as opposed to one that too often we are told is just an isolating experience.
One of the things that I really love that you said on, I don't think it was on Democracy Now! It might have been, I don't know, one of the interviews that you were doing, where they asked you, it was MS Now, and they were asking you about like how you will deal with Democrats in Congress that will disagree with you, right? And you talked about being an organizer and how you deal with people that you disagree with all the time. And I think it would be nice to use that background and to explain to people in my community as well. Some might tell them all the time, like, be normal. Yeah. You know, you don't have to always be based, okay? And be unlikable. It's good. It pays dividends when you're normal, when you're talking to people. What have you learned about coalition building from your experience as an organizer?
I mean, to your point, I think just be normal, be yourself, and like that is where the coalition gets built. It's through the trust building, right? If I sense that you're not being yourself, that inherently puts a barrier between us, right? And so it makes it harder to actually be able to connect and to know that when you say something, you mean it and you're earnest. And, you know, in organizing, you can only move as fast as the speed of trust. And if that trust isn't there, you know, that nothing else can come from it. You can disagree vehemently on a number of things, but if I can trust that you're telling the truth, if I can trust that this is your reality, right, as you're experiencing it, then that's an entry point, right? We can actually have conversations about those things, even if we have different experiences of that same thing. And I think for too often what we have is people who are trying to sound smarter on an issue or sound like, well, you know, there's no way that experience can ever be because my experience is this. When in reality, like, all of us have our own version of what an experience is, and to be able to actually just listen to one another and see truth in it, right, can also be the thing that connects us to get to a shared experience where we can move forward.
I feel like a lot of the issues that the DSA slate has advanced, and especially you and Claire at the congressional level, are issues that are very uniting. These are common economic struggles that every American faces, regardless of their background, regardless of their demographics, regardless of where they live around the country. And therefore, as long as you stay on message, as long as you show people that your goals are to improve everyone's lives and to chart a different path forward and instill confidence in the American public and good governance, one that actually puts their needs over the interests of corporations, I feel like regardless of other disagreements, whatever they might be, those are all going to come secondary.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know?
And I think, you know, at the heart of it, so much of what politics is about people just wanting to feel that they can have a dignified life and that they have power over that, right? That they can have self-actualization and be able to make decisions for themselves and their loved ones about how to live their lives. And we're stripped of that by these economic systems, by these systems of oppression, and to be able to build coalition with folks to actually self-actualize ourselves despite these systems, I think is so powerful. I actually really appreciated what you said at the end of that call, because you know, the places that I've felt most empowered is in organizing. It's feeling the anxiety of the world around me that, you know, is inherently disempowering, and then saying, well, what can I control? And maybe it's just making a few phone calls to voters, right? Maybe it's just to asking people to come to an organizing meeting. Maybe it's just asking people to like discuss theory with me about how do we move forward in this world.
Yeah, no, it's about regaining a sense of control in areas where you can. It's about building autonomy for yourself. This is something that I stress all the time to my audience about, like the power of labor organizing. Like when you unionize your workplace, like you're taking back ownership over a piece of your productive output. And it builds agency, and it builds confidence, and it builds a sense of community. And that's why I think it's important to get involved in these campaigns, because like we can sit around and be black-pilled all the time and talk about how terrible everything is. And there's plenty of people who do that, and I've done it. I've done my fair share of it as well. But I think it's far more rewarding to actually be able to go out and you know, be the change that you want to see. Go out and actually make that change happen. And I mean, that's why I was very excited about your candidacy in particular, because like we don't usually get a lot of people that we align with, not only just politically, but also like we don't. Like it's a unique experience to be able to vote for something. And it always makes me think, like, I wonder if these like centrist guys on Twitter, like, you know, is Neera Tanden always like feeling ecstatic because she's like, oh, it's great, another centrist is getting elected? Like, is that what it is? Another
same.
Yeah, chalk it up. Another brave warrior for incremental gain that's not gonna go anywhere. Like, is that how they feel all the time? It must be electric to be a centrist. Well, probably not after last night. What is the craziest thing you've heard from people so far? Because there is a real sense of panic amongst some of the worst people in American politics.
You know, I haven't spent too much time focused on that. I've been
That's crazy. I would be literally last night. You know what I did last night?
You went on a deep dive?
I went on Twitter and started replying to, like, you know, 1,000 follower accounts being like, what's up? We're checking in on this race. They'd be like, Darializa, I hope she doesn't win. I was like, checking in on this. Are you doing all right? How's everything going? You know, I was just making sure that they were all right, because it seemed like they were struggling.
I appreciate
You know, I wanted
that.
to lend a helping hand in their trying time. So that's what I did. That's how I'm a chud ass loser.
Thank you for your service.
And that's how I spent my time instead of celebrating. Like literally, they were like, "Oh, let's go to the after party." I was like, "No, I'm busy. I'm busy with very important things.
You know,
that I have to do."
I just like, I think we get so few wins on the left that it felt really important to me to just sit with it.
We're putting
and,
numbers
like,
on the board now.
You know, and I think like it's exciting that we're in a point where we can start to get used to that feeling, right? And not used to it in the sense of like, let's get complacent, but used to it in the sense of like, great, we just won. What do we do now? And like, how quickly can we build towards something even more, right? And yeah, I'm just like really excited. And again, it's a little sleep deprived, so I'm really looking forward to a nap. And
so for the people who might not be aware, I'm sure everyone in this community is aware, but like, what is this? I've been looking at this all day, okay? And they're talking about DSA candidates set to push a radical left agenda. So what's this radical left agenda that they're talking about in your own words? Like, what is so radical about the things that you are seeking to advance?
You know, I think housing is a human right. And
disgusting.
You know,
I disavow, guys. I didn't know that. I stand with the big landlords.
These poor landlords that are losing.
Yeah,
their right to just abuse their tenants.
The small mom and pop landlords that only own like 1,000 units. It's not that big of a deal. Okay, they're
forcing people to live in squalor.
Yeah. I was already off on the Zoran train when he was doing the whole, you know who else was doing the landlord shaming? Mao. Mao Zedong. Heard of him? Yeah. That's right.
Isn't it within reach? It's right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it is by my bedside. It's a book that I haven't been able to finish yet. But once I get to that chapter, once I get to cultural revolution side is going to be really scary. That's why I'm holding on to it. Yeah, what if, okay, question. What if when we raise the cost of rent, it makes people grind harder? Have you thought about that?
I think people grind very hard as it is.
Okay, but what if they were, what if this forced them to grind even harder?
I think that might just make things worse.
Alpha mindset.
You know? I wonder how much grinding the landlords will have to do.
Yeah.
Like, would that change at all?
Yeah. Well, they're already grinding so hard. Have you ever
By owning?
Yeah. Do you know how difficult it is
To own?
to be a rentier? Do you know how tough it is? No one ever thinks about how difficult it is to, hire a guy off the street for $5 to just paint white paint over everything, including mold. Yes. Yeah. Well, Trump is a big landlord. He's doing that at the reflecting pool right now. All right. So you got housing is a human right. That's one. What are some other radical agenda items that you have that you were seeking to push?
Abolishing ICE.
Okay. That's very scary.
And making sure that we are using our tax dollars to invest in our babies here at home and not in bombs that are killing babies abroad. Want to make sure that we're actually addressing childhood poverty. So expanding the child tax credit. We know that during the pandemic, it brought childhood poverty rates to an all-time low, historic lows. And so we should continue expanding it, right? Making sure that we're funding education. Because actually New York City has the most segregated school system in the country. And I think a lot of folks don't actually know that. And when we start privatizing schools through charter schools and forcing people out of the public school system, we actually deepen that segregation.
Yeah. Which takes away already exhausted funds away from public schools and redirects it to charter schools that are unaccountable. I mean, some of them might be all right in New York, but at the end of the day, the charter system is absolutely abysmal. Schools close in the middle of the school year, no accountability whatsoever.
And also no accountability to the students themselves. Right?
Yeah.
Where a lot of students just get suspended and expelled left and right, and then sometimes it's because of questions of funding.
Yeah. Yeah. Since the 90s, it was a big thing for the Democratic Party to implement the charter system. And it was their way of also destroying the teachers union. It's, it was a deliberate attempt to do that. Okay, what else?
Medicare for all.
Okay, that's too much. It's a bridge too far.
Get people unionized.
So but think
both
about
labor and tenant unions.
Do you not think about the GDP? I'm so confused. What about the GDP?
This is what happens when you put a politics of people over profit.
It's messed up.
I don't think about the GDP as your first concern.
Okay, what about people who are executives at healthcare companies that are their yearly income is relying on making sure that they deny healthcare coverage that people already paid for to grandmothers, especially grandmothers that might have bad vibes.
Yeah, I don't know. Do you really think grandmas have bad vibes?
They could. Not my grandma.
I was gonna say I don't. Well,
but
someone's grandma has bad vibes.
What if it was a racist grandmother?
That actually is a thing.
Yeah, got him. That's right. Okay, we got him. All right.
That doesn't mean that she doesn't deserve health care, though.
Yeah. Okay. Well, true. Fair. Okay. Well, you got this radical left agenda you're pushing. What are how does this work? How do you get onboarded? Is someone going to? Is someone going to teach you what to do? Because you're just.
On radical, how to be a radical leftist?
No, I meant how to be how to be a congressperson.
Oh, there you bring in a strong team, right? You bring folks who, one, know what they're doing in terms of the skill sets, right, that are needed for the different positions, but also folks who have done this before, right?
You still have the general too, obviously.
Still have the general, but
we're
also
talking about it like
district.
it's a done deal, but it's a district that's
Yeah, but this district is Democrat,
Yeah.
I think in this process, what we're really excited to be able to do is build just a really strong coalition, so that by the time that we step into office in January, that trust is there with the grassroots orgs and the different community members, so that we can actually have people be part of that process of governing.
One of the things that happened, by the way, we're at 12K in donations to DSA since that call started. One of the things that happened that I am personally very annoyed by, that you were a victim to, was the idea that you are wholly incapable of ever joking. Like, you're not capable of humor. You're not capable of hyperbole. And that everything that you've ever said in the past, when you were just a random civilian, was treated as a sincere mandate that you were on board with, including, and they keep repeating it because once they like cover it as it is, they'll say that you were anti-race mixing. That was one of those things. So how did you feel about that? And do you feel like you won not just for radicals, but also for posters?
You know,
That's right. You did. Now own it.
Listen,
own it, Queen.
I
Own
think
it. You won for posters. This was a huge deal because look, you're 32.
I think we have to have a conversation around what it means for young people to be able to take elected office, right? Because I think a lot of us have a footprint. Right?
Yeah.
And I deleted my account because I just felt like my energy was better spent doing my research, doing organizing. And it was, if I remember correctly, it was also around the time that there was conversations about Elon buying this. So I was like, deuces, I'm out. But I think
no blue sky?
I do not have a blue sky.
You
No.
dodged a
I mean,
bullet.
for the campaign, yes, but
You
no,
dodged,
I never.
You dodged a bullet.
I think that we need to have an honest conversation around what it means to like be a young person who grew up with the internet, right? And what it means to then step into a very public role and the scrutiny that you get through that, right? There seems to be like a lack of understanding that people grow, people change, you become more just nuanced in your thinking, but also like, to your point, like sometimes people just like engage in hyperbole, right? Or like not everything
I know.
is like,
I'm no stranger to hyperbole.
and you know, and I think like sarcasm like gets lost for a lot of people in terms of like reading things. And you know, the thing that like hurt me most about the way that all of that was handled was that it was my words, right? And it was causing division and taking away from the conversation that we needed to be having, right? Where in a district where we get overlooked so often, instead of talking about housing, instead of talking about immigration, instead of talking about childhood poverty, we were all of a sudden having conversations around, you know, tweets from when I had no political power, from when I was just like a 20-something-year-old who was frustrated with the world.
Yeah. Speaking of those frustrations, one of the things that Espaillat plastered everywhere that I also was a little worried about, I'm not going to lie, was your core retweeted Kamala Harris telling Guatemalan migrants not to come to the United States of America, where she famously said, "Do not come." I normally have a soundboard. I don't have it here, but that's like one of the things that I play all the time because it's funny. But it wasn't funny at the time when she was saying it. And that was a moment of frustration for you. And as someone who has voted for Democrats, do you feel like you have every right to express your frustration at the Democratic Party? Or should we actually offer unlimited fealty to the Democrats, even if they're actually doing things that they objectively told us they weren't going to do, like Biden, who ran on a first 100 days of immigration strategy that claimed that they were going to actually do amnesty for undocumented immigrants? Very popular policy position. By the way.
I think criticism, we should always be engaging in it where it like is valid, right? Especially when they are saying one thing and then their policy is reflecting something else.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, I think people, as you grow, you become more articulate, more nuanced in how you say things. I think for me, when I apologized in the debate to Vice President Harris, and I think part of that has a lot to do.
She watches, so if you want to, if you got some more words for her, you can say.
Well, you know, I think for me, that was rooted in not only the fact that like we could have engaged in a conversation that would have landed better. I mean, I also, thinking of the fact I was a 20-something-year-old, I didn't think she was looking at my Twitter account. Never thought.
You think she's seen it? She's got to have
I don't know. I mean, at this point, maybe.
How do you think she feels that someone who said fuck Kamala Harris won defeated the long-term incumbent?
You know, I think as someone who has been like facing a lot of vitriol and a lot of really like harmful language, and I think also the fact that as an organizer, you're always trying to communicate in a way that actually lands for people. Yeah, I regret that, because I would never want someone to feel dehumanized or attacked for not the subject, but as themselves, right? Like, I don't want people to feel that it's them that I'm like attacking.
Yeah.
Right. And yeah, and I think that's where a lot of that was coming from for me, where the whole point of organizing is to build trust and build community and bring people into that work. And you can't do that if you're constantly in a state of like attacking the person, right? You have to attack the ideas. And I think we always should be very critical, especially when there's like really harmful behavior that's coming from, especially from a party that says it's fighting for us, right? And if that is not actually the case, of course we gotta criticize it.
So, do you feel like there is like I was joking about the posters right thing, obviously, but do you feel like the environment has actually shifted a little bit? Because like these sorts of things would be considered like significant setbacks even like 5 years ago, I feel like. And nowadays I think people are so hungry for change that even a diverse district such as yourself, with a lot of older voters in it as well, voters that normally would see that sort of thing and immediately go, I'm done with this, are willing to overlook that, even if they don't fully grasp like what you said, or maybe they didn't even hear that you apologized for it, but ultimately they were just like, I don't really care, I just want someone to be this, like to represent this change, to be a fighter. Do you feel like there's a real opportunity there? Because right now Melat Quiros is under attack by Diane DeGette. She's more of a faux progressive. I want to say she's like as much of a like a establishment hardliner as Adriana Espaillat is, but the attacks in Denver is a very woke district, and the attacks have turned very vicious. And they're also running the same play, saying that she's not like Denver, she's not real Denver. She's of course an immigrant. And it's getting a little bit more intense. And one of the things that they're bringing up is like, oh, she's posted things. Like there's this ambiguous idea out there that she is also unserious or has posted things in the past. Do you feel like people are more open-minded towards that sort of thing? And like, what would be your advice to someone like Melat Quiros?
Well, I think Melat is great. I'll start there, and I think she's running an incredible campaign, and I'm just really excited to see her cross the finish line.
Yeah.
But I think the smears and these level of attacks, like most people I've spoken to see them for what they are, a desperate attempt to grab onto or hold on to power that they have and that they know they're about to lose, right? And I think the fact that they are so focused on attacking us, right, for who we are as people and not like the substance of anything. Because Melat and I didn't not have any political power, right? When I'm actually not even sure what the tweets are that they're referencing in her case.
I don't either. No, it's this like weird ambiguous thing where the Denver Post said her tweets were obscene, and that's it. Like that's what the attack ad says, and they never show it. And then they also do this thing where they don't say that she's DSA affiliated, but instead, because they now know that like DSA is becoming this like very popular organization, so the attack ad actually says she's affiliated with an organization, they don't name it, that wants to abolish all borders and abolish the police, or abolish ICE. Or actually, they don't even mention abolish ICE because that's another very popular position. So it's just they say it's offensive and radical, and they just leave it at that. And I think it speaks to like an unwillingness to actually reflect, right? Because like, how is it that we're having a conversation about accountability to versions of ourselves that had no political power, but not having accountability to the people who did hold political power, whose daily decisions had an impact on millions of people across the country and across the world, right? And
I think it's just a deflection of accountability, really. It's a deflection to the responsibility that they have to their constituents. And the fact that we spent so much of this campaign, or my campaign, having to say that, right? To say like, hey, like, yeah, we can talk about my tweets, but like the topic here are the things that people are actually living through, and the things that the violence that they have been subjected to because of the failed policies of the representatives we have had. Why is it that we are not asking Espaillat to do a direct-to-camera to the working people of this district who have been forced out of it? Why is it that he's not saying, I'm sorry to Noor Mahmoud? Why is it that he's not saying, I'm sorry to, you know, the millions of people who are affected by his vote to arm Israel, by his votes to, you know, fund ICE? Like these are questions of serious harm.
And that in and of itself, there's this very frustrating thing that I see all the time, where we look at the violence of systems or the violence of countries, and we treat it as though that's normal, and yet what you say in opposition to that violence, that's the real drama, that's the real issue at hand. And I'm like, no, the real issue at hand is like children are being slaughtered in the hands of you know, American munitions that we ship over to Israel that you know, the Israeli Air Force is using. That's the real problem, not like your feelings when you're challenged on your unambiguous defense of this system. And it's very frustrating, but I think it's something that we just have to, you know, work through, I guess. Yeah. All right. Well, Darializa, thank you so much. Bianca, where's my gift?
Gift, brother.
The
I even got a second one.
Where?
Newspaper?
No, not the newspaper. I asked you for something specific.
She's got to get out.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, I will see you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for.
Will I ever know what this gift is?
You missed it. You left it.
Okay. Bianca left it. Guess I will never find out what this gift is.
Yeah.
That's crazy. It's a collector's item.
I will get it to you.
And you are my witness, because now everyone else will, now that this race is over, everyone else will be like, oh yeah, I knew, I was very confident, and like, I knew I wanted it. It's your mailer.
I was like, what does this connect? Like, this was a really abrupt transition. Okay.
As soon as I saw that tweet that landed on my timeline, I was like, Bianca, I need one of these.
And I got you one.
And
I
okay.
also have, well, yeah, we'll talk about it.
Okay. All right. I was like, I need this to look at and go, you know.
I'm never gonna live it down.
No, not at all. I mean, I think you have to dab up Kamala Harris. Like, you have to do like one of those, you know. Okay, I'm letting it go. I'm not talking about this any longer. Anyway, all right, Darializa, thank you so much for coming on. This has been an incredibly exciting journey. I'm so happy that you won. New York DSA on top. You're gonna do amazing things in Congress, and I'm very stoked. I'm always here to help out whatever you guys need.
Thank you.
Of course.
I really appreciate it.
All right. All right, everybody. On that
Bye,
note,
chat.
I'm gonna end it here because we're already at 7 hours and 30 minutes, and I will play us out, and I will make up for the carrying of the flame tomorrow. Okay, I'm not gonna do that with. I've already.
Gosh. My counsel.
Yeah.
Is always trying to get me in trouble.
Yeah. No. This is all right. All right, everybody. Bye. See you. I'll be in LA tomorrow. Okay. Bye.
Stunning Ro-Fi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Son and Asmin chatter laws, giving great names grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this life's dream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you.